Things get sorted out very quickly by our two wheels team in up to 60 seconds. So looking forward to race action now as they head down onto their warm-up lap. And of course, joining me for the very first time in studio is a young protege in terms of commentary. My youngest, of course, of the family, Addison Maloney, aka Monkey Moo, who will be joining me for commentary for Rookie Cup as a rookie commentator. So a big welcome to you, Addie.
Hi, yeah, I'm really excited to be here. It's looking really nice.
So you got to meet the drivers yesterday, you took a walk around the pits. It's not the first time that you've been to Aldo, you've been here on a few occasions, but not as an official commentator. So how are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little nervous, but really excited to see what's going to happen today.
I think there's going to be some good action, and of course, as you saw yesterday, the qualifying was quite close between these drivers. And with that qualifying, we also got, of course, the two coaches involved in this race too. Yeah. And that's the real nice thing about this series, isn't it? That you've got the coaches in amongst the usual drivers.
Yeah, I think it's just to help make sure that they are pushing themselves to their limit. And I find it really cool that they are doing this, the coaches. It's really cool of them.
Well, you got to sit in on one of the coaches chatting to, I think it was to Josh Moore yesterday, and taking him through everything and how things work with their data. What do you think the most important thing is that you learned from that yesterday is?
I think the most important thing that I learned from that was definitely that they see like the way that the technology that works on the car and like how they can push the drivers, and they see on where and how the drivers like car is and where they can help each other to fix the car
and to improve their driving. Hey?
Yes.
So what they do is they see all the data on the screen and they can put up a good lap from one of the other drivers or maybe from one of the coaches.
Yeah.
And with that they can then compare what they're doing in the car and hopefully find where they're making mistakes.
Yeah, it was really cool to see yesterday.
Right, so we're ready to go for the first race of the day. 7 cars, I beg your pardon, rolling up to the line. Remember that we've got 2 cars in there, Daniel Rowe and Maddie Merton, who do not score championship points. Those are the coaches in amongst the 5 drivers from Volkswagen Rookie Cup. And those 5 drivers qualified with Divyan Naidu in front of Azir Khan, then Jaden Gerson and Judd Berthold, and Josh Moore was the last car. And as you can see as they line up there, it is Maddie Merton and Josh Moore at the back. I beg your pardon, it's Maddie Merton and Danielson at the back there. So the 2 coaches have gone right to the back of the pack there. They're going to try and work their way through. It's an 8-lap race, as you can see, Addie.
Yeah.
And heading down to turn 1, do you think Divyan's got enough to maybe keep them at hand? It looks like it off the start.
Yeah, I think that this will be really a good race.
So they head down to the start now. You can see a little bit of chopping and changing in the background there. A couple of cars coming close. Oh, what a touch down the front end. That's how we start things out.
Wow, actually.
That's not how you want to be starting things. Remember, you can't win the race in the first corner on the first lap.
Yeah, definitely not. It's a long way to go, and they're already touching each other.
Already touching, already bumping. That's what it's all about. Hopefully not done any damage to those cars. I don't think there would have been too much damage for those cars as they came through for the very first time. But let's have a look and see. Yeah. Divyan's got the jump. He's pulled about 0.3 of a second going into the S's now for the very first time. But he got a really good start.
He really did. That start was absolutely amazing.
Came off the line and he's now trying to pull away. You can see from the second car there in the background. Looks like it might be Ozir or maybe Jaden who snuck through there as they come through for the first time. So you can see there, that is that's a fantastic start there from Moore. He's made his way up really nicely. He was the 5th fastest and he's already up to 3rd place. So making up 2 positions with that little bit of bumping.
That is absolutely amazing.
Now remember, he's the youngest driver out there as well. You saw him earlier on this morning, and his younger brother is of course itching to get into these cars. But tell us, you need to be how old to be involved in this category?
You have to be about 14 to 16 years old, and you have to have an MSA license to drive one of these cars.
So you had to have an MSA license before as well. So all of these guys, as you said, and as you saw when we went to the Nationals at Idubi,
they're all karting
They're all karters, yeah. So they've now shown that they want to go from karting into saloon car racing. And what Volkswagen have done with this class, particularly as you saw yesterday, is they've given opportunities to younger drivers to not go straight into Polo Cup. Because the Polo Cup is quite a daunting class.
It really is, yeah.
So take us through, what is this Polo Vivo? What is it all about?
Well, the Polo Vivo is like a really awesome car, and if you're going from karting to the bigger cars, it is pretty scary, and it's really cool that they made a Rookie Cup for this.
And with the Rookie Cup, what do they run?
They run a 1-litre turbo Volkswagen Polo Vivo.
So it's basically exactly the same car you can buy off a Volkswagen showroom floor. The only thing that they've done different is they've had a roll cage put in.
Yes.
They've got a Sparko race seat in there. And of course, all these drivers get Sparko suits to race in, hey?
Yeah, that is really cool.
They're heading up to Dunlop. It's important that we mention that because what tyres do these guys run?
They run Dunlop tyres.
There you go. So the Dunlop tyres now into Dunlop corner, and you can see Judd Berthold has made one position up there. He's putting a bit of pressure on to the man in second, and then to third place, I should say. The third place battle is actually where it is. It's Berthold, Moore, and Danielson, by the looks of things, who's joined the party. The problem we've got there, Eddie, if you look at how things have gone, and that's big concern, because he was second quickest this morning. So
Yeah, he really was.
didn't have a great first 2 laps there, did he?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe he can make it up. Maybe top 5, maybe could be.
Look, the cool thing about it is that you've got only 8 laps, but these cars are exactly the same. There is no difference between them whatsoever.
Yeah.
And as you heard yesterday when you chatted to Maddie Merton,
Yeah, that they even swap the cars, so you'll go into another person's car, just so it can be fair for everyone.
so next round you might not be in the car with the white wing mirrors or the black wing mirrors. You might be in the one with the blue or the brown wing mirrors.
Yeah,
So it makes it fair for everybody, doesn't it?
it really does. I find that is really, really cool. That then you don't, like, if there's a little bit, so it's just a lot more fun, and that then you get to experience other people's cars as well, even though they are the same.
Exactly. And it just shows you that, the guy that's driving, for instance, Josh's car this weekend, Josh is in that car. Next weekend, he might be in Divian's car, which is the leading car at the moment. And of course, if he's in Divian's car, it's a car that looks faster. But
Yeah.
is it actually faster? No, that's just basically Divian's ability today on the track that's keeping him at the front end of the field.
Yeah, we're ready. 5 laps more to go.
5 laps still to go there. As you can see, that's the board coming up. And as they complete lap number 3, Divian Naidu leads out. And look at the gap he's building over Jaden. 2.6 seconds.
That is crazy.
I know your biggest sort of motorsport fan base comes from a certain two-wheel category called MotoGP.
Yes.
But in a 2.2 lead in part. Oh, it's a big
Oh,
crash.
no.
Was that one of the coaches? I think it was. Oh, Coach Dan.
Coach Dan is off the track.
Coach Dan making a mistake into turn 1 and running off. I think he might have been helped out there. There might have been a bit of
Touchy.
yeah, touchy between him and Daniel, and of course him and Matthew Merton. Maybe they're having a bit of fun at the back there with the two
Yeah,
coaches.
maybe they're having a bit of fun, letting the kids go in front and let them have a little bit of fun.
That's what it's all about. So it's now basically the 5 rookies that are at the front end of the field. So right now it's Divian heading through Chevy Sweep. Behind him is Jaden Gerson. You met him yesterday, and a massive thanks to the Gerson family, of course, for their support for yours truly when I was at
Yes.
the TT. Josh has now lost to the number 27 car there. Good number on that car, hey?
Yeah, brilliant number, the best number out there.
17 is Josh Moore, but there's pressure coming from Uzziah. Uzziah's made up a little bit of ground there, and if you look at the gap there, it is now 0.2 between those two cars. Nothing in it between the cars for 4th and 5th place.
And what did I say? Azia will come in top 5. He's there already.
Yeah, you were spot on in that call. Well done. So as they come across the line, halfway stage done, 4 to go. If you look at the gap between 1, 2, and 3, though, it might be too big, I think, for them to try and close things down.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think? I think the battle's going to be here between Josh and Uzziah.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a pretty good battle.
Wow, that was a good move there from Uzziah around the outside. Josh trying to hang on,
they're
and he
getting-
goes around the outside as well. Uzziah tucks back on the inside and gets through.
Yeah.
Nice move there from Uzziah. Just set up Josh to run him wide, and as he ran wide, he dived up the inside, snuck up into 4th place.
Yeah.
So Josh Moore now has got some work to do. He's got to try and come back.
Does. I think he can push himself. If he does push himself and he does try and get in front of Uzziah, I think he could.
Yeah, there's still a chance. As you can see, he's not giving up. He's staying
Really
there.
isn't. He's on his tail.
He's still looking for a way through, trying to find a way up into the very, very tricky hairpin. It's almost a 180 degree. It doesn't look like that when you see it from the camera angles that we've got here, courtesy of Two Wheels and Up to 60 Seconds, our live stream team. Heading to Dunlop, 1, 2, and 3 I think are okay. There's going to be no changes there.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that they're able to keep their places.
Now they come up towards Dunlop corner. And in the background, I'm also just watching. That's Coach Maddie putting the pressure on to Josh. So he got rid of Daniel. He said, I don't
Yeah.
want to play with you. I'm going to play with Josh rather.
Yeah, let me get on his nerves.
And that's the nice thing about this, Eddie, as you saw yesterday when we were chatting to the drivers, is that, yes, there are only 5 drivers on the track that actually score points in the championship. But what they're doing with the coaches in the cars is they're putting more cars on track for these guys to get used to having more cars to fight with. And I think there might have been a little bit of moment there. Did you see it?
Yeah, I did.
A little bit out of shape there, but fortunately able to keep it on the, I want to say the black stuff, but it's actually grey stuff here.
Yeah.
It's not tarmac like we normally see on the road. It's a little bit greyer, but it definitely works well. So the pressure's coming from Maddie onto the back end of Josh. That's the battle we're watching for as they go through the very fast hanger sweep. through hanger in these cars, you would have heard from Maddie yesterday.
Yes,
it's
I did.
basically flat out. They don't lift off the accelerator at all.
Yeah.
So up towards turn number 7 they go. Dunlop corner once again. No worries at all here for Divian. He's got 2 laps and 1 corner to go. Jaden has closed him down though.
He really has, yeah. So, Dad, tell me, when they win this championship, where do they go through to next?
Okay, so if you look at the way this works, so the idea with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup is to bring in a chance for guys to come out of karting and go into saloon car racing like we see here. But as I mentioned earlier, going into Polo Cup may be a little bit too hard for them because a Polo Cup car is a very difficult car to learn how to drive.
It really is.
So Rookie Cup gives them a chance to learn the ropes and how to drive a front-wheel drive car like a Polo. And if they win this championship, Volkswagen gives them a drive next year in Polo Cup.
Wow, that is really, really awesome.
So that's why these guys are pushing as hard as they are. They want to be the number 1 car by the time the championship's wrapped up. And if they wrap up that championship, what a way to go. Get a drive with Volkswagen in the Polo Cup.
Wow, that's really, really awesome to see.
And remember, if you look at Matt Merton, Daniel Rowe, and Jonathan Hotzi, we haven't mentioned Jono, he's the outside coach who helps out with the data and sometimes with the driving as well. But Jonathan Mahotsi and Daniel Rowe have both won Polo Cup championships and have both been up at the front or either won a touring car championship as well. So they have got lots of experience that they can pass on to these youngsters.
Wow, that is really, really good. That is awesome for the new young drivers to be getting this so much information so then they can be the next driver. There's 1 more lap to go.
1 to go, and this is the one that's going to count because when the checkered flag comes out, that's when the points come to the bag and they get put into that bag for this championship and this round of the championship. It must be slightly different. I mean, they've got their lights on. The reason they've got their lights on is they always run with lights on. And these are stock standard road cars. So I think in the 1.2 Polo Vivo GT, the lights come on automatically as a safety factor.
Definitely.
What you also would have seen sometimes as well, but it doesn't work in these ones, but you'll see later on when you're watching. If you watch the other categories, some of them run the onboard systems that they run on their cars as well. So all of these systems that are in the car, other than the electronics package, which Prof has ability to tap into, it's called Motec. And what they do is they plug that system into the car so that Prof and Daniel and Matt and Jono can come to the guys afterwards and look at their data. You saw the data yesterday. How's that screen when you look at it?
It's like so crazy to always see all the different technology things that they
and the graphs and everything, hey?
All the different things of that. It's just super duper cool to see.
But also, it gives them an idea because you can put up, for instance, Daniel's fast lap and look at it and then compare it to either Divian or to Josh or to Jaden, who are going to come through for first and second here, and show them where they're making the mistakes, where they're braking wrong, where they're not getting on the accelerator at the right time to get a win like Divian's just done.
What an awesome win that was. He really put himself out there. That was an amazing win for him.
So Divian Naidu takes the first victory in Volkswagen Rookie Cup, the first race of the day here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Jaden Hussen in second place. Good run there from Jaden. He managed to close the gap down. He came within 2.7 seconds of Divian.
Wow.
But I think he needs a better start next time if he wants to try and get up there.
Yeah, I think he really does. But that really was a good run. And next was Judd, who came in third. That was really, really good for him.
Yeah, a little bit down on pace as well. I think he's going to have to look to see if he can find something during the break, and maybe you can go and check out the guys when they do their download of their data. Go and find out as well what happened with Azir, why he went from the front row to the back, finishing up in 4th place ahead of Josh Moore. And of course, Josh is still getting to grips with these cars, and as the youngest driver, still showing he's got an ability
what it takes.
For sure. Matty Merton came through for 6th place there, and then of course Coach Dan, we saw him go off. Maybe you want to go and get Coach Dan and say, listen, what happened in turn 1?
Yes, definitely going to go have to find out what that was about.
Well, I certainly hope you enjoyed that, ladies and gents. As I said, this is Volkswagen Rookie Cup, so it gave us a chance to put a rookie commentator behind the microphone with yours truly, the voice of choice. I'm going to bring you most of the action throughout the day. Addie will join me again for race 2 a bit later on. And Monkey Moo, I've got to say, you held yourself well there, my angel. Well done. Great job.
Thank you.
And I'm sure everybody else that was watching also enjoyed all the action that happened out there. Let's go have a quick squiz and see if there were any comments that we need to have a chat about. And if we go to the left there we go. Morning, Monkey Moo, coming from Monty Moira. Mommy says, how's it? We got Bruce Dantu saying hello. Tiny from Cape Town says, how's it as well?
Hello, everyone.
And Linda Pretorius jumping in there, and Jason Illefelt as well. So thanks, guys, for the support. Monkey Moo will be back later on with me for race 2 of the Volkswagen Motorsport Rookie Cup. Great job, and there you go, great job. Madison from Linda's. It's Madison, by the way.
Madison.
No, it's Addison. But no, we don't worry about that. Thank you so much, Linda. We appreciate it. So there you go. We'll catch you later on. And thanks for the first race there.
Yes, always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Should I ask if you can tan? No. Do you want to check the two's panning again?
So there you have it. That's the next part of the day's racing. We've just got Rookie Cup sorted out with 8 laps done. Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup are up next, our two-wheeled action. Then we're going to race 1 of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. InvestChem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kent for a 12-lapper. The Gazoo Racing SA Cup will be out on track for 8 laps with the 86 League, the Media Challenge and the Yaris Cup. And then Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop will be on circuit for their first 12 lap at about 12 o'clock this afternoon. We then have a small break. It's a lunch break for the marshals and medics. But during that lunch break, we've got a grid walk for the South African touring cars, and that's touring as opposed to Turin. Touring cars there, typo on the program. Not ours. I promise it's not ours. That's the official program that came here from Aldo Scribante. I hear Paul in my ear going, that was not me. Yes, I know that, Paulie. And that's why I'm correcting it now and saying it's not ours. The typo came directly from Aldo Scribante circuit. But SA Touring Cars, of course, will have their first race just after that grid walk. That's why we've got them on track. So if you are here at the circuit watching us on the live stream, you can come down to the pit lane and get onto the grid and get up close and personal with some of your favorite motor cars. Let's have a look and see with one of our riders, or a couple of our riders, what their plans are today for Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup.
Cape Town's David Endicott. Dave, you've missed a couple of rounds, but back here at PE, clearly because you like this track.
I do indeed, one of my favourites, Dave. Business has been good at home, so had to hit the brakes a little bit with regards to the expensive hobby. But loving PE, the weather's great, the people are always lacquer. Happy to be back here.
I know it's a touchy subject, but how much money do you think the average privateer here spends in a year on racing, apart from the motorbike?
There's a couple of bobs spent, I'd probably say each race meeting costs us about 10 or 15 grand a race, even if it's a local one, like for us to come 800 k's from Cape Town. So it's easily a 15 or 20,000.
Accommodation.
Yeah, adds up quick, unfortunately. Really does. But we're passionate about it, and we've got Sunbets on board and Bridgestone. We get a little bit of subsidy here and there, and we go racing for as cheap as possible in the best series in the world.
Graham from Radar, coming to one of your favourite tracks on the tour now.
Yeah, Dave, for sure. All the older tracks are my favourite tracks, and it's one of my favourites away for sure.
Because you're old or what?
Probably, yeah.
Anyway, carry on.
So happy to be here. It's the closest we've been on the Gen 6 to the front cars this year. So we're just hoping for something, and I think we're only looking for maybe 0.3, 0.4 per second, and I feel like the bike's good enough to do those sort of times around here. So we're hoping for the best in later qualifying, and then also for the race tomorrow.
Just explain the Gen 6 new bikes, because you've got Generation 1 still racing, eh?
Yeah, look, the Gen 4s are still racing with us. The Gen 4 is pretty much the earlier model. The Gen 5 is what I had last year. The Gen 6 is the latest model. But the Gen 6 has got a couple of electronic issues with shifting up and down the box. So sometimes the auto blip doesn't engage like it's supposed to, which is what happened to me in Cape Town. Went in there at about 260 k's now in 5th gear instead of going back to 2nd. Obviously you're not going to stop the motorbike. They've allowed us a slight upgrade through the committee and whatnot on the electronics of the bike. So now it does, at least when you shift, you have to be more precise than what the Gen 5 ever was, but it does at least shift gears when you know. So at least when you get to a turn and you want to be in 2nd gear, you are in that gear at least, which is quite nice to know.
Great to catch up there with a couple of our top riders, and of course they are literally near the front end of the field. If we looked at what Dave Endicott did yesterday and what Graham van Breda was able to do. Remember, the current championship leader, Clint Seller, was not able to make it down here for this weekend's race meeting. So his record of the perfect score so far for 2024 is going to be tainted slightly with the possibility of poleman Damien Purificati, or maybe even Trevor Westman and Graham van Breda coming through and possibly starting at the front end of the field. Now remember, there's going to be a bit of a change up there, because as you can see, it is actually not van Breda according to the qualifying I got. It's the overall qualifying, of course, with all 4 of the categories lining up now. So front row, Damien Purificati, Trevor Westman, and then alongside them will be Dave Endicott. It is going to be a second row with Graham van Breda alongside Hein McMahon on new machinery. McMahon had to change his motorcycle yesterday. So as they head off onto their warm-up lap, we'll keep an eye on his progress and see how he gets to the front end of this field. Hopefully looking to try and take on the best of the best there in the front of the field. And remember, with ZXNR Masters Cup, there are 3 different classes involved in this category. So certainly watching to see what happens in all 3 classes here today as well. We'll keep an eye on that as they get into race action for the very first time. But in terms of the grid, Let's have a look and see how they officially qualified with that grid. As I said, the front row made up of Damien Purificati on pole position, alongside Trevor Westman, and then Dave Enticott. Graham Van Berdaal lines up alongside Slucky, Hein McMahon. Then it was James Barson, one of his best finishes to a qualifying session, up into the second row in 6th place overall. He beat out Byron Rothquell and then Adrian Van Dalen. It was then Christian Carvalho, who is up into what is the 9th spot on the grid, ahead of Dave Veringa. Veringa battled a little bit yesterday, but eventually got into some rhythm. Put him up into 10th place ahead of JLR, the oldest man on the mountain there. That is Johan Leroux. Joao Cruz had a big moment yesterday in qualifying 3. He managed to get that bike sorted out. He's back on track in 12th place. He's ahead of Mark Newland and then Aubrey Murray. Steve Galgocci in 15th place. He was just ahead of Dieter Hazeman. And then it is Daryl Barrington and Safiso Temba. They're on the second last row. Last row of the grid, it is Renatus Van Niekerk, Tyron Piper, and last man on the grid is Martin Parry as they line up now for their first race of the day for the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. Of course, a fantastic bit of race action here from these guys, and always amongst these riders, because it's certainly one of the SA's, and at the moment, certainly SA's premier motorcycle racing category. About to go to battle for race 1. Lights about to go on. As soon as they go off, we go racing. Good start from Westman. Listed a little bit as he went off the line there. Fantastic start from the outside, though, from Enticott. Enticott looks like he's got the drop on everybody, trying to stay there with his fellow Cape Townian, heading towards turn 1, but it is the Wayward and Project 60 bike that gets the whole shot. Van Berdaal up into what is 3rd place, and the rest of the pack comes streaming through there, pitching over on the right-hand side of those awesome Bridgestone tyres that these guys run. They head through the S's for the first time with Westman at the front end. So they've nice start there from him. I'm looking to see the progress, though, of Damien Purificati. He looks like he dropped back ever so slightly in the start of this one, and it wasn't quite up to where he needed to be in this one. You can see he's sitting there. What is that, 4th place for him? Yeah, Purificati in 4th place at the moment. So a bit of work to do there for Damien. Let's see whether or not he can find a way through there from the early start of this one and make his way through the pack. He's trying to find a way through now. Behind that, Byron Rothquell closing onto the back end of his good friend Hein McMahon. Slucky there on the 4-bike. As I said, had to change motorcycles yesterday, so had to go and find a motorcycle, a spare one, in the pit lane, and change all of his plastics and bits and pieces that he needed over onto the spare bike. It seems to be working relatively well. He's in 5th place as they cross the line for the first lap of 12. Enticott under pressure. Oh, Purificati, late braking from Damien. Squeezes through there on Graham Van Berdaal and up to 3rd place. So Damo up into what is now 3rd place, just squeezing out Graham Van Berdaal as they came up into turn 1. And some late braking just in the background as well. I think that was coming from Johan Leroux. Johan Leroux trying to make his way through too. Second pack is led up by Byron Rothquell. He's got Caravella on his tail, and then it's Veringa, Adrian Van Dalen, and then, as I said, Johan Leroux closing onto that pack right in the last part of turn 1. Purificati has a look at 2nd place Dave Enticott into the hairpin, just not close enough. So the grey-black versus the black bike as they head down towards Chevy for the 2nd time in anger. You can see a little bit of manoeuvring happening there in that mid-pack, as I said, and some manoeuvres coming from Caravello. Christian Caravello making his way up very nicely and staying just ahead of the juggernaut there, Dave Veringa. Fantastic effort there from these guys as they come through there. They're just 2 down, 10 to go. And a fantastic start there. They lead literally at this stage 0.2 of a second between Westman and the pack in 2nd. And the pack in 2nd is going to be Damien Purificati leading it out now. So Damien Purificati sneaks up into 2nd place there. He ticks them off one by one. He was quickest in qualifying 3 yesterday. And in overall, he finished 2nd quickest for the qualifyings that they did. Remember, they do 4 qualifyings, 3 on Friday and 1 this morning, and then they take the overall best laps out of those 4 to make sure that they can get the grid sorted out. So it was Westman, Purificati and Hein McMahon who were the fastest out of those sessions. But of course, now that they line things up, they're all in the mix, and there's a big fight on just behind there. As you can see, Adrian Van Dalen has joined the party as well, and he now looks like he might have hit the front of that 2nd pack. Purificati goes hunting down on the man from Cape Town. The Wayward and Project 60 Kawasaki leading things out. Phenomenal effort there from him. And he hangs on to what is now the front end of the race for now. But with 9 to go, there's still a lot of race action to come your way here from the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup. So we'll have to keep an eye and see how they wrap things up here in the closing stages. But not even through the halfway stage yet, we've got huge action already in amongst these riders. Remember, it's Purificati that's running on the Amalgam welding shop. Kawasaki, good run there from him, as I said, up into second place, exactly where he finished up in qualifying for this morning. But he's got to try and find a way through on Westman. And has he? Yes, he has. Oh, he's found a way really easily, actually. He's got up into the lead, and Westman doesn't have an answer. Purificati comes from a double win last weekend at the Brunch Run and Thunderbike class at Swartkops. He had an absolute blast there, actually fighting with some of the top runners in Gauteng, and now makes his way to the front end of the top runners of the national category here in ZX10R Masters Cup, sponsored by Sunbet and Red Square. Long-standing relationship with the Red Square brand, a very strong relationship with Sunbet as well. And of course Kawasaki and Bridgestone have been along for the ride right the way through, going into close to 20 years of association with the ZX10R Masters Cup as they come through to complete another one. The top 5 going through there with McMahon, and he's sitting in 5th place at the moment. Good ride there from the K9 Law Enforcement Kawasaki. Stefanuti Stocks and Motul Kawasaki of Graham Vanbrugh currently sitting in the 4th spot. Not able to do anything about Entergot just up the road from him. Further back in the pack, we pick up on the 48 bike there. Good start coming out of Aubrey Marais. Marais is having his own little fight as well as they head into almost the halfway stage of this one. So a bit of pressure onto Entercott. He's feeling it coming from Graham Vanbrugh from behind. Vanbrugh trying to find a way through. Just squeezes down the little short straight down the hill into Chevy Sweep. Carries good corner speed through Chevy Sweep. Going to try and go around the outside of him, out of Chevy. So he's got the inside line for the final turn as they get up onto that inside corner. Oh, brilliant stuff. Into Dunlop corner there. You can see just an outbreaking maneuver and a block pass being put on there by Entercott. He gets his head down, tries to bury it behind that fairing in the front end and stay ahead of Graham Vanbrugh as they head towards turn 1. Purificati pulling almost half a second now over Trevor Westman for the lead. So Westman just not able to answer the pace at the front end of Damien Purificati at this point in time. As I said, further back, that second battle is fantastic. Van Dalen, Caravello, Varinga, Byron Rothkell, and joining the party is James Barson. James Barson into the mix there as well now. So Barson starting to come into the mix there for that second pack. You can see them coming up to the hip, and that's Entercott from Vanbrugh. Just behind them, also closing that gap down, is Hein McMahon. It was about 5 seconds about a lap ago. It's probably down to about 3 seconds, or just over the 3 second bracket between what is now 3rd and 4th. There's JLR. Behind him is the 2 bike of Mark Newland. Making his way up onto start another lap is Dave Entercott. And he's got big pressure coming from Graham Vanbrugh. Vanbrugh has definitely closed that gap down to a chance of pouncing into turn 1. We'll watch as they come out of turn 1 now, the top 2. Westman hanging on to that second spot, but no answer whatsoever from the riders behind him. The 3 and 4 place battle, maybe slowing them down slightly as Entercott goes defensive on Vanbrugh. Behind that, you can see James Barson just closing onto the back end there of Byron Rothkell. Johan LaRue just off the back of that. He hasn't quite bridged that gap just yet. Here comes an overtaking opportunity. Is he close enough? No, Vanbrugh not close enough into the hairpin. McMahon, once again, as I said, closes the gap again, even further. And slowly but surely just reels in Vanbrugh and Entercott as they continue their fight for 3rd. Super run here as we get into the halfway stage. Yeah, 6 done, 6 to go. Make that 5 to go because that's 7 done. Apologies on that one. So yeah, 7 laps completed there by Damien Purificati. Coming up into some back markers. So back markers now could possibly play a role here for Westman. Is Westman going to try and use those back markers? Maybe they catch Damien Purificati at the wrong point on the circuit and it allows a chance for Westman to find a way through. Same thing can be said here from Vanbrug's point of view. Maybe he can use those back markers to his advantage to get past on the 3rd place rider there, Dave Entercott. Here comes 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10th place coming through there at the moment is Van Dalen from Varinga. Then Caravello, Rothkell and Barson. That's how they line up in that second pack. Look at this here, they come up towards the hairpin. Out front is Adrian Van Dalen. Varinga on his tail. Of course, this weekend, Dave Varinga joining up forces with his good friend Dieter Hazeman. And now all part and parcel of the same team there, so nice run there from them. And of course, East Rand Caravans now part and parcel of that squad too. So having a fantastic effort. And look at him. He's mixing it up properly there as they come out of the final corner. Trying to close the gap down on Van Dalen. Van Dalen just seems to have the drive down the straight though. Varinga being closed in though, watching his rearview mirrors on Caravello and Rothwell. They're not too far behind him. The Magic Man. And then of course just on his tail comes the hard charge out of James Barson. James Barson on the VAG Automotive Centre, Kawasaki. That's VAG actually, not the VAG one. So VAG Automotive Centre there. Kawasaki sponsoring James Barson. Great to have Barson back on a motorcycle, I've got to tell you. Watched him in the 600 classes in the past, and certainly was a man who could run with some of the best in the country, and he's doing just that right now in ZX10R Masters Cup, our premier motorcycle racing category in South Africa here on the only motorsport festival in South Africa. An amazing effort once again from the entire team down here at Aldo Scribante to welcome Extreme Festival for round 4 of their National Championship Series. It's our only stop this year. Last year we had 2. We had a regional here as well. This time out, it's the only stop for the season. So round 4 sees all of these classes racing here today. And possibly next year we'll be back again for a double header of regional and Extreme Festival National Championship class categories as well. Ooh, a little sit up there from Varinga as it came out of the S's. Just trying to get the bike squared up and nicely for Hanger sweep. Hanger's very fast on a motorcycle. Van Baral now closes up, once again has a look. Not quite close enough to get through there on the 7-8. So Varinga hanging on for now. Entergott hanging on for now. Entergott hanging on for now there. And trying to keep out the hard charge coming from Graham Van Baral. So it's Ravenel, SA and Motorwise Motorcycles taking on Stefanuti Stocks and Motel for what is 3rd place on the road. Super effort here from all of these riders though, but the best effort so far is coming out of Damien Purificati as he has just started his penultimate lap. Purificati pushing it to the limit. An amazing run here from him. But the battle there for 3rd place certainly eating up. Definitely a chance for Graham Van Baral. Look at that. Much more pressure coming. And also some pressure there. Is that Galgocci who's got through? Yes, it is. Steve Galgocci has found some serious pace to get through on Aubrey. That's a bit further back in the pack. It's just outside of, well, it's actually just inside of the top 15. 14th and 13th place up for grabs. And it's Galgocci up into lucky number 13. So Galgocci having a fantastic run here this time out. Running there for Prima Quip and MTech Racing and 2M Trailers. He starts his penultimate lap as the rest of the pack come through there to start theirs. Right the way down to last place, Martin Parry. I think Daryl Bannington had a problem, and Renatus, unfortunately, has also had to stay off the circuit. So Martin Parry was the rider that they caught in about the 3rd or 4th last lap there as the back marker. Now, as they come out of the S's, just things starting to sort things out there. See Safisa Temba out there on the IM63. And Wakahinia Racing Kawasaki. Great effort there from him this weekend too. He's been off the bike for a while, so he's a little bit rusty. Chatted to him yesterday and he said, you know, he's just going to get used to being back on the motorcycle and getting used to how things are, particularly down here at a circuit that he hasn't been to for a while. Joao Cruz recovering nicely. Look at all the damage and repair work they've done on that bike. As we see our leaders coming through that pack. And with that, Westman's now got a chance. Westman has closed that gap on Damien Purificati as they came through there on the 4-9, and I think that is Tyron Piper that they've just passed, heading up towards the final corner. Is that looks like it might be Safiso sitting up. Problem there for one of the motorcycles as they came up towards the pit entrance. But as they come through now, here we go. Checkered flag should be on standby, and Purificati could hang on. He is. Purificati hangs on just to beat out. A fantastic run there from Trevor Westman. Closed him down in the final lap of race number 1 and nearly snuck through there with all the back markers and traffic that they caught here into the closing stages. Some traffic here now for the second bunch. Byron Rothwell going to try and capitalize on that. You can see, oh, it's very close. Look at that. Heading up towards the final corner. And have we seen Varinga get through? No, we haven't. Van Dalen hangs on only just. Varinga trying to find a way past as he comes up the inside. Can he squeeze through on the squirt to the line? No, he can't. Oh, what a run. What a run to the line there for those riders. Brilliant stuff, as always, in this category. They never, ever seem to disappoint, do they? All right, so let's go back and have a look and see how the class is wrapped up there. Class A, Damien Purificati Trevor Westman and Dave Enticott. They wrap up Class A. Class B was Graham Van Breda beating out James Barson and Big Dave Varinga, the Juggernauts. And Class C, it's JLR, Johan Leroux, who wins out over Jacques Cruz and Martin Parry for race 1 of the ZX10R Masters Cup. There you go, there's a happy man. And you can see why he is so happy, because that's not an easy thing to do. I tell you that, you know, when you look at the likes of Trevor Westman, his nickname is the Killer. There's a reason his nickname is the Killer. He goes with a killer instinct onto a motorcycle, and he certainly had that killer instinct in the closing stages to try and get ahead of the amalgam welding machine of Damien Purificardi. Unfortunately, just not getting there in the end. He lost out only by 0.2 of a second across the line. So Purificardi wins out by 2.4 or 0.248 seconds over Trevor Westman. Dave Enticott a couple of seconds back there with a bit of traffic, but even with that traffic, he was able to keep Graham Van Breda out. And that gave Van Breda the win, of course, in Class B. But a good run there from Hein McMahon, Van Dalen, Caravello, Byron Rothcourt, James Barson, and Big Dave Varinga make up the top 10 overall for the first heat of Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup, powered by Red Square. Hope you enjoyed that. That was top-class motorcycle action, as we always see amongst our ZX10R Masters Cup competitors. And from here, of course, we head into the four-wheel categories for the rest of the proceedings until later on this afternoon, when we will get into the second race of ZX10R Masters Cup. Up next, first heat of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. So as the Astron Energy Polo Cup make their way onto the circuit for their first race, let's go and catch up with a couple of the drivers and see what their plans are for the two heats of Astron Energy Polo Cup.
Derek Smallberger driving Masters Class 55. I'd be a bit worried letting my son play with my car with that computer over there.
That is a new wave. They use computers, not 13 spanners anymore.
But Derek, coming into the Polos in the Masters, it's been good for you, eh?
It's wonderful. It's amazing to race with the guys. It's guys that can race. We race very close. And we ding, but we don't crash each other out. So it's fantastic racing between the Masters.
I found it interesting that you've got the VW Challenge regionally. Quite a few of those have come over now to this national tour.
Yeah, I think the average age is over 60 in the Masters class. So I think the guys are looking for something new. What's nice about Nationals, you race all the circuits in the country. There's 7 races, and it's very well organized. And the cars are close. You can't fiddle with the cars. They're all the same. So it's all about driving, and the guys are having a lot of fun.
Just a couple of points between you guys at the top of the championship there, eh?
Yeah, John, Wayne is leading with 10 points. I think I'm 10 points behind him, and John is behind me with about the same amount of points. So it's very close between the top 3. And the other guys are also, we're all close. Today, the last session, the 4th, 5th, 6th guy were all on the same 0.1 second apart. So, fantastic racing.
Charles Smallberger, we just spoke to your father, and you were busy tuning his car on the computer. And that's how times have changed, really, hey? You don't put spanners so much, computer stuff.
No, I haven't picked up a spanner all day. And it's not because I'm lazy.
You're not getting paid today.
No, so it's just the new age of racing cars, You can see so much from all the sensors and stuff from the car, and you use that data to guide you, to see what to do to go faster, or to sort out issues for that matter.
And for you, how's it going, RMP?
Yeah, we're still getting there. I'm not quite on the pace, but I'm close. You got to find those last few tenths, and that's really the hard part of it. Yeah.
But good to be in the Polo Cup now with Astron as a sponsor.
No, fantastic. I'm glad they've come on board. It helps us a lot as competitors. And for me and my dad, it's lucky to do this together. You know, what a privilege racing with him. He's like in his 60s now. I think he's 61. So, we're going to keep doing this as long as we can.
I wonder what he's going to do when he grows up.
I don't know. Not much, I don't think. Will he ever grow up? That's the real question.
Do you ever grow up as a racing driver? Highly unlikely, I don't think. But great to catch up with father and son team there. Of course, Charles and Derek Smallberger. Well, not father and son, uncle and father and son and uncle, of course, all involved in this one. So it's a big family affair amongst the cheeseburgers there. We always tend to say that Derek is the Big Mac. George, of course, is the quarter pounder with cheese, and the slider burger is Charles. But of course, if you saw the Rooster style Maverick Top Gun moustache that Charles had a couple of weekends ago at the previous national, you would be suitably impressed with his ability to outgun any of these youngsters trying to look like old Rooster from Top Gun Maverick. Anyway, we are going to race action now for the Astron Energy Polo Cup at the home circuit, of course, of Volkswagen Motorsport. It's fantastic to be back down here at the Aldo Scribante circuit and in the friendly city of Gqeberha, almost living up to its name. It's about to be known as the Windy City again. If you look at those Dunlop flags just above Nathan Victor's Summit Racing Polo, the wind has certainly picked up here, so could change things up dramatically in terms of how things go for these first couple of race meetings. The category so far that we've seen on track is Volkswagen Rookie Cup. That was won by Divyan Naidu, and now we're looking forward to the Polo Cup. This is where those Rookie Cup drivers are looking to go and extend their motorsport careers into. This is the stepping stone. So once you've gone through Rookie Cup, you make your way into Polo Cup. And from there, as we've seen with a multiple of motorsport Polo Cup champions in the past, the world is your oyster. If you look at even this weekend, there's a couple of our former Polo Cup champions in duty on international side of things at the Nürburgring, at German touring cars, and of course in the endurance championships and GT3 SAES championships, and of course even on the World Endurance Championship side of things as well. There is awesome opportunities for youngsters through this class that have shown prowess, and definitely looking forward to seeing how some of these youngsters, once they've won championships in this category, are going to make their way to the front end of what is going to be arguably South Africa's longest standing sponsorship in terms of motorsport, going into their 28th year as a single make formula. Next season we're into 27 years this time, and of course having been involved with a whole bunch of very epic brands in those 27 years of racing. Great to have Astron Energy joining us once again as the naming rights sponsor and bringing a fuel sponsor back into South African motorsport for a long time. So a big welcome to them, and of course hopefully they're going to enjoy all the action here at Volkswagen's home circuit in their particular class. If we look at how things lined up from a qualifying point of view, it was Jason Newsmore ahead of Nathan Victor, Rory Atkinson, Hannes Schippers, Roshan Goodman and Tyler Robinson, who were quickest in qualifying. But then, of course, they do the Super Pole, and in Super Pole, Jason Newsmore was able to put in an 11.5 in to take the pole position, and that extra point that's available because of that, ahead of Nathan Victor. Hannes Schippers stayed in third. Tyler Robinson moved up slightly. She went to fourth place, beating out her teammate Roshan Goodman from Team Red. Unfortunately, though, Rory Atkinson had a problem in qualifying, and even though he was classified as sixth quickest, he will not be in the race at all, and had to retire his car yesterday afternoon and withdraw from the race proceedings for the Haupt Motorsport team. So unfortunately he's not here, which means it leaves an open space on the grid, and that will give an opportunity possibly to Ethan Kutsia and Jean-Andre Marais, the local man, a chance to possibly get up there in the Cerbex and Team Red racing car of the local man Jean-Andre Marais. Behind them, it's Wayne Masters. He leads out the Masters category. He was just slightly quicker than John Kruger. In amongst those two, of course, we saw Carl Visser, but Carl Visser will, of course, move up into the Cup class with Mo Karodia, Nirav Singh in the Kyle Army Exhaust Polo, and we'll also see a move from Charles Smallberger, and that's all. Those two will move up into the Cup class. So Masters will be led out by Wayne Masters, John Kruger, then Derek Smallberger, Luigi Ferro in the the ESS cars, and then of course it will be Mike Barbaglia, Elna Cruiser and Christel at the back in the Puma car. There's 2 starts here. You'll see a set of lights on for the Cup class, and about 10 seconds later there'll be a second set of lights for the Masters category. So there are 2 starts here for this category, and the Cup class now being told to watch for the lights as we're under starters orders. 5-second board is up. It's up to Jason Usmore to get off the line. He does nicely. He is followed very closely there by Hannes Schippers as they head down towards turn 1, and the doctor from Dainfern, our resident dentist, is in the mix and looking to pick his way through there if he can, pun intended. Great start from John Kruger. He gets off the line nicely, leaves Wayne Masters slightly into turn number 1, and into turn 1 Jason Usmore gets the whole shot. He's got the inside line, but he's got Nathan Victor trying to hang on to that outside line because the second S will bring him into the inside, and he's done that perfectly. So just squeezing through there. Has he been able to hang on to it? No. Loosemore hangs on to the outside line out of the second S and cements first place. It took him 3 corners to get there, but he eventually got into the lead. So Jason Loosemore, Nathan Victor resume the battle that's happened literally since the beginning of this championship in 2024. Each of them have had 1 victory apiece at every single round we've been to, bar Swartkorps, where Jason took 2 because of the 3-race format that we had at Swartkorps at round 3. So Jason Usmore with a bit of an advantage, and of course that advantage was extended slightly yesterday after he got the super pole and pole position additional point. Elna Cruiser comes through. She's moved to the back of the pack of the Masters category, just behind Christel. Christel trying to close in on Barbaglia. And a nice start there from Mike Barbaglia, just behind the 2 other Masters category cars there of Wayne Masters and Luigi Ferro. Out front, it looks like, is that Derek Smallberger? Yes, it is. Derek Smallberger has hit the front. The Alpha ESS machines there are coming through of Masters and Luigi Ferro for 3 and 4, but the Habot Oils and Lubricants car and Team Red Racing, John Kruger in second. Tyler Robinson up ahead of Ethan Kutsia. Little maneuver coming through there as well from Roshan Goodman. Goodman on the inside of Jean-Andre Marais as they come into the SS. Looks like he might have just snuck through. We'll keep an eye on the background. No, Ethan keeps him at bay. Ethan just hanging on to the back end, and you can see just missing out on that in the background. The cameraman just missed that shot, but there they come, heading through hanger sweep now. Side by side, Jean-Andre Marais side by side there with Ethan Kutsia. Marais on the inside though, he'll know the inside line is the perfect position to be in to get through into the hairpin, and joining him is Mo Karodia. Mo Karodia trying to find a way through there, and here comes Nirav Singh as well. Wow, Nirav Singh, one of the best performances we've seen out of him there in the Kyle Army exhaust car, just squeezing through and onto the back end of Charles Smallberger. Charles Smallberger's got a lot of experience in those cars. For Nirav to run with him just shows you that he's turned his luck around and he's slowly but surely getting to grips with Polo Cup. It's his first season in Polo Cup, so this is only his, 2, 4, 6, 7 races he's had. 7 races in, that's an impressive bit of driving to stay with Charles Smallberger after 7 races. Here into your 8th race, you're in the mix and you're in the pack. Further back, Mike Barbaglia being closed down. He goes to push to pass. You'll see the hazard lights come on as they go to a push to pass mechanism. For those of you who have never watched Polo Cup, it's basically the same as, or similar to, the DLR system of an F1 car. Gives you a couple more horsepower to play with, which allows you either to make an overtaking maneuver on the straight or to close a gap down onto the car you're trying to catch in front of you. So when you see those hazard lights come on, you will see that they're using that additional bit of power that's available through the electronic systems that these cars run. And it just gives that little bit extra push to try and get through. Speaking of getting through, Masters is up to second. He's ahead of Kruger. So it's Smallberger, Masters, and Kruger, your top 3 in the Masters category. Behind them, Luigi Ferro in the second of the Alpha ESS cars, who's having a fantastic run there. The solar cars are super, super quick in the hands of Wayne Masters and Luigi Ferro. They've pulled slightly on the pay bar car there of Mike Barbaglia. And then behind them, as I said, it is Christel and Elna Cruiser. That is how the Masters class is at this stage. They head up towards Dunlop Corner now. So Dunlop Corner, of course, these cars are shod with Dunlop tyres. There's not many categories in this country that aren't at this stage. The team from ATS and Dunlop South Africa have done an amazing job to kind of monopolize motorsport in this country. They've got all the tyres in almost every single category covered and doing a super job for their brand. There is no doubt about it. Speaking of doing a super job, while we're watching the battle unfold here, out front, it's Loosemore. He's got Nathan Victor behind him. They've dropped slightly on Kyle Fisser, who's in 3rd place at this stage, ahead of Roshan Goodman. Then, as I said, the doctor ahead of Tyler Robinson. She's kind of all on her own, although she's closed the gap down slightly there on Dr. Hannes Schippers. But the battle we're watching for is Jean-Andre. Look at that. Jean-Andre Marais is at the front of that second pack. He's ahead now of Ethan Kutsia, who's ahead of Mo Karodia. Those two were former teammates, and of course now fighting for different stables. Mo Karodia, of course, in the Lee Thompson Racing stable, and behind him is JRT's Ethan Coetzee. And the two of them have some epic battles in the past. Charles Smallberger not too far off the back end of that. Keep an eye on his progress. Inside line coming out of Goodman. Oh, what a bit of driving there. Roshan Goodman, the Mzansi Motorsport man, dives up the inside for the third of the Team Red cars. In fact, he's second on the road. And second on the road, he's about to become third on the road to get through on Volkswagen Motorsport's Kyle Visser. So an epic dice here. And does he make it stick into turn one? Yes, he does. But Kyle Visser hangs on to the outside line, knowing that going into the S's, or doesn't he? No, he tucks in behind. Tries to cut back on the inside of the S's. He's going to have a look there. He's certainly going to have a look into the S's there. Does he make it stick? No, Roshan hangs on. So Goodman hangs on. He makes his way up into third place. That's the best finish so far. Well, it's the first time we've seen Roshan Goodman into the top three in a race. So Roshan Goodman has turned his luck around. He is certainly getting to grips with this Team Red Racing and Mzansi Motorsport machine of his. And now hangs on. The Protea Day Spa might need a visit after this. He's going to probably need it. Oh, especially if he's not rubbing like that. You don't get massages like that at the Protea Spa there, do you, Roshan? As they go into Chevy Sweep. Visser giving him a good run for his money. VCSA right behind is Dr. Hannes Skippers and Tyler Robinson, our lady driver there in the... she had a look on the inside of the dock. And running wide is Roshan. Oh, Goodman gets it a little bit too hot into Dunlop and runs off the circuit. That's such a pity there. Roshan Goodman just going in too hot out of the breaking point of Dunlop Corner and runs off the circuit completely. He's dropped down into 11th place. So a lot of hard work to get him up into the top three. He knows he's got the pace to be there. And he just caught himself out into the final corner at Dunlop and ran wide. And it's dropped him from third place down to 11th. Wow, what a big move there from Roshan, and a costly one in the end. Battles continue there. You can see Mo Karodia now trying to put the pressure on, trying to find a way back through there. As you can see, a couple of cars have changed positions. The Doctor in the house looking for a way through there on Kyle Visser. Visser keeps him at bay for now. Gendre's got away from the two of them due to the fact that some of them had to get onto the brakes when Roshan went off the circuit, just to be cautious as they went into Dunlop. Gendre Marais putting a wheel on the dirt and followed closely by the looks of things by Ethan Coetzee, who was right on his tail following his line. Jason Newsmore continuing to lead out comfortably at the moment, ahead of Nathan Victor in the Summit Racing and Floor Store on Trend machine. So a little bit of work to be done there, I think, possibly in the interim between race 1 and race 2 for that team. The Summit Racing team have got to try and find something a little bit more to give Nathan a bit more of a chance at this stage. A 12-1-1, a triple-1, in fact, a 12-triple-1 there from Jason Newsmore, fastest lap of the race being set there on his last pass, and of course he's now 1.3 seconds up the road from Nathan Victor. Kyle Visser in third. A little bit of breathing room there, but Dr. Hannes Visser is certainly, Dr. Hannes Skippers I should say, is certainly looking to try and keep him well within an honest run to the line. Speaking of honest runs to the line, well, Derek Smallberg is not going to have an honest one because Masters is all over him. And he's keeping him exceptionally honest as they go into the S's. So the Masters battle for first and second starting to heat up as well. It's for 11 and 12th place on the road. Of course, first and second in the Masters. Now go into this little fight as they head up towards the hairpin. You can see the OMP and a Sabertech car just slowing things down slightly there to keep that Alpha ESS, the Alpha ESS machine of Wayne Masters. Prepared by, of course, Performance Masters. Him and Luigi Ferro's cars are both prepped out of that stable. But Derek Smallberger is the man to beat in the Masters at the moment. And John Kruger for Habot and Team Red Racing is waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between the top two there in the Masters category. Bit wide from Derek as he came out of Dunlop. That might give a slightly bit of drive there to Wayne Masters on this pass. They got 3 to go as they cross the line. 7 done. The line, Christel also been closed down by Elmer Cruiser there for the final standings in the Masters class. So it's a good run here from our Astron Energy Polo Cup on the home track of Volkswagen Motorsport. And I know they've got a big contingent upstairs as well of VIPs out of Astron Energy who are being entertained here this weekend as well. Not only on the track action, but upstairs in the VIPs too. Great to have them all here, and of course fantastic to have them on board. Once again, a fuel sponsor behind motorsport in South Africa is huge, particularly in the life and times that we are here in South Africa, and if you look at race fuel and normal road fuel that these guys run, of course the road fuel that these guys run in these cars, it's always awesome to have a little bit of subsidy to help you out in terms of your race fuel for the weekend. Tyler Robinson has been closed down by a teammate. Look at that, Gendre Marais is putting huge pressure, but he's got his own pressure coming from Ethan Coetzee, who comes alongside him. Coetzee and Gendre now side by side. Who's going to push the pass there? If somebody's going to push the pass, they need to use it there, because that advantage could be gained there by Ethan Coetzee on the inside line. He set himself up for turn 1. Hannes has a look as well. Doc's just trying to squeeze out Carl Visser into turn 1. Watch in the background. Does Gendre hang on? Yes. Later of the two breakers there was Gendre Marais to keep Ethan Coetzee behind him. Sure, what a start. And what a way to wrap things up here. We've got 2.5 laps to go and action all over the circuit. Roshan trying to make up that ground. Has he got into the top 10? Yes, he has. He's found a way through there on Nirav Singh in the Kyle Army exhaust car. So making up one place there after that mistake into Dunlop. Tyler, Gendre, Ethan. Charles Smallberger is through on Mocha Rodeo, so the Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport car dropping behind that Sabertech machine of Charles Smallberger. Flicking through Chevy Sweep and up towards the final corner at Dunlop. At this stage, looks like it's going to be a maneuver coming from Hannes. He's going to have a go, I'm sure, on Carl Visser. Ethan had to have a go. I was expecting that into the final corner. Goes side by side with Gendre. This time he's got slightly better drive. Can he outbrake Gendre Marais into turn 1? He wasn't able to do it on the last one. And as they start their final lap, it's Gendre Marais side by side with Ethan Coetzee heading towards turn 1. Side by side action expected. That's car 2 on the circuit at the moment. That is, of course, Nathan Victor, Summit Racing Polo. Then you've got Hannes. Oh, Skipper's had a look, but he couldn't quite get through there on Visser. Carl Visser kept him at bay. Looks like Carl's going to hang on for third place, but Visser's going to give him a run to the line. I don't think Skippers is going to give up without a fight. Gendre has been outgunned. You can see just through that foreground shot, Gendre is up ahead now. Or in fact, is behind, I should say, of Ethan Coetzee. Whoa, sideways from Visser. Puts a wheel on the dirt. Skippers looking to pounce after that mistake. Might have compromised his drive slightly. Can he ever go into the final corner? We'll wait and see. Maybe there's a dash to the line. Checkered flag on standby. We'll be waiting for Jason Loosemore to take that checkered flag. But we're just watching these guys head up towards the final corner. Loosemore comes out of that final corner. The Renegade Racing SFA and Team Red Universal Motorsport machine of Jason Loosemore is going to take another victory. That is now going to be 3 in a row for Jason Loosemore as he comes across the line. And that is a fantastic effort from his closest rival, Nathan Victor, for second. Across the line, Carl Visser beats out Hannes Skippers and hangs on only just. We wait for the Masters. Is there a change up at the front end? Looks like there might be. Has Wayne Masters got through? Yes, he has. Wayne Masters in the Alpha ESS cars got through and found a way past in the closing stages to get ahead of Derek Smallberger and John Kruger for the Masters side. Wow, what a finish. One of the Team Red cars there slowing up right in the closing stages. I think that might have been Roshan Goodman as they came across the line, but let's have a look at that. Unofficially, Jason Loosemore, Nathan Victor, Carl Visser, Hannes Skippers, Tyler Robinson, Ethan Coetzee, your top 6. They will be on the podium if they had to finish up on an official podium. Of course, after race 1, they run all the way down to 6th place on the Polo Cup podium. And then behind that, Gendre Marais, the local man, just not able to get into that top 6. He was hunting for it. He wanted it badly, but unfortunately was beaten by Ethan Coetzee in the last 2 attempts there on the last 2 laps. They beat out Charles Smallberger and Mo Karodia. Nirav Singh, the top 10. First time out there for Nirav in the top 10. 11th place was, of course, the first of the Masters. That was Wayne Masters. It was Roshan Goodman that we saw come across the line there, just in amongst those Master category drivers. Finishing up eventually down in 11th place overall for the Cup class, but it'll be 12th place on the road. He beat out, well, he didn't beat out anybody else because unfortunately he was the last of the Cup class category cars. And then it was Masters from Smallberger, John Kruger, Luigi Ferro, Mike Babaglia, Alna Cruiser, and Chris Dell, who made up the 7 cars racing for the Masters side. So that is our first heat of Astron Energy Polo Cup, and they'll roll back into the Park Vermeer area, and we will be standing by for more action on circuit here from round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Aldo Scribante circuit. We're in the friendly city. We're in the awesome city, of course, of Gqeberha here in the Eastern Cape. And up next is the InvestChem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents. Our single-seater action, first race of the day, coming out for epic 12 laps of race action in a few moments' time. So as the cars roll out for their first heat of the InvestChem Formula 1600s, it's the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport that's up for grabs here. Let's go and catch up with some of our top contenders and see what their plans are for this weekend.
Zola, I see a lot of work going on your car. How's it going this weekend?
Not too bad. It's going okay. Just learning the track, learning the gears and everything.
Setup quite important here though, of the car.
Yeah, yes it is. Very important.
What are the mechanics actually doing right there?
They're just changing the tires because I had old tires on and they're just fixing something with the brake pads. Yeah.
So who do you think tomorrow is going to be your main opposition?
Myself, because I'm just learning. I'm still learning.
Renzo Ribeiro, looking back at Swartkorps, all the way at the start, you guys only went a couple hundred meters, and then you had a bit of a coming together with you and Holtzhausen. How did that work out in the end?
Not great. He didn't finish his race, but we didn't finish too bad. I think we got up 1 or 2 positions by the end of it, and yeah, so a little bit of damage on the car. It slowed us down a little bit, but other than that...
Always a bit tricky at the start with these cars, eh?
Yeah, no, it definitely is a bit tricky. Everyone's trying to get as far ahead as they can, you know.
Now here at Aldo, start all important, qualifying all important. How's it been going for you?
It's been going alright. We had a few issues now. One of the ball joints has come out and everything's been a bit funky, but we found quite a lot of the stuff wrong. We're going to try fix it and try getting it better than we've been doing. So.
And the Scribante track for you, how do you like it?
I really enjoy it. It's probably one of my favorite tracks that we've done this season so far. Yeah, very...
Couple of good overtaking places.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm very excited for it.
Well, good luck and give it hell, eh?
Thank you. I'm going to try my best.
So the biggest question I'm going to ask as we come to the grid there is where is Jagger Robertson? I don't see him on the grid at all, and of course he's been the most dominant factor in this series since the start of the season and has not made it onto the start line. He was only second quickest yesterday, so there must have been some kind of an issue on his car. It was only to the tune of 0.064 of a second behind Casey Ensel-Smith, who is the man on pole position there, as you can see. And he'll be looking to try and come through there for the Africa Heating and InvestChem team. But it is a big concern not to see Jagger Robertson on the line. So I'm not quite sure what's gone down there. And I'm going to try and send a message to Kelly Gregory from Formula Ford and from the Formula 1600 category to find out what happened with Jagger, because he's not on the grid at all. And that is a huge, huge concern for this championship. Although he has got a massive advantage in the championship because he's basically taken all the victories. But as they head down towards turn 1, Casey Ensel-Smith has got the drop, and he's going to try and hang on to the lead of this InvestChem Formula 1600 with his arch rival not even in pit lane. So I was looking to see if he was maybe at the end of pit lane, starting from pit lane, and something must have gone wrong dramatically there on Jagger's car. So the Juggernaut is about to be stopped for the first time. The Juggernaut, that is. That is Jagger Robertson here in InvestChem Formula 1600s. He was in second in qualifying. He is supposed to be on the front row of the grid, but he was nowhere to be seen. And Mikel Besaidnout in third and Jason Gqeberha are now going to try and capitalize on the fact that Jagger is not there. Still looking back at turn 1 and looking into the pit lane, I do not see the Liqui Moly and Pretoria North Toyota Sparko car coming onto track at all. So we've definitely got a serious car missing from the front end of this battle at the start of Heat 1 of the Formula Fords and Formula 1600s all combined. Jason Gqeberha is up in the second place. Mikel Besaidnout down to third and up into fourth there. Looks like it's a good start from Siyabonga Munkankwana. Munkankwana and Karabo Malamela going to be trying to fix things up in terms of that little fight as they come across the line to complete lap number 1. We'll keep an eye out on that and see what's happening with Shrin Naidu in the mix with them as well. Mikel Besaidnout dropped back slightly and he's now diving on the inside of Shrin to try and make up the ground that he lost on that first lap. As a look into turn 1, just not able to make it stick though. Behind that is, of course, Storm Lanphier, Renzo Ribeiro and Ewan Holtzhausen, the two cars that we just chatted about in the pre-race interviews after that big incident in race 1, turn 1 at Swartkorps only a couple of weekends ago. Running off the track there, slightly putting a wheel on the dirt is Casey Ensel-Smith as he hangs on for a potential first victory of 2024. You've seen Jason Kutsia at the front end. He took a victory in Cape Town. And we're now looking to see whether or not somebody else can take that top step and take a victory for this season. Mercedes Note in third on the grid, but he's dropped right back down into 6th place overall, behind Munkakwana, behind Karabo Malamela, and behind Srin Naidu. So Srin Naidu now having to try and find a way through there, possibly on Siyabonga Munkakwana if he wants to go slightly higher up. Complete lap 2 and 10 to go. KC's the man to beat. Find out exactly what happened there while we're chatting and watching the race action. Cool thing about doing interactive commentary like we've done. Oh, Mercedes Note off the circuit there. The Huawei car just running ever so slightly wide. Let me see if I can send a quick message down to his dad to find out exactly what went wrong there. I'm not quite sure what's going down there. That's not the way we want it. Yeah, that's for sure. So, Justin Robinson, you're about to get a message to find out what's gone down. Into this first third of the race being completed, and Casey Insel-Smith certainly pushing hard to capitalize on the fact that Jag is not there. Definitely some chopping and changing happening in the mid-pack though. As you can see, Karabo Malamela has closed the gap onto the back end of second place Jason Kutsia, putting the pressure onto him. Siyabonga Munkakwana pulling away now from Naidu and Storm Lanfear. They go into the right-hander. Very fast little right-hand into the S's for the first time. Out of the S's they come. It's a slightly downhill left-hand kind of kink in the road. It's not really a sweep because the next corner to the right is a huge sweep and one of the fastest in the country. Never mind the fastest. It is the fastest here at Aldo. Always a tough corner to get right there. Just hanger towards the hip and they go all the way down into first gear, then second gear, third gear through Chevy Sweep, fourth gear on the exit of Chevy Sweep heading up towards Dunlop. Renzo in the Metal U Spares car under pressure from that Safair car. The battle resuming there between those two that we saw come to blows in turn 1 at Swartkops. If you watched the start of this in the interviews, you would have seen the results of those two cars coming together at Swartkops. Big moments from those two drivers. Renzo was able to get back on track and fortunately was able to still finish up the 2 heats of the day. Ewan Holzhausen only managed to finish the 1 after the damage on his car. Further back, also just picking up on Nzalo Corzo. We spoke to him. He was saying that it's still a big learning curve for Nzalo in these cars, having to step up from karting into a single-seater. Not always an easy thing to jump into a very fast single-seater like these Formula 1600s are. Take nothing away from the young man. He's certainly holding his own. Slowly but surely getting better and better every time he climbs behind the wheel. Further back from that as well. Just keep an eye out on that battle between Graham Hepburn, Rick Morris and Alan Mayer. That's for the Formula Ford Kent category. They are a part and parcel of this weekend's event. And part of that event, of course, shows the amount of support that the InvestChem team, and particularly Ian Schofield, gives to not only this category, but also to all of the categories involved. It's a big factor in South African touring cars, and of course he does a huge amount of work with a couple of serious contenders to the classic car and King of the Hill that happens at Simola. And speaking of King of the Hill, remember next weekend at Swartkops we've got top of the hill classic cars and vintage cars for the very first time in their Time Attack Hill Climb event at the Swartkops International World of Motoring. I'd like to see a couple of these drivers not only participating next weekend but potentially at the end of the year at the big top of the hill shootout that's going to be happening. Some of these cars may be involved, and if Ian Schofield brings a couple along for the ride, we may see a couple of them involved in the single-seater class for that category and that event as well. Into the right-hander out of Dunlop, and a big sweep there. Change up our line for Karabo. That might be perfect timing there for Malamela to get through on Jason Kutsia. We'll watch them down towards turn 1. Here come the Kent category cars. Hepburn, looks like Morris. And no, that's Foss. Foss just behind. In fact, I think he might have just been beaten at the last couple of laps there by Alan Mayer, who's got through on Duncan Foss. So Duncan Foss and Alan Mayer fighting hard for what is 4th place on the road there for the Kent class. We'll keep an eye and see whether or not they're able to change up these two as they come out of Dunlop. Top two just ahead of them, still Graham Hepburn ahead of Rick Morris. Karaba got through, and with Karaba getting through, it's allowed Siyabonga Mongakwana to close the gap now on Jason Kutsia. So Kutsia just being outgunned there by Karaba Malamela as they went into turn one. Further back from that, chopping and changing as well there between Holzhausen, Mikael Besaidenout and Renzo Ribeiro. Ewan Holzhausen's got to the front of that fight. He hangs on ahead of Besaidenout, and Ribeiro's dropped to the back of that pack. 7 down, 5 to go. Heading towards turn one. We see a chance here for maybe Siyabonga Mongakwana to get through. These cars are not easy to slipstream from, but if you get the drive out of the final corner like Malamela was able to do, is not really an answer for Jason Kutsia. Coachworks car, they're in third place now, hunting down Karaba Malamela. So Malamela heads down towards Chevy Sweep in second place. Casey's disappeared. He's got almost 4.5 seconds up the road. So Casey Enzo Smith making hay while the sun shines here in Gqeberha. Jagger Robertson, as I said, not around, and I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there. I have sent a message down to Justin, his dad, but I've got no response just yet as to what went wrong with that car. Hopefully we'll get some information before the end of this one as to what the issue was with Jagger. So it's Enzo Smith leading out the Formula 1600s. It's Graham Hepburn, that man in shot, who leads out the Formula Ford Kent class, and he's got quite a big margin over Rick Morris. There is Rick, car 24. Very easy to pick up with that helmet design of his. His son Steve Morris used to run the similar design to Dad Rick. And of course, if you've been watching single-seaters in South Africa, Rick Morris of course comes from the UK. He flies in every single time to come and do some racing here with the Formula Ford Kent class, courtesy of his good friend Ian Schofield. And of course also a chance for him to come and show that South Africa's also got some great talent amongst single-seaters. He's also synonymous with helping Ian get South African drivers involved in all of the Formula Ford festivals that happen in the UK, and a lot of these drivers would have had a chance to go and participate in that those classes and events overseas due to that nice contact. And to take that thing away, if you've never heard the name Rick Morris before, I can tell you right now, I'm sure you've all heard the name Ayrton Senna, and at one point in Rick Morris's career, on a few occasions, he beat the late great Ayrton Senna in a Formula Ford. So it just shows you the kind of heritage that man has in the Investchem Chemical Logistics car. Certainly knows what to do in a Formula Ford, that is for sure. Right now though, unfortunately he's dropped back slightly, and it looks like that car might just have a little issue. It's the old Donny Lamola car that he's in there, and he's now sitting in third place because Foss has moved his way up ahead of Rick Morris and made him drop down into third place on the road. And he could possibly even lose it as well to Alan Mayer, who's closing him down. Back to the front end. We just saw Casey's car go through Dunlop. There goes Malamela. And this is the third place battle with Jason Kutsia under big pressure. That's exactly what Siyabonga needs to do. Try and get the cutback coming out of the final corner, and now go for the run down towards turn one. Kutsia sees that happening, comes across almost instantaneously, and holds on to that inside line. He's not going to give that up. He's going to make Siyabonga Mongakwana go around the outside, or possibly have to do a late cutback to get on the inside into the S's. Kutsia knows exactly how to place that car. And this time keeps out Mongakwana, but he's got one more chance to try that similar maneuver, or a similar maneuver to what we just saw there on Jason Kutsia. But Kutsia at that time saw him coming and went defensive very early. Jason possibly learning from the last time. Once Karaba got through on him, he wasn't going to do the same there and allow Sia to pull a similar maneuver. Possibly even watch Shrin come through on him as well, because Shrin is not too far behind. So they're coming into Dunlop for the last time, about to start their final lap. Casey's gone. Karaba goes across the line. Here comes third place, and it's still Jason Gqeberha with Mongogwana right on his tail. Let's see where the Sia pulls out. They've got some back markers to negotiate as Casey's now in amongst the second and third place fight for Formula Ford Kents. He's put himself between Duncan Foss and Rick Morris as they get onto the final lap. Will that slow him down slightly, maybe give Karaba a chance? Renzo still trying to close on the back end there of Jörn Holzhausen. Fighting for top 10 honours there, the two of them. They're currently 8th and 9th place, so just out of double digits. Graham Hepburn with his hand up. Oh, he's got a problem. So a little bit of issue there for the 5-7 car. No, it's not Graham, sorry, it's Alamar. I think Al just saying, listen, I see you coming, put your hand up, go past. I'll give you room to play. He doesn't have to worry too much. Rick Morris has got ahead and got back ahead of Foss. He's used the quicker cars to possibly catch Duncan Foss out. Checkered flag is about to come out in case Ensor Smith's going to get it. Ensor Smith for the win, he gets it. Comes across the line and beats out Karaba Malamela. Jason Gqeberha just hangs on and keeps Siabonga Monkagwana, Shrin Naidu and Storm Lanfear behind him. We're still going to wait for Hepburn and Morris to come, or Hepburn to come through. We've seen Morris go through there. He was in amongst the lap traffic for second place in the Formula Ford Kent category. And then it was Jörn Holzhausen, Renzo Ribeiro and Nzalo Koza who came through for the top 10. So that wraps up our first bit of action from our single-seaters. Our start to the day's proceedings from them. We'll see them a bit later on this afternoon as they get into Heat 2 later this afternoon. But right now we stand by for Gazoo Racing SA Cup. It's the 86 League, the Toyota Yaris, the Yaris Cup, and of course our media challenge in the Toyota Corollas out of GR Racing. They'll be on track shortly, and we'll be back with action here from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at Aldo Scribante. So there you can see exactly what's happening over the next couple of hours here at Aldo Scribante. We've had the first 4 races of the day. Up next is Gazoo Racing SA Cup Race 1. It's an 8-lap race for the 86 League Yaris Cup and Media Challenge. Then 12 laps of extreme supercars driven by Dunlop, a circuit cleanup. And it looks like, according to that, the revised, doesn't look like there's going to... Oh, okay, cool. We've still got the grid walk there at lunchtime. That'll be at about 12:40, and then starting in touring cars and Super Cup's first race of 10 laps before we get into the second heats of each of those classes. So that's how we're going to be looking at things for the next couple of hours here at Aldo Scribante for the Extreme Festival of Motorsports National Round 4 of 2024's Championship. Just waiting for cars to go out on circuit for Gazoo Racing SA Cup, and then we'll catch up with a couple of their drivers into their first heat of today. So as the Gqeberha Racing SA Cup make their way onto the circuit, driven by Netstar, let's catch up with a couple of their drivers.
Jaco van der Merwe, what a privilege and an honour to be able to just come and race in this series, eh?
Oh yeah, you have no idea. That is the exact words. We try and make the most of it. I mean, just arrive and drive, and just the way everything works. And obviously, a lot of people have been in this sport for a long time, paying their own way, everything. And like you said, the privilege of just showing up. Cars are ready. We've got a fantastic pit crew there, and the camaraderie between the Oaks, and then obviously coming to see tracks like these where a lot of us haven't been on. It's just phenomenal.
And I do notice the guys are driving a lot harder than they did, for instance, last year.
Yeah, I think the competition is tough among us. Sean Nurse is running away a bit, but also obviously when you've got a guy going out at that pace, it's a case of catch up. And I think at the end of the day, that's beneficial for the rest of us trying to catch up to him, which we've been struggling to do and not really succeeded, but we'll keep on trying.
Ken Swartz driving in the 86 League. How's it going here in PE?
Yeah, I think it's going pretty good. I like this track. It's very fast, very flowing. It's very tricky in the sense that it's very abrasive, so you have to manage the tyres during practice.
Also, a lot more cars on the track now that you've got the other guys joining you.
Yeah, a lot more cars, but I think that makes it more fun.
And ideal lap time around here, how do you go about it? Is it about getting out of the corners, going in? What's your system?
It's mostly about carrying speed around here, carrying momentum into the corners.
And your opposition, who are you looking at the moment?
Well, we're all very even, so to be honest, I'm looking at everyone.
Yeah, Dave, they're not going to give away any secrets there that easily, I can tell you that much. I think one of these guys will be watching and saying, yo, what are these guys up to and who's who in the zoo? Well, if we look at the way qualifying went, it was actually Sean Nurse who was quickest for the Toyota Gqeberha Racing team, and of course driving out of Auto Trader. But as they line up on the grid, they put the 86s in front, and then the mix-up of the Yaris's and Corollas, depending on how they qualified. So that's how they'll be starting things out. Devon Scott, of course, is out there as well from the Toyota Gqeberha Racing Driving Academy, and he was actually second quickest, but the fastest of the Yaris brigade. So the Yaris Cup and Media Challenge were the top two cars in qualifying as of this morning. But of course they shuffled the grid around and they put Davy van der Merwe onto the pole position there, as you can see with the purple wing mirrors on his 86. He will be alongside an incredible drive from Zimbabwean, the man from Bulawayo there, Dylan Praji, who's made his way onto the second spot of the grid for the first time. Front row start for Dylan, and that's due to the fact, I've got to say, if you've been following him, and as a lot of people do when they get into these kind of classes and watch the Extreme Festival, you'll kind of find your favorite driver. And if he is one of your favorites, the man from Bulawayo had a fantastic outing last weekend at the John Love Race Day at the Bulawayo Falls Road Circuit, where he finished first in his saloon car class. He finished second in the 1 hour endurance, and he finished third in the 3 hour endurance there last weekend. So he's certainly got a little bit of confidence coming into this round, which has put him onto that front row alongside Davy van der Merwe. Behind them will be Nico Safiris, and then it'll be Sachaba Mashigo, the man, of course, who won the Media Challenge last year and has been gifted a chance to race in the 86 League with the development drivers from Gqeberha Racing this season. Behind them will be Ryan Nike and the man we chatted to there, Ken Swartz. And then if we look at the way things line up from the Media and Yaris point of view, as I said, Sean Nurse was quickest overall, ahead of Devon Scott. So they'll be the front row of the second part of the proceedings here for Gqeberha Racing SA Cup. And they are just ahead of Mario de Souza. Alex Shahini from Car Magazine, he's there in fourth place, ahead of Jaco van der Merwe, the man we chatted to there from the Citizen Motoring. He's ahead of Hannes Visser from Latville, Vanna Fenter and Kumbi Machakazi, I beg your pardon, Machakazi, and then Johan Sneyman just ahead of John Thompson and Bernie Halberg in the Corollas and Yaris's mixed up at the back there. Very similar lap times available to these cars, as you can see. We've got 11.5 out of Sean Nurse in the Corolla and 11.9 out of the Toyota Yaris of Devon Scott from the Gqeberha Racing Driver Academy. And of course, that Driver Academy has put most of the media challenges through their, of course, courses that they run there, and giving them a chance to get used to the power differential that's available to these cars. Looking at the front end, the 86s run a 4-cylinder boxer engine. It's a 2.4 naturally aspirated machine with an automatic paddle shift box. Puts out about 180 kilowatts. The Yaris's, just in the background there, are 200 kilowatt cars. They're 4-wheel drive and a 6-speed manual gearbox on those. It's a 3-cylinder 1.6 turbo that's underneath the hood of the Yaris. And in the Corollas, they also got a 1.6 3-cylinder, similar to what the Yaris's run. So the Corollas and Yaris's same engine, but they upgraded slightly, 221 kilowatts. And of course, it's about 12% more than the Yaris has available to it. Also 6-speed manual. And they've got the torque split, of course, of the GR4 all-wheel drive system that's there is available. Basically, these cars are the stock standard road cars that you can buy out of a Toyota dealership if you ever wanted to get one. And the reason why we've got the Yaris's in there is because the dealer guys wanted a chance to go and have some fun as well. So Toyota have said, right, let's put our dealers in with their GR Cup cars so they can sell our GR product in their dealerships. And that's exactly why they're there. Let's stand by now as we get going for the Yaris, Corollas, and first of all, 86 League on track for GR SA Cup, powered by and driven by Netstar. Heading down towards turn 1, Praji's on the outside. He's trying to find a way through there. He tucks in behind Darby van der Merwe as they head into turn 1. Looks like Sean Nurse might have got the drop there in terms of the media and Yaris dealer team Cup. As they head down towards turn 1, the 86 is already into the S's, led out by Darby. Kind of expect that. Darby van der Merwe with slightly more experience than most of the drivers behind him. But one of the reasons that Toyota put Darby van der Merwe in there is because of his experience. And what we find normally in motorsport, and it's in most categories of motorsport, is when a faster rider or driver comes into a category, it just ups the game for everybody else involved in that class, and they've got to try and find a way to close that gap down on the faster rider or driver. We saw it in the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup when Clint Seller joined the party. Everybody behind him all of a sudden getting to grips, and whoa, in the background, someone out of shape. That looked like a big maneuver from one of the Yaris's. I would say possibly Johan Sneeman, who's out of shape there, just trying to pick up on a number there. The 66 car out of shape, and let's see if I was right, or was it the 55 car maybe? 66, he was out of shape there. Somebody completely getting it wrong in the background. So it didn't quite work out there for that Yaris, that is for sure. But anyway, we'll try and work out who that was. I didn't quite see who it was in terms of that. I was watching the timing on it. I just saw him spin out in the background. Oh, and a spinner onto the main straight as well. So a couple of guys just not getting to grips with the start of this race at all amongst the Yaris's and Corollas. So dealers and drivers from the Driving Academy, our media boys and girls, are having some fun and games here in the start of race 1 of Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. Out front, it's Darby van der Merwe who puts the drive on and gets away from the rest of the pack. Dylan Praji's behind him for second. They've left the gap now to Nico Safiris. Safiris being closed down by Sechaba Mashigo. He's got Ken Swartz on his tail and Ryan Naka not too far behind that. Then the rest of the media and dealer team guys heading to the hairpin. That used to be known as Toyota hairpin, of course, but now, of course, just the hairpin up at turn number 5. Bit of chopping and changing. Are we expecting Sechaba Mashigo tries to get on the acceleration earlier than the man out in front of him, Nico Safiris. He once passed on Safiris. 1 down. In fact, that's 2 down now and 6 laps to go of the 8. Darby van der Merwe not pulling away as much as what I thought he would. Only 1.094 seconds ahead of Dylan Praji. So the man from Zimbabwe is holding his own here in PE. Coming off, as I said, a fantastic race weekend last weekend in Bulawayo. And podiuming every single race he was involved in at the John Love Race Day at the Falls Road Circuit in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. So that has certainly brought him with a lot of confidence into this round. And it's the reason why he's able to stay ahead of Nico Safiris and Sechaba Mashigo. Not quite on the same pace as Darby, though, just yet. Neither are all of these guys. We saw Sechaba get up close and personal in the previous round. Have a look at this for up close and personal. Jaco van der Merwe now under a bit of pressure from Hannes Visser. The Latvian man trying to find a way through there on the man from the Citizen. It's Auto Trader out front. Devon Scott is in second place from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Driving Academy. He's there in second. Paul DeFoss right there with him as well. Two driving academy boys putting on the pressure onto Sean Nurse, trying to close the gap down on Nurse there from Auto Trader. The two of them are slowly but surely being closed in by Mario D'Souza. Mario D'Souza pulling away ever so slightly now. And Shahini in the mix as well for Car Magazine. Kumbi on cars, not too far behind that. Van Afenta fighting there with Visser and Kumbi. So Mchikazi having a super run there in his little Corolla patch. GR Cup cars, of course, all running the GR colours that Toyota's become synonymous with around the world in the motorsport events they're involved in. Just take into account, I mention it every time, but it's certainly worth mentioning, every class that Gazoo Racing has found a home in, whether it be Le Mans, World Rally Championship, off-road trucks, Dakar, touring cars, here in the GR Cup, and here in South Africa, of course, with the touring cars and the Super Cup class that they've got competitors racing under GR colours, they have had success in. So it's certainly a brand that is becoming synonymous around the world with success for the Toyota brand. And with that GR brand is now becoming sort of what the old TRD brand used to be, the Toyota Racing Developments brand that used to bring out the slightly quicker and modified cars available to the general public. And that's, of course, exactly one of the reasons why Toyota have brought in their dealer team challenge into the Yaris Cup as well, showing that the GR brand is available and can be driven on a racetrack. And usually what wins on Saturday or Sunday sells on Monday. It's the old adage. Hopefully it's working with the PR and the machine behind this particular outing for Toyota and the GR brand. Darby van der Merwe leading comfortably. Sean Nurse doing the same thing there with the green livery on the sideline there for Auto Trader for the media challenge. Here's a dive on the inside, and oh yes, forcing Prodigy wide. Dylan just under pressure there. And Nico Zafiris putting that pressure on and slots through. So Dylan Prodigy caught out heading into the hairpin. Nico Zafiris applying the pressure and cementing that maneuver as he came through the old Toyota hairpin at the top end of the circuit. Can Prodigy come back at him? He's going to have to certainly try hard now as they're getting into the closing stages. We are 4 down, about to be 5 down. 3 to go. Media boys now all amongst each other. Look at that. It's a media train heading up the hill. Kumbi getting through, sneaking up one position. Late dive from Visser. Inside and finds a way through there on Van Afenta. Fenta being demoted down one position there. So there you can see just how evenly matched those Yaris's and Corollas are. Power to weight ratio of those cars might be slightly different. I think the Yaris's might be slightly lighter, but of course with 21 kilowatts more power, the Corolla should have the ability down the straightaway. Didn't quite see it there as that drive out of the final corner from Van Afenta kept him ahead of Hannes Visser. Visser tucked in behind him there with the tail of Shahini, Van der Merwe, Kumbi Mchikazi and Bernie Halberg. Not too far behind that. Here comes Prodigy back at Zafiris. Still now trying to look on the inside. Can he find a way through into Dunlop? He has a look. Puts a wheel up the inside. Not close enough to try and make it stick, but he's going to try and force a mover through. Try and find a way past there on the man in second place that snuck up on him only a lap and a half ago. 2 to go. So penultimate lap here for GR Cup, driven by Netstar. Dunlop tyres on all of these cars as well. Massive support from the Toyota brand behind this category. The development drivers up front putting on a show of note. Prodigy trying to come back at Zafiris now to see if he can get back onto the second step of the podium. He's on the podium. Certainly going to be a great drive here if he gets up onto that podium. Keeping out Ken Swartz, Chaba Mashigo and Ryan Naka. Mashigo the head of that second pack of 86s. Sean Nurse comfortable in the front end of the media challenge. Devon Scott and Paul DeFoss comfortable in the Yaris's for first and second there for the Yaris Cup. Ooh, bit of late maneuvering coming from the back end. Here we go. Big dive on the inside from Nika. Ryan Nika getting through on Ken Swartz. Ken Swartz trying to come back at him. Tries to fend him off down into the Chevy hairpin. But the 9-3 car just hangs on there, and Nika secures one higher step there in the overall standings. Darby van der Merwe has got the win. Second place still up for grabs, but I think Dylan is going to have to settle for third. The flag will be out, and Davy van der Merwe is going to get the win ahead of Nico Zaveris. If they can hang on for one more lap. 1 to go now. Zaveris is under pressure from Praji. Praji wants back. Dylan goes on the inside into turn 1. Has a look. Not quite able to make it stick there. Nico was just slightly later on the brakes and manages to sweep through turn 1, still in second place. So the second place fight is certainly on. There's no doubt about it there. Sean Nurse slowly but surely closing onto the back end of Ken Swartz. Swartz looks like he might have a bit of a problem there. Or was that Sachaba? I think that might be Sachaba actually. That might be Sachaba Mashigo at the back. I'm just waiting to see that, get confirmation of it. There go the first 3. Under braking, that is definitely Sachaba. Sachaba dropping to the back end of the field there, and some problems there for Sachaba Mashigo. Sean Nurse has gone through on him. So rolling around and allowing the other 2 cars of Devon Scott and Paul DeFoss to sneak through on him as Davy heads up towards Dunlop for the last time. Davy van der Merwe now coming out of the final corner. He's got about 1.2 seconds up the road. It's come down to about a second between him and second place Nico Zaveris, who hangs on to beat out Dylan Praji for the top 3 in the 86 League. Sean Nurse wins out the media challenge and the Corolla Hatch challenge, and then look at that, 1, 2, 3 behind him. Oh, that was brilliant stuff. Nice to see Devon Scott, Paul DeFoss and Mario D'Souza coming across the line for the top 3 there for our Yaris Cup. Second place, by the looks of it, is going to be Hannes Visser in the media challenge for Latvia. Yes, he is. And to the line, is it going to be... Oh, how close you want it. Alex Shahini just beating Jakob van der Merwe to the line. So Car Magazine wins out over the Citizen for third place in the Corolla media challenge there for GR Cup, driven by Netstar. So let's run through those top 3 in each category. It is Davy van der Merwe, Nico Zaveris and Dylan Praji, the top end of the 86 League. Sean Nurse beats out Hannes Visser and Alex Shahini for the media challenge. And then top 3 in the Yaris Cup was a good drive from Devon Scott, Paul DeFoss and Mario D'Souza. We'll be back shortly with action from the Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. So by the sounds of things, yeah, and by the looks of things, there you go. The Extreme Supercars making their way out to the circuit. They are driven by Dunlop. Let's find out what their top contenders have got in plan for today's racing.
Coming to PE, driving the McLaren for the first time. What a gorgeous car.
Yes, we just had G&H Transport do the 2 McLarens, and first time out, just shaking them down. Should be great.
How's it going out on the track?
Lovely. You got to learn how to drive them. Obviously, they're different to what I've been used to racing Porsches, but once you start getting confident, yeah, they're very nice.
And difficult to set up?
Yeah, they are a bit finicky, but if you just do the due process, you know, you get to learn them, and yeah, you get quicker and quicker.
And they produce good horsepower as well, so I suppose everything's just great.
I think we're at about 580, 600 horsepower. We're not getting too high. The gearboxes don't like too much torque through them, so we're just keeping them reasonable so they last.
It's great to have you here, and we hope you enjoy yourself.
Thanks very much.
Ricky, looks like you got a new set of wheels for this weekend.
Yeah, we've come out with the McLarens, a big change from the Lamborghinis. We switched over to GT3 McLarens, myself and Ann Blunden. So baptism of fire, I'll be dead honest. We've never driven GT3s before. We're gonna go try and give it our all, but they are faster than the Lambo, you know. I mean, I got a big thanks to G&H Transport, Isaac Spies, for sorting us out with the cars. But hey, we're looking forward to this, Dave. This is going to be something unreal, though. GT3 all the way.
Great, Rick. Hope you have fun, mate. Can I just give you some advice?
You can.
When you go down the straight, at the end of the straight, turn right.
I've tried a few times, Dave. I've missed once or twice, but I genuinely get it right down again.
So we stand by now for race 1 of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. As you heard there, both Ant Blunden and Ricky Giannacaro jumping into McLarens for the very first time for G&H Transport. Rick, of course, coming out of his very, very quick Lamborghini. And he's decided that maybe a British make and mark might be the way to go for the future. He started his career, of course, with the BMW M Performance Racing Series. He was involved with that for a long, long time, then took BMWs across to Extreme Supercars. They weren't quick enough. They bought Ferraris. They went from Ferraris to Lamborghinis. They had a couple of Porsches in there. Gianni, of course, is in his magnificent Nissan Skyline, but didn't qualify as good as what he wanted to, so we'll keep an eye on his progress through the pack as well. And we'll keep an eye as well on the progress of Jimbo. Yeah, I think that's what I heard, Paulie. Gianni might be in the Porsche, which of course is what I think was Ant Blunden's old car. They had a bit of an issue there with the Skyline R35, so maybe that's got to be still sorted out before he gets into the next round, which of course is in a month's time down the road here in East London for the East London Grand Prix circuit round of the Extreme Festival. So make sure you've got those dates. It's the final weekend of July that we head back down to the Eastern Cape and to the East London Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the National Extreme Festival. Incredibly, a big turn up for the books was the 56.8 that came out of Arnie Neveling this morning to put him on pole position for Bobcat Racing and Stradale Motorsport. So he's the man to watch out coming from the front row, ahead of Stuart White, who was the man to beat at every single round so far over the last couple of seasons and over the last couple of rounds of this championship. He's, of course, sitting in that magnificent Into Africa Mining, and that's the Lamborghini that is piloted by one of SA's finest motor drivers that we've ever seen. Remember, he spent a few seasons with Sauber F1 and was almost touted to join the F1 class after a couple of seasons there in their racing stable. So certainly knows what to do in a race car, particularly in a GT3 as well. He's a man to watch out for, but of course both him and Arnie are driving in the A+ category, along with Stuart's teammate just in the background there in the second of the Lamborghini, Zulile de Klerk. The GT3 class is led out by Jonathan Dutoy. That's the orange Lamborghini. And that Hurricane, of course, is certainly a very, very fast car. Keep an eye out on Charles Oranges. He's also stepped out of the Mercedes-Benz with one of the gear rods that work in that car. They couldn't get spares for it, unfortunately, in time for this race meeting. So he had to jump out of the Mercedes and into the spare Porsche, which is there, the one with the silver and black stripe through it. That's Charles Oranges. He's also running for Class A. Ricky Giannacaro and, of course, Ant will be looking for Class A and B honours in their two respective McLarens. But as they come out, also keep an eye out on Mark Dutoy in the Silver Dream Racer, back in his probably one of his favourite cars to drive in. is the Trans-Africa Racing Ferrari F30, and as it heads down towards turn 1, it is the Bobcat Audi that leads things out down into turn 1 there, and that R8 with Ronnie Neverland behind the wheel. Difficult man to beat around this track, particularly with the lap times he was able to do this morning in qualifying. 56 coming out of that Audi. Let's see what Stuart White can do about it in the first of the Lamborghinis. Basically got Audi R8 versus Lamborghini versus Lamborghini versus Lamborghini as they go out of turn number 4 for the first time there. The hanger sweep. The 3 Lambos just ahead of Porsche. Then it's Ricky Donacaro in the McLaren. Tucked in behind him will be Mark Toy, then Ant Blunden, and Donacaro, as we mentioned, jumping into the Porsche as well this weekend, having to do some manoeuvring and change up on his Nissan R35. So I'm sure that car will be ready, hopefully, in time for the next round of the championship at East London Grand Prix circuit. That's how fast they lap around here. It's under a minute for those first cars, so before you blink, they're back over the line, and these 12 laps are going to go down pretty rapidly. Neverland with a 1 minute flat from a standing start. That's pretty, well, from a rolling start. Is pretty awesome. 0.8 off him was Stuart White. Oh, and Zolile spun out. Zolile spins out, coming out of the second of the S's just before they head down to that left-hand sweep that takes them up towards Hanger. The Lambo out of shape there. He got going again. Managed to catch it, to keep it on the grey stuff. But he's dropped right to the back of the 10-car pack here. So Zolile Leclerc now with lots of work to do from the back of that pack. Trying to come through on all of these cars. Not easy to do. Charles Orangis ahead of Ricky Donacaro. Mark Toy behind them. As you can see there, a bit of a meet in the sandwich between the 2 McLarens. Those sort of orange or red wing mirrors, depending on your screens out there, will be Ant Blunden in the second of those cars. There is Blunden's old car, the G&H Transport Porsche, piloted this weekend by Gianni Giannacaro. Haven't really seen Jimbo at the back of the pack at this stage. In fact, he's not out there, so Jimbo didn't even get out onto the track, unfortunately. Ooh, a little wide there from Stuart White coming out of the second of the S's. Almost put some wheels on the dirt. Trying to close the gap down here on the Audi. If you think about it, the Lamborghini and the Audi both out of the same stable in Europe. So very similar components on both of those cars, and they would have sort of taken the good, bad, and the ugly of each of those separate stables of racing and found the best of the best to put into both the cars to make them competitive in the GT3 classes they would have been running in Europe, and now of course transferring that across to the GT3 class they run here in South Africa as part of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Bit of pressure coming from Gianni onto the back end of Mark Toy now. 430 being caught by the Porsche. Leclerc trying to make up some ground in the background as well to close down on Gianni. As you watch him go through into the S's with Jonathan Dutoy at this stage, hanging on. And if we look at the standings at this point in time in terms of classes, we'll go to the class. Charles Orangis ahead of Ricky Donacaro for Class A. A+ is Neverling ahead of Stuart White and Zolile. Blunden ahead of Dutoy for Class B. And of course Gianni leading out second in the GT3 class behind Jonathan Dutoy. That's the reason why it was so vital that Gianni got into a car this weekend, because he's got a chance of possibly going to be at the top end of what is the GT3 National Championship that is incorporated into this category, the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. A+, comfortable at the moment for Ronnie Neverland. He's got down to a 57.4. And I think the outright lap record around here, if I heard Brendan Kelly earlier on the PA system, is a 55 second. So he's about 2 seconds off the outright lap record at this point. There goes Zolile up the inside. Pretty easily done through on the inside of the 15 car of Gianni Donacaro. Slightly more power available, of course, in that Lamborghini Huracan. But as I say that, Gianni's got through on Mark Dutoy as well. So the Porsche is now ahead of the Ferrari. And Trans-Africa Racing Silver Dream Racer is now at the back of the pack. If you look on the left-hand side there, don't look at Giacomo. That's Jimbo Donacaro, of course, in 10th. He's not on track at all. Didn't make it out this weekend. So it's only the top 9 that we're looking at in terms of positions on circuit, and that is 9th place in 33, Mark Dutoy. Coming up now on the back end of Ant Blunden. Blandon's going to try and keep him honest. Blandon, of course, leading Class B, won't be too concerned about Zolile, although moves across. Zolile had to come off the accelerator slightly and then stuck on the inside to get through there on Blandon. He eventually made it stick and got ahead, and now pulls away from Ant Blandon in the second of the McLarens. You heard from both Ant and Ricky at the top of this race that they're still getting to grips with these new cars and the setup for them. Across the line and another lap completed, so that's 5 down, 7 to go. Whoa! Jonacaro off track. Ricky runs wide down at turn 1. And he's on the grass. Is there a problem on that McLaren? Looks like there might be. Yeah, Dave said turn right, Ricky, not left. Is he able to get back on track? Looks like it might have gone into limp mode there because he stopped and maybe reset the car to get back on circuit, but it's going to drop him right to the back of the pack. With only 9 cars on circuit, he's slowly but surely made his way back onto the track itself and off the grass. But there's a problem. Certainly an issue there on that McLaren. No problem whatsoever on the Goscore Bobcat and Stradale Motorsport Audi of Arnie Neveling. Neveling 57.466. He's now doing 57s consistently because his last lap was a 57.888. And he's certainly the man to beat out on circuit at the moment. And Stuart White does not have an answer to him, although he's only 0.8 off him. So White and Neveling now fighting for the lead as they come through. 5 to go. Seven laps completed of this first heat of the Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. It looks as if there's no answer to the pace of Arnie Neveling. He's scything through the field here big time. They're about to come up onto the back end of the battle between Gianni Jonacaro and further up the road from that, his teammate Ant Blandon in the now, I think, only McLaren on circuit. I've yet to confirm that Ricky's come into the pit lane, but it certainly looked like that car was not firing like it should. And I'm sure Ricky would have pulled in to try and get the G&H Transport boys to get onto that car to find out what the issue is and get it back and ready for race 2. Jonathan DeToy, still third place overall, but leading GT3. Yeah, there goes Ricky. Indicator on, just to say I'm going into pit lane and I'm out of this one. That's a big pity to lose him. Jonacaro have got a long-standing relationship with this category. Remember, they were the official sponsors for a good couple of seasons. Now being, of course, headed up by Dunlop Tyres as the official sponsors. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop Tyres. Lights flashing there from Arnie, just warning the McLaren in front of him that he's coming through. And I think across the line goes Zolile. He's got through on Charles. So Zolile, after that spin, has made his way back up into the top 4. Oof. And Blandon just getting in the way there slightly of the Bobcat car. He'll dive on the inside down the main straightaway to get through there on Blandon. It might have cost him a little bit of time. Let's have a look and see as they cross the line there and complete lap number 9. Neveling was a couple of seconds up the road from Stuart White. I think it's still the same. No, a little less. It's about a second now between him and Stuart White. So it cost him a little bit of time, but I don't think Arnie would be too worried about that. He knows he's got a very capable car underneath him in that Goscore Bobcat Stradale Motorsport Audi R8. Mark Toy comfortable all on his own some though for second place in Class B. Hasn't really had an answer there to Ant Blandon in the first of the McLarens. The only McLaren actually out on track now out of G&H Transport. Down towards turn 1 comes Zolile. Exo into turn 1. And at this point in time, third place overall in Class A+. So your first 3 cars on the road are now the first 3 cars in Class A+ as well, with Arnie Neveling leading out of a Stuart White and Jonathan DeToy. They're on to their penultimate lap. So Neveling He hasn't really opened up an advantage. It's stayed about a second between him and Stuart White. White won't give up without a fight, that is for sure. Stuart White has piloted a whole bunch. Yeah, GD3, of course, Jonathan Detroit leading out the top end of GD3. Zolile is... oh, of course, yeah, beg your pardon. I see what you're correcting me on there, Paulie. Sorry, apologies on that one. The top 3 cars are actually got Jonathan Detroit, that car, in the middle of them, of A+. And, of course, Jonathan is third on the road, but leading GT3 car. So, yeah, sorry about that, Paulie. Thanks for that. But coming to the line are your first 2 in A+, and flags out for... No, not yet. 1 to go. Beg your pardon, 1 to go. Caught myself out there slightly. So it is the Goskor Bobcat Stradale Motorsport Audi of Arnie Neveling into turn 1 in anger for the last time, with Stuart White pushing him now on this last lap. Has White been holding back? Has he got something special for us up at the hairpin? He's a lot closer to that Audi as they come out of the sweep heading towards Hangar. Cars in the way possibly as well. It's going to be Charles Oranges. I wonder if Charles Oranges is going to help his teammate out here. Oh, big look from White. Has a look into the hairpin. Oh, and he had him covered though. Saw him coming a long way back. Just moved slightly across. Shut the door. Come out of Chevy sweep up towards Dunlop now for the last time. And the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop are going to be one out here by Arnie Neveling. His teammate stays on the high side. He's going to have one more lap to go by the looks of it. Yes. Flag comes out, and it's Arnie Neveling who takes the win over Stuart White. 0.5 of a second. Half a second there between the top 2 in Class A+. What a run to the line there for the 2 of them. Lovely stuff. 57.4 on that last lap coming out of Arnie Neveling as well. That's an amazing bit of running there. There goes Ant Blunden, finishes his first race in his new car. He'll be happy with that, and he'll take the win in Class B as well of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We're waiting for Zolile Leclerc to come through there. He'll be 3rd place in A+. I just heard the Lamborghini of Jonathan Toy head across the line and head down towards... There he is. Just behind his brother, in fact. Didn't quite lap his brother, but managed to stay in the front of the GT3 class, beating Gianni Giannacoro to the line. So that wraps up our first part of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. We've got a small break in proceedings now, the lunch break, and of course our grid walk for the South African Touring Cars and SA Touring Car Super Cup. Those cars will be on track, and then there'll be a little bit of a grid walk with our fans here, and there are a lot of them. There really are. The place is packed. It's great to see all the support from our Eastern Cape brethren coming out here to the Aldo Scribante circuit for round 4 of the Extreme Festival and loving an absolutely perfect day to go racing. The sun is in the sky, there's a little bit of cloud, a little bit of a breeze blowing, but it is ideal race conditions here for the Extreme Festival's round 4. After the lunch break, you can see it'll be the first race of those touring cars and Super Cup class I've just spoken about. Will be on the grid in a few moments' time for the grid walk, and then we do it all again. Rookie Cup, Kawasaki ZX-10s, Astron Energy Polo Cup, Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Fords, Gazoo Racing SA Cup, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. They'll have 2 heats, remember, and SA Touring Cars and the Super Cup class will be separate races at the end of the day as well. So that's the first time we're going to see the South African Touring Cars having their own race, and then straight after that a Super Cup standalone race for our SATC Super Cup class as well. So that's how we'll wrap things up later on. But right now we've got a small break in proceedings. We'll try and bring you some of the action on the grid as well with the grid walk. But we'll be back shortly with SA Touring Cars and Super Cup just after the lunch break. South African touring cars are on the circuit for their first heat of the day, and it's our final first heat of the day as well, just after the lunch break. We caught up with a couple of the top contenders to find out what their plans are heading into this first heat.
Anthony Pretorius riding under the Lee Thompson Racing banner. Looked pretty good in the first session. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. We've come a long way since Swartkoop, so we prepared well for this race, so we'll see what happens this weekend.
The jump up to touring cars, has it been pretty shocking, or have you found it easy?
No, it's definitely a big challenge to get used to this car. It's something to learn every single time you go out. So we've come a long way since the start of the year, so we'll see what we can do this weekend.
And mixing it with the big boys.
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, good luck. Hopefully you have a great race, and we'll see you on the winners' podium.
Thank you.
Brad Lieberberg driving one of the two Toyotas in the Super Cup category. Feel a bit outnumbered, but it's nice to be different, hey?
Yeah, at least there's two of us this race. The whole season has just been me, but yeah, it's nice to have another one here. At least we can look at data together and kind of see where we can both go better. But yeah, looking forward to the weekend. I think it's going to be tough. Obviously, BOP and everything. Now that we have two manufacturers in the series, it's quite a hot topic in every conversation when it comes to the category. But yeah, as I say, looking forward to it. Let's see what happens.
We have quite a lot of bumper bashing, should we say, in this category. It just can't get any closer, can it?
Yeah, look, rubbing is racing. I think in any category, any saloon car category, you're going to have some rubbing. It's part of the show, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be close this weekend. I think between all the cars, it's been extremely close in practice already. Everyone's playing around with tyres. It's the first weekend, other than the first weekend of the year, where we have 4 new tyres. So yeah, everyone's playing a few games in practice today, giving themselves the best shot tomorrow in qualifying. Let's see how it goes.
Just quickly, Brad Liebenberg's racing career at the moment, what's going on in your life?
Yeah, obviously here in Extreme Festival with the Starlet in the Super Cup. Also doing karting, still in that scene. Got my next round of the National Series next weekend down in FK, or up in FK should I say. And then yeah, enjoying myself with Paul Hill in the SAE series in the Audi GT3. I believe we're leading the championship there. We were here 2-3 weeks ago for the 5-hour. Pissed down with rain. It was quite crazy, but yeah, it was a good time and we enjoyed it. We won the race, so yeah, we're looking forward to the next round. I think it's the 4-hour of Kailami, so really looking forward to driving a proper race car around a world-class circuit like that. So looking forward to that.
So cars rolling to the grid now, and of course Brad was looking to try and get to the front end of the Super Cup class. Didn't quite work out for him. It was Tate Bishop who seems to have sorted out whatever the overheating issues they've had on the Angry Racing machine now and put it on pole position ahead of Jonathan Mahotsi. Great effort from Keegan Campos, our championship leader. He's sitting in third place alongside Charles Visser from Volkswagen Motorsport. Then Jason Campos, Keegan's brother, just behind him. Brad Liebenberg, first to the Toyota Starlets, there in sixth place on the grid, just ahead of JP van der Walt. And, of course, a good effort there coming out of Nicky Vastanis as well. First time up that we've seen him in the top 8 overall. He beat out Dean Fenter and Saad Variawa, who is the second of the Toyota Starlets that Brad was talking about there. And Cara Hill at the back of the pack. In the touring cars, front row, it's Julian van der Walt on pole position. Alongside him will be Saud Variawa, the champion from last year. Looks like they've also sorted out whatever issues he's had on that Corolla hatch of his to see if we can get it to a little bit more pace for race. And, of course, that race pace is vital, particularly when you've got Robert Volk on your tail, your closest rival in the championship last year, and the battle that went right down to the final race. Alongside the birthday boy, Michael van Rooyen, we wish him all the very best for a birthday this weekend. He's looking for some trophies and possibly top steps to the podium in his attempt to give himself a birthday present of note here at the Aldo Scribante circuit. It's always been kind to him in the past. Looking for more of the same here ahead of his teammate Nati Msamanga. Anthony Pretorius, who we just chatted to there from Lee Thompson Racing and Bucket List Racing, is in 6th place ahead of Andrew Schofield, the second of the BMWs, down in 7th. Looks like Pops has just joined us in the house as well, coming to see some action all the way from Randburg in South Africa. Coming from all around the world, we've got people down in Cape Town. I saw also Tiny earlier on. Nicole Brett has joined us, and a couple of people from New Zealand and Australia were here earlier with us. But they've also probably all headed to bed now, as we're into the second part of the day's proceedings here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival. And great to see a number of crowd out here. It's one of the biggest crowds we've seen in a long time at the Aldo Scribante circuit, and they certainly have been entertained so far in the first heats of all of the categories, bar one. And that one, of course, is now on circuit and about to go into battle for the first time of the day. As I said, it's Julian van der Walt who's the man to beat in the Volkswagen GTI 8. Saud Variawa alongside him in the Toyota Corolla hatch. And that's going to be a battle of note, because I think Variawa is certainly the most hungry rider and driver out there this weekend, because he's had an absolute nightmare of a start to his championship that saw him take the number 1 plate in 2023. So 2024 hasn't gone according to plan for the Gazoo Racing man. He's got lots of work to do here on a race day, and possibly to try and bring himself back into contention for maybe looking to retain that number 1 plate for 2024. But it's going to take a huge effort, and it'll have to start today and head into East London in a month's time, and then down to Cape Town in about 3 months' time, and finally up at Swartkops for the final round of the Extreme Festival National Championships. And the South African Touring Car, of course, championship very much up for grabs after the first couple of outings that Sauwood was unable to score some points in some of the rounds and some of the races. So it's Robert Valk, Julian van der Walt and Michael van Rooyen who are fighting hard at the front end of that fight to see who's going to get that number 1 plate for 2024. As I said, great to see crowds all the way around the circuit, and looks like they're lining the outside and the interior of the track as well, trying to get the best vantage points possible. A good effort from the circuit a couple of years ago to build in those embankments around the track to allow guys to park their cars and get some good vantage points. And I know that Gazoo Racing have also got a nice vantage point at the top of Chevy Sweep, so they can get a chance to watch all the action that transpires now for the touring cars. They've already seen their Gazoo Racing Cup SA driven by Netstar out on circuit for the very first one. And they'll be looking forward to seeing whether Saad Variawa and Brad can get those starlets to the front end of the Super Cup class as well. Looks like we're under starters orders, so grid has been cleared. The Astron Energy Polo will be the official safety car of this event. So that Polo will lead the cars out. Remember, it is a rolling start for this category, and it's a staggered start as well. Touring cars will be slightly ahead of the Super Cup class, so it's up to Julian van der Walt to dictate the pace from the red line to the lights going out, and the same thing for Tate Bishop in terms of Super Cup, as he holds the pole position ahead of Jonathan Mkhotsi, Keegan Campos and Charles Visser. Grid line is looking to be cleared. Looks like there might be a bit of a problem there on Saud Variawa's car. I see Arlene Brown, our COC, just going over to make sure that everything's okay. I think they might need to give him a push to get him started. Etienne van der Linde sitting on the sideline there and looking into the car. That's a bit of a concern, because everybody else has cleared the grid, and there's only Saud's Variawa's teammates and pit crew that are standing there looking to try and get him fired up, but he's not. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening. They're holding the start slightly there to try and get that car fired up. If he moves off the track, it's once again, can you believe the luck of this man? After such a hard-fought battle last year to get the number 1 plate, looks like that they got it sorted. More guys coming to join on with the team there, so certainly some problems and concerns. Yeah, they're rolling the car off the grid. Or they're just going to try and bump start him. Maybe it's just the car that's stalled and they can't get it started with the starting system. They bump started him by the sounds of things out my door. And they'll probably just hold him there. It's fired up. Etienne jumps over the wall. The whole team jumps over the wall as well and out of harm's way. They'll send the safety car, but they'll just keep Saud just up the road with his car fired up at least. And looks like they might give him a chance to start in his position. He is slightly higher up, as you can see there on the left-hand side of that shot, but definitely not the way he wanted to start things out, and that'll be a little concerning for the team. Arlene now getting on the radio saying, are we all clear? Can we send the safety car? Once that safety car rolls, a couple of seconds after that, the touring cars will make their way behind the safety car, and then a couple of seconds after that, it'll be Super Cup following suit. So the green flag moves off the back of the grid. So we've got a clearance at the back. There goes the safety car. Rolling out there, the Astron Energy Polo GTI. Makes its way down towards turn 1. Let's see whether they all get off the line and able to roll. And does Variawa, is he able to continue and do what he needs to do? Touring cars on their way. Super Cup on their way just behind that. Remember, Tate Bishop will hold a little bit of a gap between the back end of the touring cars and the front end of Super Cup. There's 2 separate starts for these categories. And we'll wait to see if they get a clean start here as they're all headed down towards turn 1. So touring cars are through the S's. Here comes Tate Bishop, Machotsi, Campos, Visser, Campos. That's how tight it is. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And I think there's going to be a big fight on between the Astron Energy and Volkswagen Development car and the auto parts car, of course, of Machotsi. Fighting hard for honours with Tate Bishop. Tate Bishop definitely looking for his first victory in the Super Cup class. And he'll be hunting hard for it, that is for sure. Now that they've sorted out that overheating problem, if he can stay out front, there's a very good chance that Tate Bishop will be a very, very difficult man to beat here this weekend. One man to watch out for there is the yellow liveried Toyota GR Racing Corolla of Michael van Rooyen, the birthday boy today. He'll definitely want to try and get onto the podium, or at least, or try and win, but be on the podium at least, I should say, for his birthday. But he's got 3 very fast cars ahead of him. And Julian van der Walt will now bring them into start order. Van der Walt slots up into the pole position. Here they go. Climbing right onto the back of Van der Walt. We wait for those lights to go out. They cross the red line. The lights are out and we're racing. Heading towards turn number 1 now. There is the start and Variawa is right alongside. Literally wing mirror. They're touching wing mirrors down the main straightaway. And Van der Walt just hangs on. Only just to get the whole shot into turn 1. Volk on the inside goes to 3rd. Here goes Super Cup. Lights out for Super Cup, and it's Tate Bishop who brings Campos along for the ride down towards turn 1. Out of the S's for the first time, and it's Volk. Oh, out of shape. Robert Volk pushing hard, got a little bit out of shape coming out of the second of the S's and drops right to the back of the pack behind his teammate. Trying to find a way through there, and Robert Volk unfortunately got caught out. Tate Bishop hangs on to the inside line for the first of the S's, but on his outside it's Machotsi, and Machotsi knows that outside line becomes inside for the second part. They're now still side by side. Angry Racing versus Volkswagen Motorsport, and down towards Hanger Sweep. Oh, here we go. Tate Bishop just squeezing through and eventually getting to the front, but Machotzi's right there with him. Jonathan Machotsi late on the brakes. Tate Bishop comes across on him, and that's it. Closes the door. There's no answer there. Visser diving on the inside of Campos. Charles Visser trying to find a way through there on Keegan Campos. Campos going to keep him honest into Chevy. He holds on that inside line, and just getting through there is Brad Liebenberg as well on Jason. Jason Campos in the turn 1 Campos Racing Machine side by side with that GR starlet of Brad Liebenberg. What a start here. What a frantic start here for the Super Cup and for touring cars. As they head into turn 2, the S's for the second time. It is Van der Walt out front. Great start coming out of Natim Samanga. Biggest mover there is Natim Samanga, and biggest loser is his teammate. Variawa and Mtamanga have changed positions completely in terms of the way they lined up. It is Natim Samanga who is now sitting comfortably in second place with some pressure being put on by Anthony Pretorius, who's in 4th place coming from Variawa. The Lee Thompson Racing and Bucketless Racing Machine goes through there. What a move there from Anthony Pretorius. He's got ahead of Variawa. On that first lap, Variawa went completely hayward and not where he wanted to be. He started on the front row. He's dropped down into 5th place behind the touring car machine and the Corolla with the boot, of course, not the hatch, of Anthony Pretorius. Across the line there for Lee Thompson Racing. Amazing run there from Pretorius now in 4th place. Keeping out the champion in the Super Cup class. What a start coming out of Tate Bishop. He's managed to keep both of those Volkswagen Motorsport cars behind him. Machotsi in the genuine parts car. The Astron Energy car, Visser right behind that. They start to move up through the ranks there, and you can see also some maneuvering coming from Dean Fenter and Cara Hill, trying to find a way through on the back end of Saad Variawa in the second of the Toyotas. Bishop hangs on for now. Here comes a late dive from Machotsi though. He shuts the door on Machotsi into turn 1. It's Angry Racing versus Volkswagen Motorsport versus Campos Transport. The two Campos boys sitting 4 and 5 on track. Oh, Visser out of shape. Big movement there for Charles Visser. Got it locked up and he tries to come back on circuit. It was a bit of a dangerous place to come on. JP van der Walt just squeezes through, finds a way past and nearly slams into the side of him. Charles Visser had the car under control. Fortunately, was able to bring it just inside. But Visser had a massive moment out of the second of the S's. He tucks in behind Brad Liebenberg now, so Charles Visser drops right back. A long way back in the standings for the Super Cup class. It didn't work out for him, that is for sure. So what a start here from the Super Cup class. Great start from Van der Walt. He maintains the lead over Nathi Msimanga. Msimanga quickest on track on that last pass, so he's starting to up the pace ever so slightly and putting the pressure onto Julian Van der Walt. His teammate behind him is Michael van Rooyen. Then it's Pretorius. Behind Pretorius, a good start for him, but a terrible start there for the man on the front row, Saud Variawa, dropping down to 5th place. But even worse for Robert Volk. Robert Volk had a big moment, as we saw, out of the S's in the first lap, and it dropped him right to the back of the pack for the touring cars. In that touring car class, he's had an amazing maneuver coming through there and had to try and push it to the limit to try and stay ahead. But unfortunately, it's some maneuvering that Robert Volk is going to have to use oodles of experience, which he has got, to try and get back into the hunt for the front. Look at this. Machotzi is all over the back end of that angry car of Tate Bishop, but he's staying cool, calm and collected, is Bishop, as opposed to getting angry. And right now, it could be anybody's game. Tate Bishop hanging on for now, but Machotzi is applying a massive amount of pressure, trying to find a way through there. Hasn't found it just yet. Slightly different line there from Tate Bishop. Blue flags waving are definitely not the right flags to be showing these boys. This is a fight for the lead. This is not slower cars coming on the faster cars. No doubt about how quick this has been and how incredibly quick everything has gone so far in this category. Machotzi is the man on the move. He's the fastest man right now, and he's pushing hard to try and get through and get to the front end of this field. He's not there yet. As they come down into Chevy Sweep. Oh, so good to see how hard these guys are going. And Saud Variawa has lost some ground and he's being caught by Robert Volk. Volk definitely in the quicker of those two cars. That BMW has now got onto the back of the pack at the front end. Just how hard he's working is unfortunately testament to how good that car is out of WTC Racing. Robert Volk was the man who could possibly have won the championship last year. Him and Variawa were the two contenders. It went right down to the final round, and it looks like here in round 4 it could be right down to the final lap for the top 6 honours there for each of those cars. Van der Walt has opened up a small margin over Nathi now. Nathi hanging on for 2nd. 3rd place is Campos. 4th is his brother Jason. So Keegan versus Jay. Then JP van der Walt, Brad Liebenberg and Visser. Visser still hasn't found a way back past. Let's see if we get push to pass. Here we go. Push to pass being used by Brad and by Charles. You can see the hazard lights coming on as they go for that little bit of DLR styled racing from the F1 category. A bit of extra power given to those cars down the straight. We're going to see that for the very first time here at Aldo Scribante, where they're not combined. They'll have their own separate races at the end of the day. Coming up into Dunlop Corner, JP van der Walt, Brad Liebenberg pushing hard to try and catch van der Walt. This is Michael van Rooyen under a bit of pressure now from Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius has closed that gap down. Trying to find a way through there on the birthday boy is not going to be easy. He's on the podium, but he'd like to be higher up on that podium. One thing we're going to see right now, as we're into the second half of this first race, is the straddling for positions, not necessarily for the win, but potentially for the reverse grid for race 2. Because with that reverse grid, if you're into sort of 4, 5 and 6 place, it puts you into 1, 2 and 3 for race 2, and that's where they might play around with the tactics of the teams. Saud Variawa particularly is a man to watch out for. Down in 5th place right now would put him and off the track. Nathi Msimanga runs wide, and there is Van Rooyen. Oh, and he tags Pretorius, slams into the tie barrier. Oh, Nathi Msimanga making a huge mistake out of turn 1. A massive moment there for him as he came out of turn 1, and as he came across the track, there was nowhere to go. Anthony Pretorius being tagged on the back of the car. He spun out, and the two cars are now stricken on the side of the road. Pretorius has got going again, but there's a very, very loose bumper on the back of his car. Nathi Msimanga went into turn 1 way too hot. He ran up on the grass, tried to come back onto the circuit, and as he did that, the car spun out, and he's now stuck on the inside of turn number 2. We're probably going to have a look at that. I'm sure Paul will pull up a replay, but what a tragic state of affairs there for Nathi Msimanga. He was in 2nd place comfortably And he's now gifted a second place on the podium to his teammate, the birthday boy, Michael van Rooyen. That'll move Robert Volk up as well. So as they come across the line, we'll sort things out. Julian van der Walt leads out. It's Michael van Rooyen in second. Saud Variawa into third place now in the second of the GR Cup, the GR Corollas that are on circuit. Let's have a look at this replay of Nati's incident. Slow-mo, he dives up the inside of Julian van der Walt under braking. He's way too hot into turn one. He runs wide. He gets up onto the grass. Those Dunlops do not like the grass. They're not made for off-road racing. And as he tries to catch it, you can see just clipping the curb as he comes back on, slides the car out of shape, and it hops it straight into Pretorius. And tried to avoid, and the marshals diving for their lives there, just avoiding the car slamming into the tyre barrier. So Nati Msimanga is in the tyre barrier and out of race one. Anthony Pretorius had some big bumper damage on the back end of his car, but he was able to get back on track. Whether or not he's still circulating, we'll wait and see. But what a turn of events there at the front end of the touring cars. What it has done is it opened up a little bit of a margin now for Julian van der Walt to control things from the front end. He's got 1.5 seconds over Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen has got a battle of note behind him, but it's a long way back. It's about 5 seconds back. And it's Variawa versus Volk. This could potentially be second and third place for the inverted grid for race 2. Remember, Schofield is behind them, so if Schofield stays where he is and Pretorius finishes the race and they can get that car fixed, Anthony Pretorius could be gifted, despite him being knocked off the track and unceremoniously taken out there, gifted pole position for race 2. So it's Van der Walt on his way, possibly for the win. Can he hang on for the next 2-3 corners and keep out the hard-charging Michael van Rooyen, who would have loved to have taken that first place? After he saw all the fracas in front of him, he was very lucky to avoid it. He dived on the inside, just got through. Pretorius went with him and just got tagged on the back of the car. Flag on standby. Here he comes. It is Julian van der Walt. Flag to flag for him. Pole position into the win. That's what you need to do. Variawa hangs on to beat out Volk to the line. That's vital in the championship. Bringing some championship points back into the Gazoo Racing camp there did Saud Variawa and Michael van Rooyen. Andrew Schofield finished up in 5th place. Anthony Pretorius looks like he might get through still to wrap up 6th place in the very damaged Lee Thompson Racing and OMP car. And it looks like, yes, Cape Town Massive, stand by. The angry racing machine of Tate Bishop is about to come across the line for the very first time in the lead and will take his first victory in Super Cup. What a run, what a drive, and well deserved there. Absolute nightmare of a start to the season with some overheating issues. They've sorted that out for sure at Angry Racing, and that brings Tate Bishop to the top step of the podium for Super Cup. Ahead of Jonathan Machotsi and Keegan Campos. Jason Campos ahead of JP van der Walt for your top 5. And just behind that was Brad Liebenberg in the first of the Toyota Starlets. Wow. So you asked for some drama, you asked for some action. You come to Extreme Festival, that is exactly what we provide. And touring cars once again providing some top class race action out there for the first heat. Julian van der Walt, Michael van Rooyen, Saud Variawa, Robert Volk and Andrew Schofield, your top 5. That damaged car there, incredibly still finished up in 6th place. It doesn't look like there's too much worries there. Maybe just a bit of zip ties and duct tape for Lee Thompson Racing to sort out Pretorius' machine. Hopefully that's only the problem. And I wonder if they're going to be able to get that Gazoo Racing Corolla back on track for Nati Msimanga's car to be repaired in time for their individual race later on of race 2. Remember, touring cars are separate to the Super Cup. Let's have a look at that replay one more time. Yeah, Paulie, if you don't mind. Slow-mo, you can see Nati went for the dive. He was way too hot. There's just no way he was going to hang on. Julian van der Walt realized that. He backed out, allowed Nati to come through. With that, Nati ended up on the grass. He tried to keep it as close to the racetrack as possible. But watch, just as Michael van Rooyen passes him, he clips the curb, and with that, he just bounces out of control and slams into the side of the tyre barrier, but firstly into the side of Anthony Pretorius, who then backed it up out of the entry point of turn 2. Was able to get back on track and still finished up in 6th place. But Nati out and done, with some work to do now for the GR team to get that car ready for race 2. A great drive from Tate Bishop to take his first victory in the Super Cup class, winning things out over Jonathan Machotsi and Keegan and Jason Campos just behind that. Up next, we head into Volkswagen Rookie Cup, hopefully with as much action as possible like we've just seen. That's what you come to Extreme Festival for, and that's why you watch our live stream and all the action from round 4 here at Aldo Scribante. All right, back on track with the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. And their second race about to kick off here for round 4 of the Extreme Festival's action at Aldo Scribante. So in the first race, we got to see some action at the front end. I saw Divian Naidu take the victory, but he now starts in third place on the grid. So the front row is Judd Berthold. He won the last race at Swartkops ahead of Jaden Gerson. And joining me in the commentary, as you would have heard earlier on if you joined us for the first race, is my young protege and my youngest daughter, of course, Addison Maloney. Thank you, Moo.
Hello, Dad.
So now listen, the first race we saw a bit of rubbing his racing initially.
Yeah.
Divian, unfortunately, was the man to beat, and he got away pretty rapidly. So he was a tough man to beat.
He really was. It was a really, really good race for him. He really kept his composure really, really well in that race.
The other big factor, of course, now is the way that the grid is now changed up. You've got Judd on pole position. Now, Judd, last time he was on pole position, was able to take a victory at Swartkops. So he'll be a tough man to beat in that number 27 car.
I think so too, Dad.
And then Jaden Gerson alongside him. Now, we saw Gerson getting some good pace yesterday in the qualifying sessions and the practice sessions. And when he chatted to Matt and to Daniel after his session, you were just at the end of it watching what was happening before you got to sit in with Josh.
Yeah.
And they were saying, he's literally hitting the right braking marks, he's hitting the right acceleration marks, he's doing the correct gear changes on the data that you saw.
Yeah, he was really getting there super duper close, and they were just giving him some tips and tricks on how to work his car better, but I think that he'll be able to get this in the bag today as well.
So you're expecting a big fight there from the front too?
Yes, I really do. I think that those two are going to have a bit of a touchy or going to really fight hard for the pole position.
Well, hopefully not as bad as what we just saw in the touring cars, eh?
Yeah, that was hectic, hey?
Now listen, you got to take your hats off to the marshals and to the medics and of course to our COC for the quick clean-up job they were able to do to get Nati's car back onto the back of a flatbed and back in a pit lane. As the pace car rolls out, we've now got Judd Berthold and Jaden Gerson alongside each other for the front row. Divian Naidu and Uzziah Khan are there in 3 and 4. And then it's Josh Moore alongside Maddie Merton. Did you get a chance to chat to Daniel, son?
No, I was not able to.
I would have loved to have known what happened with Daniel Rowe as he spun out at turn 1. All on his own, by the looks of it. Or was it a bit of touchy-touchy, as you said there, between him and Maddie?
I think they were most probably just having a bit of fun, I'm guessing.
Right, so we got Tiny from Cape Town. He's watching us. Pops has just joined us as well.
Hi, Pops!
Ready to rock and roll as we get into race 2 now of Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Dunlop tyres. Now, why are they weaving from side to side?
I think just to get their tyres warmed up.
You know exactly what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? You've been watching too much MotoGP. You know exactly why they're moving from side to side.
Yeah.
So the heat in the rubber is important because this is a very, very hard and abrasive surface that they race on. So to get the heat into the rubber gives them a little bit more traction, makes the tyres work better. And of course, from a Dunlop point of view, the more heat into that rubber, the better the tyre traction is and the better the cars go in a forward direction.
Definitely.
Other important factor, of course, is they've got all the correct safety equipment sponsored there by Sparco. Great to have our MS Technique and Sparco guys behind these race drivers and the cars. They're Sparco seats that are in the cars. All of them running the Sparco suits, gloves and fireproofs, as well as some booties. We're having some fun and games out there as well. I think there's going to be I think we might see a bit of a fight between the two coaches if you look at the way they're lining up. They're sort of holding back slightly there.
Yeah.
I also saw the red car there was Uzziah Khan battled a bit off the line, so keep an eye on that as well, adding through the race to see whether or not there's a bit of a problem there. We'll keep an eye as they come to the line now to start race 2. 8 laps of action. It's Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and we've got 5 rookies, 2 coaches, and a rookie commentator all in the mix here for race 2. Coming to the line. Let's see who's going to have what it takes. Little practice starts that they're able to do just coming to the line there. Just slow up, put it into first gear, get it off the line. Maybe get a little bit more of a wheel spin on those front wheels. It's not always easy to wheel spin those front wheels of a Polo. But if you do, you can get maybe a little bit of an ounce more, a couple of degrees more Celsius into the rubber for the temperature to rise up.
Why do they do those little starts before they get to the
So
line?
the idea is to give it a little bit of a practice start because they don't get an official practice start in their qualifying. Sometimes they ask Eric Schultz there, our COC on the right-hand side, if they can do a practice start. Because remember, when they go out, they roll out a pit lane and they roll back in the pit lane. They never ever stop on the circuit to do a practice start. So sometimes it's important just to get your mind out of the way that you can actually get the start right. Let's see whether or not Judd and Jaden can do that off the front row. Lights out. Here we go. Who's got it? Good start coming from the second row there. Divya Nadi trying to split the gap there between the two cars. He comes in between Jaden. He's got ahead of Jaden, actually. And he's now side by side with Judd as they head towards turn 1. What a start from Divian.
Wow, that was brilliant.
Through the middle and to the front. Leads out, whole shot into turn 1. Around the outside, Jaden Hussen trying to get second place, but Judd's holding him off. Judd Berthold just on the inside line there as they're going to turn 2 there, Eddie, and it looks like he might. No, he hasn't. Around the outside. Whoa, good move there from Jaden. Jaden's got up in the second. Judd dropped back down into third place.
They're really fighting for the pole position, I can see.
Yeah, well, they fought for the pole position. Remember, they're now fighting for the win. The win's the most important thing right now. That pole position no longer counts because the man on pole has dropped down to third place. So he's had a nightmare, and he's about to go to fourth. Uzia Khan just diving through into the hairpin. And does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Side by side now as they head down the hill towards Chevy. Eddie, good chances here that Uzia's going to move up to third.
I think that he can.
Gets up to third place there and ahead of Judd. Judd now falls into the clutches of Josh Moore and the two coaches. And it looks like Coach Dan might be just ahead of Matty Merton there from the coach's side of things. Yes, he's got through and ahead of Merton.
Ooh, right on his tail. Literally.
On his tail and literally like a Fenta trailer on the back of that car. Hey? Had to come out of Dunlop Corner with a car stuck to your bumper is not the best thing to do.
Really?
But just shows you how close it is, eh?
Yeah, and that's only the first lap out of 8.
Can you believe that? Already action into lap number 2 as they exited the final turn on lap 1. Volkswagen Rookie Cups in the house and putting on a show just as good and just as close as what we've seen in all the other categories here today. So they go into the S's. A little bit of a break up here on our screen. Don't worry about that, Eddie. Just watch for the screen to come back on again. Make a move there coming from Judd. Judd's closed that gap down again onto the back end of Uzia. And I think Uzia Khan might be in a bit of trouble there as Judd looks to come back at him and maybe steal that third place away again.
Dad, you do realize when you just said make a move, it just reminded me of the song Making My Way Downtown.
Exactly. Well, they're almost downtown. Downtown, down the hill towards Chevy. And a change up as Judd has got through. Uzia has gone to 4th place. So that move that you're talking about downtown, he's there.
He's there.
He's in the house. He's up into 3rd place and onto the podium.
He really is. I think that he could get in front of him. He's really, really close.
You know, he's having a look to try and get onto the back end. As you see, the fight between Divian and Jaden has slowed them down slightly there, Eddie, as you can see there.
Yeah.
And with that, Judd's joined the party.
Yeah.
So we've got a 4-way fight literally there for 1st place.
Yeah, very, very touchy.
And quite close as well as they come down towards turn 1 again, completing lap number 2. Here we go. Wing mirror to wing mirror. And it looks like Divian with the inside line might just have the advantage. Only just. Keeps Jaden out. So
he might come in the inside.
He's going to try. He's definitely going to try. Have a look and see if he cuts back onto that inside into the S's. No. It's like a steam train through there now. They just follow each other, line astern, back to back, bumper to bumper.
Following the lead.
Oh, pretty much. That's how it goes. Coming through out of turn 2, through the sweep and up towards Hanger. Fastest part of the track, flat out through there. Judd Berthold, fastest on track on that last pass.
Wow.
So he goes quickest on a 1:19.283. Look at the lap times though. 1:19.283, 1:19.285, 1:19.542, 1:19.825. The first 4 cars all in the 19s.
Wow, that's just to show you how fast these cars can actually really go.
And how close they are and how evenly matched they are too, eh?
Yeah, it's crazy. Now heading past Dunlop.
Yep, into Dunlop Corner they go, spot on. And it's Jaden Hussen who now leads out. Divian has dropped back slightly. He's dropped back down into 4th place because around his outside is a big move from Uzia to get past him. Well, we were wing mirror to wing mirror between Divian and Judd earlier on. It's now Divian and Uzia Khan heading towards turn 1.
This really is very, very close.
Anybody can take this one.
Zero clue.
Eh?
I can't put a bet.
You're not going to put money on it, eh?
No.
Oh, come on. I was about to ask you, who's your money on?
I already lost my money in Swartkorp, so I don't think I'm going to do it again.
That's right, last weekend at the Thunderbikes and Brunch Run when you joined me for the Superbike side of things. Now we're on to 4-wheeled action, and the 4-wheeled action just as good. Look at how Josh is keeping the 2 coaches behind him. Good
That's
driving there
really
from that
well.
youngster.
That is really well done.
And you've seen how small he is.
Yes, he is tiny.
And did you see what they did to his car by the pedals that he races with? What do they do?
They put like
Hold on one sec. There's a move from Divian. Come back to that one. We'll watch for the action there. Divian Nardi diving on the inside of Berthold. Does he make it stick? No, Berthold's got the inside line still for the next corner in Chevy.
He could come on the inside.
Oh, he's going to take the GoPro camera off the front bumper if he's not worried.
I think he might.
That's how close he's going to get. Can you imagine the action they're going to get there for the Volkswagen highlights reel later?
Wow.
With that camera.
They really stick.
He's knocked it down. Look, he's knocked it off the side of the car. So the action is going to be
crazy.
Oh, good move from Azir. He's now joined the party. And he's about to go side by side, this time once again with Judd Berthold. Brilliant stuff here, hey?
That was awesome.
So let's go back to Joshy there, down in 5th place. You were mentioning what they've done to the cockpit of his car. What did they put by the pedals there?
They put like a special box that would help him reach because he's a lot more smaller than the other drivers. So they had to make a special like type of box that he's able to reach the pedals.
Yeah, so they put a little bit of an extension box in there so he can actually put the brake pressure that he has to.
Yeah.
Because being so short, he can't apply the pressure as hard as like you could if you get in the car because you're so tall.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the other 4 drivers are able to do. So a little bit of an advantage there for Joshy, getting that little box put underneath his Sparko boots to allow him to get on the accelerator and climb on the brakes when he needs to. Speaking of climbing on the brakes.
Oh, my days!
Oh, locked up into turn number 4.
That is crazy, the amount of takeovers they are doing.
Oh, problems! Divian slowing down.
Oh, no.
Divian slowing down there rapidly, and it looks like he might have gone into limp mode, that car. So sometimes that's what happens. They push the car too hard, and the car decides, no, it is a road-going car, remember. So they've got all the road systems in there. And if the car's pushed too hard, sometimes it goes into limp mode, and it looks like that's what's happened with Divian's car. So he's now dropped out of that front 3 hunt. It's allowing Jaden to get away, but 2nd place is now up for grabs. Look at the hard push here from Judd Berthold.
With 3 more laps to go, I have zero clue who'll be able to make this go.
They really are pushing hard now. Divian has stayed on track. He's just ahead of Josh. So he might have been able to get the car out of limp mode and reset it. What you got to do there is you actually got to turn the car off and on again. And that's not always easy to do when you're in a race like
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Imagine just freaking out. You're like, ah!
Well, he didn't freak out too badly because he's got the car going in and he's pulled away from Josh. So he's got it back into full race mode now and to full working mode and trying to get away from Josh. Josh is still keeping out Dan and keeping out Matty Merton.
That is really, really cool that he's able to keep out both of his coaches out of the race so then he can be in front of them.
So once again, just explain to the people out there, Eddie, how the coaching system works. Those 2 cars don't score points, hey?
Yeah, they don't. They just help pressurize their drivers so then they can see how much pressure actually goes on in a race and that they're able to push their drivers more so that they're able to get more faster.
And they learn how to cope with a big pack of cars, hey?
Definitely.
Well, that's exactly what it's all about in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. These youngsters coming out of karting, getting into saloon cars for the very first time. 1-liter turbo Polos, the Polo Vivo GT that these guys drive. And we're now sitting with 2 laps to go. And Jaden Hussen with 1.6 seconds on the last pass has gone up slightly. Let's just wait for that timing monitor to refresh. And as he comes through, we'll get an idea if he's gone slightly quicker than Judd. 1.3, so it's actually come down. So Judd Berthold is closing that gap on Jaden with 2 laps to go.
Getting a little bit more comfortable into the race.
That is for sure. They're comfortable at the moment. The rhythm is now there. You can see Jaden is settling into that rhythm and pulling the advantage. But with that, the same thing can be said from Judd. Judd's now got a little bit of rhythm and slowly but surely opening up a margin now over Uzziah.
Yeah.
Uzziah's not having any of it though. Look at that. As I say, I've given him what we call the commentator's curse. I said he's going slower, but he's actually going faster.
Oh my days. That's crazy.
So he gets quicker and he closes up onto Judd. Joshy keeping out the 2 coaches.
Yeah, the coaches are definitely on his tail. That is crazy how he's keeping them both behind him.
I love the fact that he's keeping them both behind him. That just shows that he's getting to grips with these cars and learning the ropes like he's supposed to be. Uzziah Khan, I think, is the danger man here. Eddie, watch out for him on this last lap, particularly on Judd. I don't know if he's got enough time to catch the man out front there, Jaden Hussen, but have a look down the straight to see what happens.
Yeah.
Here they come. Onto that main straightaway.
1 more lap to go.
You can see from the sideline there, the Motorsport Fanatics man there telling him he's only got 1 more to go. So showing his driver, come on, keep it together for 1 more lap. And let's see whether or not we can see any changes here. Up into the break point. Jaden Hussen hangs on ahead of Judd. Judd also Opened up a little bit of a gap there. You can see between himself and Azir, hey?
I think he was like, I'm gonna keep a gap between you and I.
So he came out of Dunlop corner and just got on the power earlier on than what Azir was able to do. So it just opened up a little breathing room for him there to stay in that second place at the moment. But Divian is on a move. Look at that. Divian Naidu was the fastest car on the last pass. Did an 18 dead. That's one of the fastest laps we've seen all weekend.
Wow, that's actually really, really good. I think that maybe Divian, if he pushes a little harder, he can get a little bit more quicker.
Or if something happens between those two for second and third, he could still steal a podium here.
He really can.
So here they come, out of Chevy. Coming to Dunlop corner, let's take him to the line. You go for it.
Okay.
Jaden Hussen leading out.
He's so close.
And he comes to the line now, Jaden Hussen looking for a chance to take the second victory here today. And I think he's got enough in hand.
I think this is going to stick.
Judd Berthold for second. Is Azir going
And
to
the
come
checkered
across the line?
flag's out.
There you go. Flags out. Jaden Hussen with the win. Judd Berthold in second. Azir Khan for third. Naidu finishes up. Josh Moore keeps out the coaches and
Wow, the coaches came. That looked like a tie to me.
You know what, eh? I think Daniel and Maddie were waiting for that. They wanted a formation flying finish there.
Yeah.
All right, so there you have it. Take us through the results there.
In first place, we had Jaden, then Judd,
Uzia.
Divian, then Josh, then Daniel, then Matt.
Maddie Merton making up that top 7 all together for Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Race 2 here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival. Yours truly, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, and alongside me, my protege and my youngest daughter, Addison Maloney, jumping on at national championship level for the very first time. Annie, great job, babe.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll be back shortly with more action from the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here from Aldo Scribante. The next heat, of course, coming up on the program for the day is we're heading into the Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup Race 2. Two-wheeled action in a few moments' time. So coming to the line now for race 2, Sunbed ZXNR Masters Cup. And looking forward to another great battle out front. We had a superb one in race number 1. It was Damien Purificati, who now lines up on pole position, who made his way through to the front end eventually to take the first victory ahead of Trevor Westman. Looking forward to seeing maybe a little bit of an improvement coming out of Graham Van Bedar as well, although he did win his class on the first heat. But he'd like to be, I'm sure, a little bit higher up in the overall standings after race 1's battle with Dave Enticott. There, the man on the right-hand side of that front row on 78. And certainly a man to watch out for in ZX10R Masters Cup. He was a man who, of course, has taken victories at his home circuit only a couple of seasons ago. Definitely knows how to get his machine, the Ravenol and Motorwise motorcycles, ZX10 to the front end. But he's got to try and find a way to get through on Damien Purificati and also on the hard charge coming out of Trevor the Killer Westman. He was on pole, of course, looking for a chance now from second place on Team Wayward, powered by Project 60's Kawasaki. Hein McMahon incredibly has been given a spare bike there from Dieter Hazeman. He had to do a couple of changes to that bike, but eventually found the same kind of pace he was getting out of his own K9 Securities Kawasaki. And we'll wait to see if he's able to do anything about this field of riders now into race number 2. All right, so on the warm-up lap they go, heading down towards turn 1, trying to get some heat into the into the Bridgestone rubber. Got to remember that these are the only guys who run on Bridgestone. Everybody else today is running on that Dunlop rubber. Of course, that's why they are the big sponsors here as well of turn number 7. But it's Bridgestone rubber that we're playing on right now. And let's see what the 10, 11s and 12s, whichever ones that they've decided to run with here this weekend on an abrasive circuit at the Aldo Scribante circuit will prove to be the best of the best. Right now, Enticott was certainly looking for a chance to be at the front end and maybe even steal a victory there from Damien Purificati. But he's got to get off the line a little bit better than what he did in the first one. He'll be pushing hard alongside him, will be Graham Van Bedar. Watch out for Byron Rothkull as well. Had a fantastic run in the first one. He'll be looking to try and still run there with the number 2 bike we see in shot of Mark Newland. And then there'll be a fight once again, I'm sure, between Adrian van Dalen, Christian Caravello, maybe JLR will get in there. I know Big Dave Varenga will definitely be looking to get into that one. And let's keep an eye out whether we've got Sifiso Temba back on track as well. Saw him have a bit of issues there. He goes through shot right now, the IM63 man. Looking for a chance to do something for Wakahinya Racing here and Liqui Moly, his big sponsors. So they come to take up the positions. A little bit of chopping and changing there in the mid-pack just to get to the right grid position. We'll wait for that green flag at the back. We'll hear the revs pick up on these ZX10s. They're all Kawasaki ZX10Rs. And Masters, Grand Masters and Veterans about to go at it for the second time today. Lights out and we're racing. Down towards turn 1 we go once again. Looks like it could be a start from Damien Purificati. That's been the best, but Enticott trying to come around his outside. Enticott into turn 1, gets round the outside and gets the whole shot. So Dave Enticott leads into turn 1. He's got a slightly wider line, which might open up a gap for Damien Purificati to pounce through. He decides not to at this stage. Tucks in behind, and then it's Graham Van Bedar in third. Slucky with an amazing start there. Hein McMahon up into 4th place. Just outgunning the Killer Westman for 5th place as they go through up into a hangar for the first time. And tucked in behind that, looks like it might be 88. That is Van Dalen. And coming through, as you can see, Byron Rothkell mixing it up a little bit with Newland. Mark Newland is just behind him. Golgocci into that mix as well. Good start there from Steve Golgocci. Looking for a chance to try and bring his Prima Quip and M-Tech Racing 2M trailer Kawasaki up to the front end of his class. Behind that, you can see them just lining up and waiting for a way through. Caravello and LaRue. Behind him, of course, is Golgocci. As I said, a great start as they get into lap 2 of the 12. 11 still to go. And here comes Purificati on the brakes into turn 1. Not able to quite get up the inside, but nearly there. So not a bad start there coming out of the man who was on pole. He would have liked to stayed in the front of the race, I'm sure, by the time they got to this stage. But needless to say, he's got a bit of work to do now. Let's see what he can do now. Back to the man out front. Not an easy man to pass as Dave Enticott. You can ask any of the riders that are just behind him, Van Bedar and Westman, about how difficult Dave Enticott can make that motorcycle. And there you have it. Lap 2, up to turn 4, and into 1st place goes Purificati. So Damo up into... Oh, good start there from Damien. Really, really nicely done. Let's see whether he's able to do anything more about it now as they get into this 3rd lap about to be started. That's how quick these guys circulate as well. Just over the 1 minute bracket to lap 1 here at Aldo Scribante. 103 is what they were doing in qualifying. And they're now down into the 108. So not as quick as qualifying. Maybe because of the wind that's blowing straight down this main straightaway. Going to make it a bit easier on the brakes into turn 1 because you can brake a lot later with that additional wind pumping up the main straight. But it will push you over slightly as you come into turn 1 and 2. Remember, if you've joined us for the first time today, the reigning championship leader, Clint has not made it down here to the Port Elizabeth circuit. Gqeberha, as it's now known, and Aldo Scribante is where we're having some fun on the black stuff. So Sella not here, and John Fenter not here as well. So a couple of riders not making the long trip down to PE, but they may be back in action in about a month's time when we head just down the road at the East London. Red flag out. So a problem somewhere on track. Somebody must have gone down, possibly in the complex. There it is. It's Sifiso Temba's gone down at turn 1. Fortunately walking away, and helmet off. He's okay, but not happy. Not a happy camper there. I wonder if he was helped out there. If that's the kind of reaction we get out of IM63. He's normally a cool, calm and collected character. Doesn't usually lose his cool too badly. But he's either upset with himself or possibly upset with somebody who has put him on the sideline and into harm's way on the side of the track. So Sifiso Temba not happy about that, as you can see. But sometimes motorcycle racing can be cruel. So they come back to the line to take up their positions. They'll have to reset that grid. There is another bike involved, and it is Carvalho. No, it's not. It's Jacques Cruz. Jacques Cruz on 76 on the side as well. That's the second crash for him. So Jacques Cruz possibly involved in the incident there with Sifiso Temba. And you can see he's okay as well, taking the gloves off. I'm not quite sure if we got that on our live stream feed, but we certainly will probably have it available for the post-production, if we were still doing the post-production. We don't do that anymore. But unfortunately, we didn't get any of the action that happened there between the two riders. I have to assume, if there's two riders there, that they might have had a touch somewhere. And as I said, from the reaction I saw from Sifiso, possibly there may have been a touch between those two that have sent them both off the circuit and now out of race number 2. we'll also see whether or not they take up the positions after the last lap, because they have completed 2 laps. And Pierre Ficardi was on his 3rd one, so they might start them in their original start positions, which is usually the case with ZX10R. They'll just reshuffle that front row and get everybody back into their original positions for a restart, and then they'll make a call. Looks like there might be a 3rd bike involved there. Was that just Safiso's one that they've pushed across the track? I think that might be Safiso's bike if I look at the orange colours. Yeah. IM63 picking up bits and pieces of his motorcycle as well as they head down across the circuit, and looks like Safiso, unfortunately, is the man who was caught up in that incident with Jacques Cruz. They'll just put his bike probably behind that tyre barrier for now, or are they going to get it out of harm's way completely? Big pity to lose the big man. He's an avid motorcycle fan, and of course he does a lot of work off track with the development of motorcycle riding in amongst his community, and of course the lesser communities there that don't usually get to play around on big super bikes. The other big factor that of course Safiso gets involved in is he's got a lot of support from the black and coloured biking community, where he does some rider training and teaches the guys, you know, not to go and do silly things on the road, particularly when you're on a weapon like a ZX10 or any big liter bike that these guys have got now as toys. So he teaches them that they're not toys, that they can actually be quite dangerous, and that's a good effort that he puts in. He's helped out, of course, with Liqui Moly, and a lot of support coming from Motorsport South Africa for those initiatives that he does as well. It looks like they're going to take up their positions in the original grid start, which is usually the case for ZX10 after an incident like that. Sometimes they revise the grid and give the guys a chance to be back, but of course with only 2 laps done, I would say we're going to go for a 10-lap sprint race here, and it looks like the 10-lap board is being shown on the left-hand side of our screen just behind the timing graphic there. And that means 10-lap sprint race coming away after 2 completed. But it's a whole new start, so those first 2 laps won't count at all. They don't do a combination of the 2. This will be a completely restarted race and a restart of race 2 of the Sunbit ZX10R Masters Cup. Bike's fired up again. So it looks like we're good to go here for the restart of race 2 of the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square. Shod with Bridgestone tyres and onboard Kawasaki ZX10Rs. So an incident between Jacques Cruz and Sifiso Temba that brought out the red flag. Both riders okay. One motorcycle slightly more damaged than the other, but need to say the rider's okay. That's more important than anything else. And we're now going to go for a warm-up lap to get some heat into the rubber before we start the second attempt at race 2. What the second attempt does do, of course, is gives Dave Enticott another chance of getting the whole shot and maybe keeping Damien Pierificardi out this time. Maybe he'll realise the error of his ways in the first attempt and try and rectify those to ensure that he stays at the front of this fight for race 2. And a couple of riders involved, as I said. One was Jacques Cruz, the other one was Sifiso Temba. Both riders okay. For those of you asking questions on our live stream. And also just to let you know, 100% Tiny, you are spot on. There is a big breeze blowing straight down that main straightaway into turn 1. From turn 1 up towards the start. So it is certainly a massive factor as you pitch it into the right-hander there. And possibly the wind may have caught them out under braking, which is always a big concern on a motorcycle because you don't have the comfort of something around you like a motor vehicle. It's you, the motorbike, and the elements. And you can ask Kinsella about that maybe next time we get down to East London Grand Prix Circuit if he's there. Because in the Super GP Cup at one stage, or Super GP Trophy, he had a big moment as a celebration wheelie turned nasty on him at the East London Grand Prix Circuit. We've got lights about to go on for race 2's restart of the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup powered by Red Square, and powered off the line was Damien Pierificardi with a much better start, although he is wheeling a bit. So it just caught him a little bit out of shape off the line, and it's allowed Enticott to get the whole shot. Westman to second, and what a start there from Hein McMahon up into third place. Van Breda is fourth, and it's Damien Pierificardi, the man on pole, who slots down into fifth place. Westman runs wide. Up onto the grass for Trevor Westman. Whoa! Very lucky to get that bike turned on the grass. He comes back on track, has a look over his shoulder, but he's dropped right down into about 36th place. The back of the pack for the killer. Westman has now got a massive mountain to climb. He should be able to get through a couple of riders relatively easily, but when he gets to sort of from about 10th place to 1st place, it's going to be a little bit more difficult there for the killer. We'll watch for his progress as he comes through this pack. JLR on the 4-4, looking to try and close in on the back end of Adrian van Dalen. It's Enticott from Hein McMahon. Hein McMahon has got Graham Van Breda and Damien Pierificardi on his tail. The pole man and man who was leading the race when the red flag came out, down in 4th. Possibly to 3rd by the time they get to turn 1. James Barson and Caravello behind them. Pierificardi on the brakes into turn 1. Does he get through on Graham Van Breda? Yes, he does. Oh, he sets him up actually. Oh, he sat Graham Van Breda up out of turn 1. Van Breda pitched it in as if he was going to turn in on his normal line. And all of a sudden, there was a amalgam welding machine up his inside of Damien Pierificardi. So Pierificardi's made up 1 place on that first lap. He went from 4th to 3rd. He's now going to try and go from 3rd to 2nd on Hein McMahon. McMahon's having none of it. That canine law enforcement machine of his, the Kawasaki, is a big bike to get past. And now sitting in 2nd place, potentially 1st overall podium for Hein McMahon on the cards here. It's going to make it even more difficult for Damien Pierificardi to pass him. Aubrey Murray flies through there on the left-hand side of that Kawasaki of his, coming out of Chevy Sweep. Graham Van Breda trying to come back at Damien Pierificardi. Behind them, it's James Barson. Barson in the 5 spot, all on his own. Ahead of Christian Caravello, then Johan Leroux, Rothkool, Van Dalen and Varinga. Newland then from Aubrey Murray. Dieter Hazeman, teammate there to Big Dave Juggernaut Varinga up the road. Galgocci behind Hazeman, and then it's Tyrone Piper and Martin Parry. As you'll see on the list there, unfortunately, Jacques Cruz, Daryl Barrington, and Sifiso Temba no longer in this one. In fact, Cruz and Sifiso Temba, the only two riders that were on that list that started this race. So as they come up towards the hairpin again, wow, that was close. Very close between the front wheel and back wheel of Purificati and Han McMahon. McMahon very lucky to not be touched there by Damien Purificati as he switched over to change his line out of the hairpin. It was defending against Graham Van Breda that made him choose that slightly different line. But in doing so, it cost him slightly, and it nearly cost him the race, because if they had touched, the both of them would have gone down at that point. Second lap completed. Make that the third one done now as well. And it is now Purificati late on the brakes in towards turn one. Can he make it stick? He ran in very hot, but he makes it stick and slides through beautifully out of turn number one into second place. He's seeing Enticott get away at the front end, and he has to make his move now if he needs enough time to try and get up to the front and catch Dave Enticott. Van Breda behind that. And pushing hard is Trevor Westman trying to come through the field. You can see he's not too far behind. There are your first four. Fifth place is Boston. Sixth place at the moment is Caravello. 7, 8, 9, and it means that Westman's up to 10th. The killer up to 10th place, tucked in behind Byron Rothkall, heading down the hill towards Chevy. Van Dalen from 44, so 88, 44. That's the battle there for what is now 6th place on the road. Caravallo hanging on to the 6th spot on the number 88, but 44 is on his tail. And JLR, oldest man on the circuit, certainly still knows how to pedal a motorcycle around Aldo Scribante. Remember, we've got Class A, B, and C out there. The Masters, Grandmasters, and Veterans all fighting hard for honours in their own classes, but overall honours is always the number one priority amongst the ZX10R Masters Cup riders. Flicking through the S's, watching for Purificati to try and close that gap down. It was 1.6 seconds between him and Enticott on the last pass across the line. Westman now closing, looking for a way through. Can he sneak up the inside into Hanger? He does. Finds a way through there, I think, on, the Magic bike of Byron Rothkall, and now trying to squeeze through on 469, Adrian Van Dalen. He's through on Van Dalen. Sets his sights just up the road on JLR. Can he go around the outside of JLR? That'll be an impressive move. He'll hold that outside line for the next corner to do exactly what Tyne McMahon has just done now. Defend that inside line on Graham Van Breda, heading onto the main straightaway. Van Breda versus McMahon, down towards 1. Behind that, it's now Westman. No, it's not. It's Boston. Beg your pardon. Boston first. Then Caravello. So he's still got to find a way through there on Caravello and Boston. And Westman closes in on Caravello, under braking for turn 1. Van Breda looking for a way through here. Hasn't found one yet. Slightly better drive there from him. Better drive coming out of Purificati, closing that gap down onto the leader, Enticott. And Van Breda has not found a way through. Here comes Westman on the inside of Caravello. Easily done. Gets through. Maybe a little bit more experience coming out of Trevor Westman than what we see from Christian Caravello. But Caravello's run this weekend has been pretty spectacular. Top 10 run all weekend from Christian Caravello. Showing the potential of what he's got to be in the front of his class. So across the line they go. Halfway stage is now passed. We're into the second half, and we got 4 to go. 4 more laps of race action coming away here for the ZX10R Masters Cup. Let's have a look at the classes as they stand right now for A, B, and C in this category. Enticott, Purificati, and McMahon, your top 3 in A. It's Van Breda, Boston, and Varinga in B, and Class C is Johan Leroux, Martin Parry. Unfortunately, no Jacques Cruz there for the 3rd spot, so it'll just be Leroux and Parry fighting for Class C honours. Damien Purificati now pushing hard to try and find a way through here on Dave Enticott. I said, if Enticott was in the front and gets a good start, he's going to be a difficult man to beat, even for Damien Purificati, who got to the front eventually in race number 1 and then disappeared. But now with Enticott leading things out, makes it a bit more difficult, because Dave just knows how to control that gap. He'll be watching his pit boards as he comes across the line to tell him exactly what the gap has come down to between himself and Damien Purificati as they're coming onto the back end of the back markers. So back markers are certainly going to come into play right now And they're coming up on Martin Parry. The 64 bike is the bike they're going to catch probably into the S's as Graham Van Breda goes for inside line into turn 1. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Van Breda up into third place now ahead of Hein McMahon. So Stefanuti Stocks Motul Kawasaki gets through there on the K9 Law Enforcement Kawasaki. It's actually Peter Hazeman's spare bike that he's on, as I mentioned earlier on. Great camaraderie amongst these riders. They don't want to see anybody on the sidelines. They'll rather have bikes out there, and if they've got spare bikes, they will make them available. Martin Parry now passed by the 2 leaders and being closed down pretty rapidly by 3rd and 4th place as well. Little look over the shoulder there from Damien Purificati. What's he concerned about? He's concerned because he's been held up slightly there. You can see he's lost a lot of ground to Dave Entigard. I wonder if Parry and him maybe just got in each other's way, and particularly Parry maybe in his way. But he's lost a lot of ground. It was 0.6 on the last pass. It's now opened up to well over a second. In fact, well over 2 seconds. So certainly something must have happened up at the hairpin. Martin Parry now passed by Van Breda. Hein McMahon trying to close down on Van Breda again to get up onto the overall podium. Great ride here from Hein McMahon as well on a spare bike of Dieter Hazeman's. Behind that, it's Trevor Westman who's made his way up into the top 5. Despite that off track here at the S's. How he hung on was testament to the skill and experience that he's got as one of the best riders to come out of Cape Town. There's a lot of great riders that have come out of Cape Town in the past, and Trevor the Killer Westman is certainly one of them. The other one, of course, is now leading this race, Dave Entigard. What a super run here from Dave Entigard on that Ravenol and Motorwise Motorcycles machine. Back markers now getting to their own little battles as well. Bit of fighting there. As you can see, it's a big push here from James Barson to try and hang on ahead of Caravello, Van Dalen and LaRue. And on the back of that, it's Byron Rothwell. Barson hanging on for dear life here as Caravello has closed that gap down rapidly onto the back end of the number 5 bike. 5th place on the road coming up on the back end of that back marker. Martin Parry about to be caught by 5 motorcycles. There goes our leader up through Hanger. 2nd place. Doesn't look like there's an answer coming out of Damien Purificati in this last lap. Entigard is going to take that Ravenol and Motorwise Motorcycles Kawasaki to the top step of the podium here for race 2. He's going to be happy with that, that is for sure. A welcome return to the podium for Dave Entigard, and it's to the top step. Doesn't mess around, just goes straight to the top. With the championship leader not here this weekend, it was open to any of these riders to steal those championship points away, and it's exactly what Dave Entigard and 2nd place Damien Purificati have done. Newland versus the 117. Look at that little battle. Dave Varinga fighting hard with Mark Newland as they come out of Chevy up towards the final corner. Varinga's on the inside, Newland on his outside. Watch for the cutback across the line. The rest of the pack have gone through there. Westman hangs on. McMahon in the 5 spot. In fact, Trevor Westman just getting through there on Hein McMahon to the line. Varinga hangs on to beat out Mark Newland for 11th and 12th place. But let's have a quick squiz as to how they finished up in their classes as well at the end of the day. Purificati, Westman and Hein McMahon, your top 3 in Class A. Good run there from them. Class B went to Graham Van Breda ahead of James Barson and Dave Varinga. And then to the line, Johan LaRue still with a massive advantage over Martin Parry. That is your top 3 in Class C for the ZX10R Masters Cup. And wrapping up our 2-wheeled action here from the round 4 of the Extreme Festival at Aldo Scribante. Great job there and a nice restart. Certainly worked into the favour of Dave Entigard to secure some championship points. But biggest scorer here this weekend, definitely Damien Purificati, with Clint Seller not making it down here. He's definitely going to close that gap down on Seller, although it's still a big margin with Seller having taken 6 wins out of 6 starts. Rolling out now for race number 2. It's the Astron Energy Polo Cup and the Astron Energy Polo Cup Masters category. 2 classes in one here. The Polo Cup class up front with all of our junior drivers and riders. And the Masters, of course, joining us this season again for a return of the Masters class to Polo Cup racing. So expect some big fights between both of those categories. And in fact, first race of the day, the Masters started to catch the back end of the Cup class into the closing stages. So I think we're going to see more of that here in race 2 as well. We've still got race 2 of Formula Fords and Formula 1600s from Investchem. Gazoo Racing SA Cup to come for a second heat. Extreme Supercars for 2 more heats of action from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And then a separate South African touring car and separate Super Cup race for race 2 later on this afternoon. So a couple more races still to go here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. So as they roll up to the line, we're waiting for Jason Loosemore to take up his position on pole, as he was the fastest man in race number 1, securing himself that pole position again. And of course that will certainly help his championship aspirations, particularly when you look at Nathan Victor only lining up down in 6th place on the grid. So his closest rival down in 6th place. Ethan Katsia will be alongside him though, so that's always a big factor to take into account. An ex-member of Team Red is Ethan Katsia, but now part of the JRT racing unit that comes out of Swartkops. Mo Karodia will be slotting up into the 3rd place on the grid there for Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsport. He'll be certainly looking to try and capitalize on a slightly higher grid position and maybe make himself aware of at least the top 3 in race number 2. Jean-Andre Marais, local man, very happy with that second row start and will definitely look to try and capitalize here and put himself onto the podium on his home track here at Aldo Scribante. Tyler Robinson, third of the Team Red Racing cars there in 5th place ahead of Nathan Victor for Summit Racing. Then it's Roshan Goodman, who was up to 3rd place in race 1. Unfortunately cooked his goose into turn 1 and ran completely off circuit. Had to come back on track right at the back of the pack, so it made a bit of an effort there for Roshan to get through the pack. Hannes Skippers is alongside him, who was fighting for podium honours in race number 1. Starting down in 8th is not where Hannes wanted to be, so he didn't quite get the fast laps in there in race 1 that he needed to be slightly higher up on the grid. Charles Smallberger in 9th, Carl Fissers in 10th, and then it's Nirav Singh for Kyle Army Exhausts in 11th. Pole man for the Masters is Wayne Masters. Derek Smallberger will be alongside him. Then it's John Kruger and Mike Barbaglia, and then Luigi Ferro and Chris Dale with Elna Cruiser at the back of the pack for race number 2. So let's stand by now as they go on to their warm-up lap. Try and get a little bit of extra heat into the rubber here. And now we go to the start procedures. So the green flag waves, 12 laps of action coming away, including this 13th one, which is just the warm-up here for the Polo Cup and Masters. Remember, it's 2 separate starts for Polo Cup. It's the Cup class first, and about 10 seconds later the Masters will start. And incredibly, even with that 10-second gap, they were able to catch the back end of the Cup category in race number 1. I'm sure John Kruger will be looking to try and up his pace slightly there and maybe get ahead of both Masters and Smallberger if he's able to. Masters, of course, is in the Alpha ESS solar machine alongside Smallberger in the Sabertech and OMP car. It's John Kruger for Habit Oils and Team Red Racing. Mike Mobaglia for Paybar. Luigi Ferro in the second of the Alpha ESS cars. Chris Dale running in the Puma car. And he'll be looking forward to a big fight there amongst the Masters. They always put on a good show, but it's kind of more gentlemanly racing at the back end there. It's a bit more chaotic at the front, particularly when Jason Newsmore is looking for his first double of the year. If he can secure 2 wins here today, it'll just extend his lead in the championship to a little bit more breathing room ahead of Nathan Victor. Him and Nathan Victor have literally gone 1 for 1 at every single round of this championship so far. One winning the first heat, the other winning the second heat, and vice versa all the way through up until Swartkops, where the 3-race format allowed Jason Newsmore 2 wins over Nathan Victor's 1 on the day. So maybe a little bit of luck going his way here. Victor's luck hasn't quite gone according to plan there for race 2, although 6th place is still a good place to start because you are on the outside line, and that might be a big factor considering the fact that he's going to follow Ethan Coetzee and Jean-Andre Marais down towards turn number 1. Right, let's bring him to the line. Waiting to go now for race 2. You can see Ian just leaning over the wall here, bringing Jay right up to the line as much as possible, getting the best advantage he can there for the Team Red Racing, SFA and Renegade Racing Polo of Jason Newsmore, our pole man. JRT man alongside him there, Coetzee. OMP, Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing is in 3rd. Team Red Racing and Cerebex there in 4th with Jean-Andre Marais, the local man. Hometown hero, hopefully, by the end of this one. Ahead of Tyler Robinson, the AF Fans, Team Red Racing Polo. She's got Nathan Victor in the Summit Racing and Floor Store on trend in 6th place. The lights are about to go off in about 5 seconds' time. When those lights go on, they wait. As soon as the lights go off, we go racing with the Cup class first. They get off the line. The Masters hold and wait. Wayne Masters will wait for the second set of lights. The 5-second board goes up for them. The lights go on. They go off, and they head down towards turn 1. Good start coming out of John Kruger, trying to squeeze through there between himself, Masters and Smallberg as they head across the line. Whole shot goes to Loosemore. Great start from Jean-Andre. He's up to 3rd. He's got in behind Ethan Coetzee. But what a start coming out of Nathan Victor. He's up to 4th place. He's made up 2 positions off the line down into turn 1. As the Masters come into the S's, we're watching the back of the pack, and it looks like Roshan Goodman's got some work to do to get through there on Nirav Singh. The Kyle Army exhaust man trying to fend off the 4th of those Team Red Racing cars in towards Hanger. Here comes Jean-Andre, defensive, keeping out a hard charge not only from Mo Karodia right on his tail, but on his outside, coming from Nathan Victor. Victor's got the inside line, but Jean-Andre's going to close that door. Victor has to go up onto the curve to avoid an incident and a touch between the 2 of them there. He's also gone defensive to try and keep out Mo Karodia as they went through Chevy Sweep, heading up towards Dunlop. The Alpha ESS car in 2nd place means that Smallberger leads out, and right behind him, the red, black and white machine of the Habit Oils and Team Red car of John Kruger. They're in 3rd place. Here comes Roshan Goodman alongside Nirav as they head across the line to complete the first lap in anger. Elna Cruiser just ahead there of Chris Dale as the Masters come to complete their first one as well. 1 of 12 done for the Polo Cup. John Kruger must have used a push to pass there to get through on Masters. He now closes under braking, tries to sneak up the inside of Derek Smallberger. Smallberger sees him coming, shuts the door. So a nice little fight there between the Masters out front. About to join that body as well is the paybar car of Mike Barbaglia. He's not too far behind that. Look at how he's closed that gap down. Could be a 4-way fight here for the Masters category. That is exactly what we'd like to see from the Masters point of view. They are pushing it to the limit big time here, heading through Hanger. They go up towards turn number 5, and late on the brakes. Is there any opportunity to overtake? No, not yet. Everybody just follows through line astern for now. Heading down towards Chevy. It's John Kruger on the move, trying to make his way through, bringing Luigi Ferro along for the ride. Back into the mid-pack of the Cup class. Tyler Robinson under a bit of pressure, coming from Charles Smallberger on her tail. So Smallberger now getting into the mix and putting the pressure onto the young lady driver there from Team Red and AF Fans. Loosemore opening up a big margin, getting away at the front end and trying to control things from the front of this race and ensure he gets the double victory here. If he does, it'll basically be almost perfect weekend for Jason Loosemore. He's gone quickest in qualifying. Oh, and his teammate is under huge pressure. Look at that, side by side between him and Nathan Victor as they head up towards Hangar. Victor's on the inside, though. He should have the advantage into Hangar, and he has to give it up, yes. Victor holding that inside line into Hangar sweep, allowed Jean-Andre Marais just to back out slightly to give him some room to play, but he's not backing out into the hairpin. He comes around the outside into the hairpin. Jean-Andre Marais all over Nathan Victor, trying to come back at him at his home track. Using that home track advantage, maybe a little bit of knowledge on how to get around this track and where there are some other lines to be used. He is rubbing the back of that bumper as they come out of Chevy. And right on his tail is Mo Karodia. Karodia is about to be joined by Smallberger. Charles Smallberger about to join the party as Nick Victor hangs onto the inside line. Jean-Andre Marais tries to cut back, but on the inside you can see, oh, a touch in the background. Tyler Robinson's gone off. Tyler Robinson with a touch between herself and one of the other drivers. I'm not quite sure who it was, but Robinson now drops back big time. It might be Roshan. Oh, no, I'm not quite sure who it was, actually. Tyler Lowe gets it out of shape, though. Jean-Andre, her teammate, hangs on to keep out Hannes Skippers, Charles Smallberger, and Mo Karodia behind him. Then you got Roshan Goodman about to join the party there. So it's Jean-Andre Marais behind Nathan Victor. Tyler Robinson, fortunately, coming together there. I'm not quite sure who it was with, but certainly some problems there. She's dropped back down into the pack of, it might have been Carl Fisser. Possibly Carl Fisser there. No, it wasn't Carl Fisser. He didn't start this one. So just looking at the way that the timing monitor is giving me information, I'm trying to see who that second car was. Definitely two cars involved in the incident up at turn number 7, Dunlop Corner. They come through Chevy sweep again. Jean-Andre Marais looking to try and find a way through. Speaking of making a way through, Masters, he's under attack big time there from John Kruger. Trying to get to the front end. Kruger is looking to try and get to the front, but having to fend off the attentions being shown there by Masters is allowing Derek Smallberger to get away. In that pack, remember, is Tyler Robinson. She's behind that top 3 in the Masters, trying to find a way through on the 3 of them. Actually not a bad place for Tyler to be. If you want to see some racecraft, you're certainly going to learn it from the 3 drivers in front of you. Tyler goes alongside and tries to pull up on the inside of the 3rd car in that pack. And possibly going to just outgun Masters down into turn 1 under brakes. In fact, goes with a push to pass and gets around him. John Kruger now in 2nd place, trying to get around the very difficult Sabertech and OMP car of Derek Smallberger ahead of him. Can you believe this? This is great action. Tyler's right in the mix here with the Masters. Maybe going to learn a few things from these Masters. Back to the front, Roshan Goodman now trying to get through on the inside of Dr. Hannes Skippers. Looks like he might have made it stick. No, Hannes comes back at him down the hill. Tucks in and slots just on the inside into Chevy sweep to retake that position from Roshan, but Roshan's not giving up. Mzansi Motorsport and Team Red Racing car in the mix there, along with his teammate who's now fending off Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 Motorsports Mo Karodia. Ethan Kutsia, front road down now into what is a fight with a hard charge coming out of, can you believe that? Nathan Victor. He's 2nd on the road behind Jason Newsmore. So he stayed out of harm's way, but it's a big margin of nearly 5 seconds he's got to make up in the next 7 laps. Not going to be easy. Loosemore currently lapping in the 1:12.2s. His last lap was a 1:12.8, so consistent 12s out of, what is it, the first 5 cars there. First 6 cars, all in the 12s. Showing just how evenly matched these cars are. It all comes down to driver skill, setup on the car, and racecraft. And certainly Nathan Victor's racecraft has worked well for him here to get him up into 2nd place from 6 on the grid. Yeah, there have been a couple of factors that have opened up some doors for him, but that's how racing goes. And he's now trying to capitalize on it and stay ahead of Ethan Kutsia. Ethan Kutsia coming onto the main straightaway again to complete another lap. Do we see any push to passes being used? No, they all stay. No lights ablaze, no hazard lights coming on, so you cannot see them using that push to pass unless the hazards come on. Here comes Kutsia. Uses the slipstream, tries to pull alongside Victor. Victor holds the inside line, not going to open up that door. Kutsia's pushing hard. Can he find a way through? Nathan Victor's been a tough man to beat for a long, long time. He's been in the mix for the hunt at the front of the championship last year with Charles Visser. And this year it's been him and Jason Loosemore who've shared the honours all the way through. Loosemore looks like he might get a slight advantage here this weekend if he seals the deal here in race number 2. Gets the first double of the year. And doesn't share the honours on the day with anybody else other than himself. It hasn't been the case since then. And Tyler Robinson now through on Masters. She's got through on John Kruger. She's now just got Derek Smallberger to try and find a way past to get back up into contention for the Cup class. But with that said, just up the road from them will be the Kyalami exhaust car of Nirav Singh. And I don't think Nirav is going to have an answer to the pace if these 5 catch him. So the Kyalami exhaust man hanging on to the last part of the Cup class. He's not the last car there because Tyler's the last car. But she's, of course, now running with the Masters category, having gone off at Dunlop. Down towards turn 1. Can she get through on the inside of Smallberger? Will he give her some space? No. If you want to get through on Derek Smallberger, you're going to have to fight for it. He knows that's not a Masters car he's fighting with, I'm sure by now. Seeing the livery on that car, he'll recognize it because he used to be part of Team Red Racing. So I'm sure he's also going to try and keep Tyler out. Probably not even realizing she's not even part of the battle he's in. He's actually doing him a bit of a favor because she's now got a bit of breathing room between herself and Masters, which has opened up an even bigger margin for Smallberger. Come out of the hip and down towards Chevy. Back to the front for second. Could see her still applying big pressure onto Nathan Victor. Let's see. Anybody got a push to pass? No. Not those two anyway. Or they're holding it for a bit later on in the race. We've completed app. We got 8. We got 4 to go. Still 4 more laps of this incredible Astron Energy Polo Cup. This is one of the reasons why these guys get involved in this class. Why sponsors like Astron show the intention to be the naming rights sponsor. And why they get such great value. Because the race action provided by one of the longest standing championships in South Africa continues to provide great action right up into its 27th year of running. You can see her behind, but still behind. Has not found a way through there on Nathan Victor, but he continues to apply the pressure. Gendre from Mo Karodia, from Charles Smallberger. So that's how close it is there between those 3. And they, of course, are fighting for 4, 5, 6, and 7th place on the circuit at the moment. Hannes Schippers has lost the toe to the back of that pack, so he unfortunately is not going to have enough time to probably catch and pass them. Then it's Roshan Goodman. And he's ahead of Nirav Singh. Nirav Singh also watching his rearview mirrors for the Masters class, closing in on him. Wow, Lee Thompson Racing's Mo Karodia went a little bit wide out of turn number 1. Trying to hang on to that outside line into turn 2 and to the S's. Oh, and there you go. Smallberger sliding off the track. The Sabertech car. Oh, that was a big one. Slides off into the tyre barrier and Smallberger out of race 2. Now, I wonder if he was helped out there. Or was Mo Karodia trying to defend an attack coming from Charles Smallberger, which turned into something going completely wrong there for him. Didn't quite get that, unfortunately, but we'll wait to see what the repercussions are of that. Derek Smallberger still hangs on to the Masters and still keeps out Tyler Robinson. She's not fighting for the Masters. In fact, she's dropped back behind Masters as I speak. So Wayne Masters has found a way through there on the young lady. As I said, it's not a bad place to be. One thing you can make up for after having a little mistake at Dunlop is that you're now in amongst some very seasoned campaigners in polos. And you might learn a few things sticking up close and personal to Masters, Kruger and Derek Smallberger. Penultimate lap has started. So we got 10 down and 2 to go. Masters into turn 1 with Smallberger leading them out. Wayne Masters in the Alpha ESS machine in second. Airport Lubricants and Team Red Racing's John Kruger in third, right on his Team Red stablemate's tail. Tyler Robinson. And through hanging sweep now. Closing in on that Kyalami exhaust machine of Nirav Singh. Kutsia still hangs on to third. Can't find a way through there on Nathan Victor. He'll be a difficult man to pass, knowing that he's got to try and salvage as many points as he can, seeing that Jason Newsmore possibly could steal a double victory here this weekend. Across the line they go. Another lap done. 1 to go. Gendre, with one of his best finishes here on his home track. He'll be in 4th place if he stays where he is right now. Possibly hoping for something to go wrong with these two, I'm sure. Gendre Marais watching through his helmet visor up the front of these two and going, yeah, keep fighting, guys. 1-2 for Team Red will be nice if I can get that right. But highly unlikely with Nathan Victor and Ethan Kutsia's experience at the wheels of polos. So it's yes, FA, Renegade Racing and Team Red Racing Polo of Jason Newsmore looking for a double victory here. It's the first double victory of the season for Polo Cup. As he heads up into Dunlop for the final time. It looks like it's going to be Team Red 1 and 4, possibly 1, 4 and 7 as they cross the line. But more importantly, Nathan Victor in 2nd place has salvaged something. Jason Newsmore with the win. Victor for 2nd place, crosses the line now ahead of Ethan Kutsia. Gendre Marais coming through there for 4th place. Will he hang on? Looks like he might. Here comes Smallberger under attack right into the final corner there from Wayne Masters. So it's Sabertech versus Alpha ESS. And the 2 Team Red Racing cars behind there. We'll see Tyler Robinson finish up last in the Cup category. And her teammate John Kruger 3rd in the Masters ahead of Mike Barbaglia. And it was Luigi Ferro, Elna Cruiser, and finally Chris Dale over the line to wrap up the Masters category. So that is Polo Cup done for the day. Astron Energy Polo Cup. 2 very fine heats of racing there. Seeing Jason Newsmore take 2 victories out of 2 starts. Perfect weekend for him as well because he scores the extra points for the pole position and super pole yesterday. And for the fastest lap in race number 1 as well. So well done to Jason Newsmore. Nathan Victor salvaging some points, as I said, with that 2nd place in heat number 2 for the Summit Racing and Floor Store on Trend Car. Ethan Kutsia, Gendre Marais there in 3 and 4 ahead of Hunter Skippers and Mocha Rodeo making up the top 6. We'll wait to see overall results later on this evening at our prize giving ceremony. But we now move on to the InvestChem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents for their 2nd heat of the day.
again, take us down. Gqeberha on fourth place. Best finish in SMNC Polo Cup was Andre. Brilliant drive from him.
So as we see our Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents rolling to the line, the biggest factor, of course, this weekend has been the non-show of the Juggernaut, Jagger Robertson, to that front row in race number 1. And by the looks of it, he hasn't made it out for race number 2. Clutch issues were the big problem in race 1. Wasn't able to get the clutch fixed in time. And I'm not quite sure if they've been able to get the clutch fixed in time for race 2 either. So Jagger Robertson, your championship leader, after a dominant start to this campaign in single-seaters, has now seen the luck turn his way, or the bad luck I should say, turn his way. Looks like he's rolling, oh fuck, I'll take it back, commentator's curse, there he is. Rolling up in the Liqui Moly and Pretoria North Sparko car, onto the second position of the grid. And will Casey Ensor-Smith now be able to handle the dominant force of single-seater racing in 2024, Jagger Robertson? When I say that, I take the term that was given to him in a press release that went out at the beginning of the week, saying, can anybody stop the Juggernaut? And the only thing that was able to stop him was a clutch issue. It wasn't on track with his fellow competitors. Will that now change up, with Casey Ensor-Smith taking his first victory of 2024? We got a green flag at the back, which means we are good to go for racing. Standing by. The boards will come out. We wait for that 5-second board to be retracted. Lights on, and on the lights off we go. Jagger Robertson's always been very good off the line, and this time it's Casey Ensor-Smith who gets a slightly better start than Jagger down towards turn 1. Will he be able to keep out Jagger though towards turn 1? Jagger slots in behind him and tucks up into second place, with Jason Coetzee already applying pressure onto the back end of Jagger as they go into turn 1. Looks like that might be Mikkel Besaidnout, who's moved himself up into 4th place, just ahead of Karabo Malamela as they come out of turn 1. Around Malamela's side is Alex Voss, who slots in just ahead of Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Then it's Shrin. Behind Shrin looks like that might be Storm Lanfear. And leading out the Formula Ford Kent class, it's Graham Hepburn. So that's how they start things out here for the second heat of the InvestChem Formula 1600s. There from the Metal Use Spares car of Renzo Ribeiro, trying to make a move to get up ahead of his close rival Ewan Holtzhausen. But it's Ensor-Smith who controls things at this stage, with Jagger Robertson right on his tail. So they've fixed that gearbox, they've sorted out the clutch, and he's now into second place, looking for a victory. Trying to salvage some points here, having scored no points in race number 1. 11 laps to go of the 12 allocated for race 2. A bit of a charge from the background. Watch out for Renzo Ribeiro coming up alongside and possibly past Ewan Holtzhausen. Yes, slots it up just in the background there of that shot. We'll see them come into shot now as they come through. Here they come. Renzo from the Metal Use Spares team sneaks up ahead of that Sapphire car of Ewan Holtzhausen. Jagger Robertson stays behind Casey Ensor-Smith as they both pull away from Jason Coetzee in 3rd place. Coetzee's got Malamela, Mikkel Besaidnout, Alex Voss and Monkonkwana along for the ride. And literally slotting in right behind him. Monkonkwana has been overtaken there by Alex Voss and falls into Shrin Naidu's clutches. Shrin's got Lanfear on his tail. Storm Lanfear in the 27 car, good number on that machine, heading up towards turn number 7, Dunlop corner. I mentioned earlier on, of course, the bikes were the only other manufacturers and categories that are racing not on Dunlops this weekend, but of course these guys don't run on Dunlops either. So Casey Ensor-Smith leads out as they cross the line. And a good move here as well from him to stay ahead of Jagger Robertson. Jagger probably using these first couple of laps just as a test to make sure everything is good enough and well fixed on that car. But with his dad, Justin, doing all the work and preparation, he will have a huge amount of ability available to him, given to the fact that his dad has prepped that car and sorted out the clutch. He won't be questioning or querying anything that bolts on tight or anything like that. So normally meticulous work that's done by Justin Robertson on any of the race cars that Jagger gets into. And if that clutch is well indeed fixed, I think by the halfway stage we're going to see a bit of pressure coming from Jagger onto Casey Ensel-Smith for the win. Although, with the way things go in single-seaters and they have in the past, when you get that first victory under your belt, you become a little bit more confident, and with that confidence comes the ability to possibly hang on to positions that you would not necessarily have hung on to in the past, having not taken a victory and got that little bit of extra confidence that that first victory brings you. Nice move there from Sia, closing up on Foss as they go into the S's. Malamela doing the same thing, but not quite as close. And in between them is Mikel Besaidon in the Huawei car. Nice run there from Mikel to run top 5. Casey Ensel-Smith pulling a little bit of a gap now. It's only just over half a second between himself and Jagger as they crossed the line the last time. Seems to have opened up a little bit more now. Heading up through Chevy Sweep and up towards Dunlop again. It's Kutsia defending, and late braking required to do that defending to keep out Karabo Malamela. KC from Jagger. Jason, Karabo, Mikel, Alex, Siabonga, Shrin and Storm, and then Renzo makes up the top 10. Holtzhausen, having lost out down the main straightaway, hasn't been able to come back at Renzo Ribeiro, that metal use spares machine. Graham Hepburn continues to lead out ahead of Rick Morris and Duncan Foss in the Formula Ford Kent class. Really much changing there in the top 11 cars out of the InvestChem Formula 1600 pack. Burn, Morris, Foss and Mayer, no changes there as well in the Formula Ford Kents. It was 0.6, it's now 0.8. Probably going to be about a second by the time they cross the line there, and Casey Ensel-Smith is just pulling away to the tune of about 0.2 every single lap over Jagger Robertson. So maybe Jagger not quite as confident in his car's ability as what he normally is, and maybe just wants to finish this one up to score some points, not factor in or possibly risk any maneuvers that could potentially put him on the sideline and out of contention for race 2. Second in race 2 will salvage him enough points, and he'll still maintain the lead comfortably in this championship after the 6 victories in a row he's taken. Well, it's 6 good races, beg your pardon, it's 4 in a row in terms of victories there for Jagger. Now coming through up into the hairpin, further back in the pack, Shrin Naidu being closed there big time. Storm Lanfear. Lanfear's closed the gap down there in the Race Driver SA machine. Trying to get onto the back of his stablemate out of InvestChem and Race Driver SA, Siabonga Monkonkwana. But he's still got to try and find a way through there on Shrin Naidu. Another lap done. Halfway stage reached. 6 down, 6 to go. Ensel-Smith now pulling 1.4 seconds over Jagger. I think Jagger has realised that second place is going to be all he can get in this one. He'll salvage points, that's the most important thing. But we'll wait and see whether he's able to keep it all together now. Because Jason Kutsia is also starting to pull away ever so slightly from Karabo Malamela. He's 3.8 seconds back though, so might not be enough time here for him to close that gap down on Jagger. What he'll tend to do is maybe concentrate on staying on the overall podium, because if he finishes up in 3rd place there, could potentially finish up 2nd overall for the day. Let's wait and see now as they come across the line, and it's now lap number 7 completed, 5 to go. We head to East London Grand Prix circuit for the next round of this championship. It's on the last weekend of July, 28-29 I think it is, of July. And at the East London Grand Prix circuit, of course, in a few seasons we've had some absolutely epic and drama-packed single-seater races out of InvestChem Formula 1600s. Siabonga Monkonkwana about Gqeberha Corner. He'll tell you all about it. And of course, remember, with this championship, whoever wins out overall for the championship has to then move on. They get a 225,000 Rand prize purse, and they also get a chance to test a global touring or a South African touring car, and also get a chance to test one of the big single-seaters out of Ian Schofield's stable to see whether or not they want to go single-seater or saloon car route. And then they'll make the decision as to where they move on to from there. Tori Dolanchek, of course, our outgoing champion, sharing my birthday only a couple of days ago. He's no longer involved in this one, so the number one plate is not on the grid, which means it's very much up for grabs, and that's exactly what Jagger Robertson was trying to do, to try and secure as many victories up front as possible, try and wrap up the championship as early as he can. That all worked out for the last 2 rounds. And of course, Swartkorp's a double victory there for him, and the perfect day in the saddle, actually. 2 poles, 2 fastest laps, and 2 victories was the way to go there for Jagger Robertson. But unfortunately, a clutch issue here this weekend cost him the first race and his ability to actually start or finish it. 4 to go for Graham Hepburn. That's the gap he's got over Duncan Foss and Rick Morris for 2nd and 3rd in the Kent class. Back down into turn 1, those 2 go. Investchem car closing in on Foss, trying to find a way through on him if he can. Hepburn leading comfortably by a huge margin as he heads up into Hangar. Let's have a look at the gap. You can see it probably here. They go into the hairpin. We just see Foss coming onto that short straight towards the hairpin out of Hangar. And on his tail, Rick Morris, all the way from the United Kingdom. Back to that front pack. Best 10 Formula 1600 is coming out of the S's. We're looking at Srin Naidu. Big gap opening up now between 1 and 2. Equidistant there between 2 and 3. Jason Kutsia, he's just got a little whiff that maybe there might be a bit of back markers that come into play here that can help him out. Closing in on Jagger Robertson. Alan Mayer is the man in question. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer retired. He is now out of Dunlop corner. Caught and passed by the leader and about to be caught and passed by 2nd place Jagger Robertson. Two to go. Robertson now through on Alan Mayer. Might give him a little bit more breathing room over Jason Kutsia. If Jason catches Alan in the wrong position, he might have to wait to overtake him, which will give Malamela and Mikhail Bosadinot maybe a little whiff for a last-ditch effort here into the closing stages. That's exactly what Malamela's done. He goes inside of Alan Mayer into the hairpin. Followed very closely there by Mikhail Bosadinot and Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Mayer will hold that outside line, possibly give the inside line open up for Foss and Naidu to sneak through. So we start the final lap with Casey Ensor-Smith now. A good 2 odd seconds up the road, I would say. Make that 3 seconds, in fact, as the timing monitor refreshes here in our studio. Kutsia 3.6 seconds back on them, and then Malamela only about half a second back on Jason Kutsia. So 3rd place still up for grabs, that's for sure. 1 and 2 are done and dusted. I don't think we're going to see any changes here for Casey Ensor-Smith in that Vitro machine. I always say when your first victory comes, the next one comes pretty rapidly. I'm not quite sure if Casey was expecting a double victory here today, considering the fact that Jagger was so dominant in the qualifying and free practices, but with that clutch issue, it's given a double victory here to Casey Ensor-Smith for Investchem Formula 1600. Jagger Robertson will salvage points with a 2nd in race 2, and he comes to the line just ahead of Jason Kutsia, who beats Malamela, Mikhail Bosadinot and Monkonkwana to the line. Alex Foss behind them with Srinadu, Storm Lanfear, and Renzo making up the top 10. Hepburn through Hanger for the last time. He's got a very big margin over Foss and Rick Morris. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to finish up the Kent category at the top end. We'll wait for them to come through there and make their way up towards the checkered flag. But the quali pack car is on its way to a victory, and another victory here for Graham with the absence of Ian Schofield here this weekend. There he goes, checkered flag on standby, and double win there for Graham Hepburn in Formula Ford Kents, beating out Duncan Foss and Rick Morris for the top 3. So from here we head into the next part of our day's proceedings, which, if I'm not mistaken, is Toyota Gazoo Racing. We'll keep an eye out on that one and see how things turn around here in the last part of our racing day. Yeah, Gazoo Racing SA Cup up next for race 2. That is an 8-lapper, and then 4 more 12-lappers to come your way with Extreme Supercars double heat, SA Touring Car on their own, and a Super Cup class on their own to wrap up the day's proceedings here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival. We'll be back shortly with Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. Gazoo Racing GR Cup make their way to the line for their second heat. It's the 86 League out front as always, and right behind them will be the Media and Yaris Cup Challenge. They'll be fighting hard here for race 2 of Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. And in the background you can see our biggest fans of the Extreme Festival. And no, Moira, it is very nice. It's not cold at all here. T-shirt material right now. No need for hoodies. Yes, there is a cool breeze blowing, but it's still very warm here in the friendly city. So remember, with the Gazoo Racing Cup, there are 3 classes. 86s at the front, driven by our development classes, and drivers coming through the development process with Gazoo Racing. Behind them will be the Media Challenge. They're in the black and sort of lipstick and top-end liveried machines of the Corolla hatches. But in that pack there are a whole bunch of Yaris Cup competitors as well, and those are our driving academy drivers, Devon Scott being the top one of them, fighting hard with a couple of other drivers that are involved with the GR development of the GR brand in the Toyota dealership network. Looking forward to another great battle as Sean Nurse will lead out that Media Challenge alongside the Yaris Cup leader Devon Scott, and the front end of the 86s will be led out by Davy van der Merwe, race 1 winner. We see possibilities of a change-up for race 2 now. And can we get maybe the likes of Nico Zafiris or Dylan Praji from Zimbabwe onto the top step of the podium and just bring a new man to the top step in Gazoo Racing? Standing by now as the 86 league come round and get up into their start positions for the rolling start. It's Zafiris on the outside. Praji just behind him. The pole man is Davy van der Merwe. Will we see a turnaround for Sachaba Mashigo, whose luck turned a little bit nasty in the closing stages of race number 1? As they get down towards turn 1, 8 laps have started for the 86 league. You see in the background Sean Nurse holding up the rest of the pack of cars as they come out of Dunlop. These cars all on Dunlop rubber as the Yaris's and Corollas head down towards turn 1 as well. Expecting to see a big fight amongst our media contingent as well as the Yaris Cup competitors. Let's see what it takes to get to the front end. Speaking of the front end, well, there's some real rubbing going on there. A 70 car of Nico Zafiris just running wide off onto the track and out onto the dirty stuff. A bit of maneuvering that wasn't quite expected from him. Sachaba Mashigo is back in the mix as the Media and Yaris Cup head towards the top end of the circuit, towards the hairpin. Davy van der Merwe hanging on for now. And you can see just how hard it's going to be there for him, because they're a lot closer to them than what they have been. And as I said in race number 1, van der Merwe was brought into this category to kind of be the target for the drivers, to show the kind of pace that these cars can get and see whether or not the development process that Toyota puts their drivers through works. And it seems to be working very nicely right now as they cross the line in anger for the first time, with Praji in second and Ken Swartz incredibly up into third place. We saw Nico Zafiris run wide and Sachaba Mashigo had to take evasive action coming into the complex where they're headed to now. So Mashigo had to try and avoid the off-track excursion that was taken by the 70 car there of Nico Zafiris. Tucks in behind him. He's got Ryan Naka right on his tail now as well as they come through there. So Naka with the work to do, closing on the back end of Sachaba Mashigo. But Dylan Praji certainly on a charge here and going to give Davy van der Merwe a very good run this time in race 2. Sean Nurse is the top of the media. He leads out over Devon Scott and Paul DeFoss, but Mario D'Souza is in there as well. So D'Souza could kind of be one of two, because he's not only a GR Cup media contingent driver, but he's also one of the top contenders in the Yaris Cup as well. Mashigo in that mix. Second pack of 3 cars coming out of Dunlop corner. Led out by Nico Zafiris and keeping Ryan Naka behind him. Nurse still leads out. Devon Scott trying to close him down. Sean Nurse in the Corolla, 220 kilowatt machine. And of course the 200 kilowatt machine on his tail of Devon Scott. But of course Scott, with the driver training academy experience that he gives these drivers, might have a little advantage over the rest of that pack. The rest of the pack at this stage being Paul de Vos and on his tail Noria de Souza. I think second of the media cars, watching in the background, could possibly be Hannes from Latville. And then Alex Shahini. So we've got de Vos, de Souza, Vanna Fenter and John Thompson ahead now of Alex Shahini and Hannes Visser. Visser actually got ahead of Shahini on the last pass, so it is Visser who's up into second place in the media challenge. On the brakes, you can see the hazard lights coming on there, showing the ABS system kicking in as they climb hard on that brake pedal. Devon Scott goes quickest on the last lap. Possibly going to go even quicker now as he comes across the line to complete another lap behind the 86s. Sean Nurse was looking good, but he's being closed down rapidly now by Devon Scott as he starts to put in the hot laps. Scott across the line on a 1:12.301, Sean Nurse 1:12.4. So he's about a tenth of a second quicker than Nurse, who leads out the media and Yaris Cup. Chaba Mashigo still under a bit of pressure there from Nika. Nika trying to find a way past, can't find it just yet. As I speak about Devon Scott closing that gap down, Nurse opens it up again. Here comes a bit of maneuver. Oh, and some very, very big pressure coming from Ken Swartz onto the back end of Dylan Prodigy. Swartz wants by. He would love a second place on the podium. It'll be his first podium as well for Ken Swartz if he gets second place. But even if he stays where he is right now, third place will still ensure him a podium, which he's never had before. So they get into the second half of the race now. 4 down and 4 to go. Let's see whether or not Ken Swartz can find a way through there. There is Hannes Visser. He's ahead of Shahini. So the Car Magazine man falling behind Latville. Kumbi on cars, putting the pressure on. Looks like that pressure is starting to pay off because he's right there now with Benny Halberg. Benny Halberg just hanging on to keep out. Charge coming from Kumbi. Chikazi is having a fantastic run there for the Kumbi on cars machine. Trying to hang on possibly for a good overall finish for the weekend. Dive up the inside and change up. There you go. 70 on 69. Here we see a change. Sorry, 70 on 58, not 69. The 58 car there of Ken Swartz moving down the list into 4th place, as Nico Zaveras makes his way back up into the top 3. Top 3 honours now up for grabs, and certainly very tight racing between the 3 cars fighting for second. Nice run there from the 3 of them, getting away big time from Sachaba and Ryan. Nika at this stage at the back of the pack of the 86s, trying to find a way past on Sachaba Mashigo. Late braking coming from Swartz again. To try and get back up into that top 3 if he can. But it was even later braking coming from the car in front of him of Nico Saveris as he closes the gap down onto Dylan Prodigy. Prodigy, he was not going to give up second place this time without a big fight. He lost up right in the closing stages there to Nico Saveris and cost him a second step on the podium in race 1. Can he keep out the charge now from 2 drivers on his tail? Goes defensive into the hairpin. Late braking from all 3 cars, very evenly braking all 3 cars there, and around the outside, almost clipping the back end of Chaba's car. Wheels off the circuit there from one of the cars out front. I think potentially that might have been Zafiris, who just ran slightly wide. It cost him his drive out of the hairpin down towards Chevy. Nurse hangs on for now. And still Devon Scott in second place. De Vos is 3 and De Souza is 4. That's 1, 2 and 3 in the Yaris Cup. In the media challenge, as I said, Sean Nurse continues to hold on for now over Hannes Visser and Alex Shahini. Incredible to think that these are Yarises at 200 kilowatts all-wheel drive. Corollas are 221 kilowatt machines, and they're still able to run well within the similar lap times to what they're doing here. It's all dependent on the driver skill of the media or dealer or Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy drivers that are behind the wheels of those Yaris's and Corollas. Sean Nurse also starting to close onto the back end of Nika and Mashigo. Mashigo goes defensive again. Nika comes up looking for a way around the outside. Devon Scott also starting to close down on Sean Nurse. So the man from Auto Trader has to watch those rearview mirrors, because the Gazoo Racing Academy Top Gun is on his way, trying to close things down on him. Side by side, and it still is side by side there between Mashigo and Nika. Nika going around the outside. Watch for the cut back there from Ryan Nika. He might be able to squeeze through there as he cuts back on the late apex. Runs Mashigo wide. Mashigo runs off the circuit, and that's Nika through. So Sechaba Mashigo making a small mistake there with only a lap to go. Costly mistake from Sechaba Mashigo. Running wide out of Dunlop onto the grass and allowing Ryan Nika through. Sechaba drops down into 8th place, just behind Devon Scott, and into the clutches of Paul DeFoss and Mario D'Souza. Darby van der Merwe hangs on, not really been troubled. Half a second has been currently and basically matched the entire race. Oh, Dylan Prodigy had to go defensive. He's not going to give this one up. He lost out to Nico in the first one, and he's fighting hard here with Nico for the second one and for second place. And he wants that second place probably more than anybody else out on circuit. Darby van der Merwe coming out of Chevy, heading up towards Dunlop corner for the last time. Van der Merwe with a double victory again here in the 86s. Oh! Nico Zafiris, late dive on the inside of Dunlop. Prodigy opened up the door and Zafiris said, "I'll have that, thank you very much." And he takes it to the line and wins out the battle for second. Prodigy must be kicking himself. He just opened up the door by getting in a little bit too hot to keep Zafiris at bay. Zafiris put the pressure on, it paid off in the end. And Dylan Prodigy finishes in 3rd place behind Nico Zafiris again. Swats behind that. Then Ryan Nika. Devon Scott wins out over Sean Nurse. Can you believe that? Also on the last lap, Devon Scott just squeezing through and finding a way to get up the inside and get ahead of Sean Nurse from Auto Trader. So that's how it ends up for that one. Can you believe it? I wasn't kind of expecting Sean Nurse to be bettered, but Devon Scott on that last lap put in a valiant effort and just squeezed through. So did Nico Zafiris. Nico just getting up the inside there and finding a way past on Dylan Prodigy. Prodigy will be absolutely livid with that. He knows he made a mistake and opened up the door, and that gave a chance for Nico Zafiris to dive through and get that second spot. So that is Toyota Gazoo Racing SA Cup, driven by Netstar. Race action done for the day. Running through the overalls there, Darby van der Merwe, Nico Zafiris and Dylan Prodigy in the 86 League. It was Devon Scott, Paul DeFoss and Mario D'Souza in the Yaris's, and in the Media Challenge, a great drive coming out of Sean Nurse again. Another victory for him. He beats out Hannes Visser and Alex Shahini for the top honours in the Media Challenge. Up next, Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop for their race 2. They've got race 3 later on this afternoon. So we're into race 2 now of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. And the fastest cars and vehicles of the weekend are back on circuit, with lap times going down under the 1 minute bracket here at Aldo Scribante. We had a 56.8 out of Arnie Neveling this morning in qualifying. He got down to a 57.4 in race number 1, taking the victory there ahead of Stuart White. Stuart White's teammate Zolile Letlaka breaking a shock which spun him out at turn 1. He got back on track and of course still circulated to get those championship points in the bag that he could salvage. But he's now tucked in behind his teammate, and it'll give Arnie Neveling a chance to take up his pole position once again in the Bobcat Goscor Stradale Motorsport Audi. Lamborghinis 2, 3 and 4 there. Stuart White in the first one, 27 on the right hand side for Inter Africa Mining. Trans-Africa Racing and Stradale Motorsport's Jonathan du Toit, who of course was the leading car in the GT3 class in race 1. Won out that class easily. Zolile Letlaka alongside him in the second of those Inter Africa Mining Lamborghini Hurricanes. There is one McLaren on track, which I would assume is going to be Ant Blunden's, because Ricky Giannacaro's car unfortunately had some issues in race number 1, so he hasn't made it back on track. Charles Arangi certainly has. He's in the first of the Porsches just on the left-hand side there. That's not the one with the blue stripes on the side. And the brake caliper breaking on Ricky's car was the reason why he's not back on track. So Ant Blunden will be the lone McLaren there for G&H Transport. And there'll be a Porsche driven by Gianni Giannacaro for G&H Transport at the back of the pack. Behind that, it's Mark du Toit in the Trans-Africa Racing Ferrari F430. This is race 2 of 3 for our Dunlop Extreme Supercars. Fastest cars, as I said, of the weekend, fastest vehicles of the weekend as well, all able to get down into, well, most of them able to get under the 1 minute bracket here at Aldo Scribante. It's a rolling start for them as well, so that Astron Energy Polo GTI will move off the circuit just before it peels into the final corner. And then we'll hand the duties to Arnie Neveling to take them to the line for the rolling start. Lone McLaren there of Ant Blunden. As I said, his stable mate unfortunately not able to make it out there from G&H Transport. Ricky Giannacaro with that broken brake caliper. The broken shock has been repaired on Zolile's car, so he might be a factor now to have a go here with Arnie Neveling. Neveling coming around the inside of the final corner at Dunlop, and now brings them into the what would be the tram lines of karting to come under starters orders for race 2. Setting the pace and getting off the line nicely is the Bobcat Goscor machine, but Stuart White has to get to the front if he wants to be in contention, because he literally had a couple of kilometers an hour on the straight short of what Arnie Neveling was able to get out of that Audi, and you could see that he just battled on the straightaways to stay with the pace of the Audi out front. He was able to maintain second relatively easily over Jonathan du Toit, but du Toit of course is in a different class. He's running in the GT3 class as opposed to A+, and if he watches in his rearview mirrors, the A+ third place car is Zolile Letlaka right behind him. Orangis from Gianni Giannacaro. Now Mark du Toit closing in on the back end of the lone McLaren. So one Ferrari, one McLaren at the back of the pack as they come through Chevy for the first time. Top 4 should basically get away from Charles, and might just end up spreading out a bit due to the fact that they are so evenly matched. And they have the ability, particularly on Arnie Neveling's point of view, to control things from the front end. Able to get a 1 minute flat off the rolling start again. Almost got down to a 59. He was 0.393 seconds off a 59-second rolling start lap there. The Stradale Motorsport Goscor and Bobcat Audi, very dominant factor down here at the Aldo Scribante circuit in Gqeberha. We're on the east coast of South Africa. If you've joined us for the first time from all around the world, a big welcome to you here on our live stream. Courtesy of Two Wheels TV and Up to 60 Seconds. Bringing you all of the Extreme Festival action, not only regionally, but nationally as well. And these cars will be, I'm sure, itching to get down to the East London Grand Prix circuit in a month's time. To watch Lamborghinis, the Ferraris, Porsches and Audis in full flight through Rifle and down towards Gqeberha, and particularly when you head through that very treacherous first corner at East London Grand Prix circuit. It's always awesome to see. Just as good as what we're seeing right now. Zolile looks like he might have gone off at turn number 7 at Dunlop. He just missed it on camera, but he's dropped right to the back, so Zolile's got some work to do now. He hasn't gone right to the back of the pack, he's kind of gone into the middle of the pack there. But a small mistake there from him. I wonder if there might be another shock that's gone on that car. They broke the one shock, repaired it, and put it back into the car there for race number 2. Still got another race to come at the end of the day for these cars as well. And Blunden in the G&H Transport McLaren. Bit of a change of machinery there for G&H Transport's racing stable. GG, of course, in the Porsche this weekend. Some kind of an issue on that R35 Nissan of his that wasn't able to be sorted out in time, so he climbed into the spare car there, the Porsche. Jonathan Detroit controlling things in the GT3 class, comfortably there in third. Doesn't have to fight with Arnie and Stuart, they're not in the same class as him. And all he has to worry about is Gianni, who's 2 cars back behind Zolile. Zolile on Shaw, closing things down now on Oranges. Last time him and Stuart were in full flight in these cars was, of course, at the Endurance Series, and that was at night. It's almost night time, the sun is fading fast here, and we've still got 3 more races to go. 36 more laps, and make that 44 more laps if you take the 8 that are already still to be done here in the second heat of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. So it's Audi R8 out front ahead of the Lamborghini Huracan in second. Huracan in third in the GT3 class. Then it's the Porsche of Charles Oranges. I think he's just been bettered, yeah he has, by Zolile Tlaka. So Zolile makes the Lamborghinis now sit in 2, 3 and 4th place on the road. Then we got 2 Porsches in 5 and 6. The McLaren in 7th and 8th place at the moment is Marc Couture in the Ferrari. As they head down through Chevy, the leaders already making their way up towards Hangar on their next pass. 5 down, 7 to go. So no one has an answer there to the current pace being set by Arnie Neverling. Settling down now in the halfway stage of this race. Coming to complete lap number 6. The leaders have already done that. Zolile on his way. Going to be doing the same thing. Gigi just pulling away now, trying to stay ahead of Ant Blunden, his stablemate. Stuart tries to close the gap down on Arnie. 2.3 seconds at the moment, so not easy to do. I was chatting to Stewie's pit chief, and he was saying that Arnie's just got about 5 k's an hour on them in the top end, so Makes it very difficult for Stuart to do the catching if he's not got the same amount of speed available in his car. 7 down with 5 left on the circuit. See if they wrap things up here. Everybody seems to have just settled down and looking to settle for what is going to be second place or second race of the day here for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Blunden is closing on Gigi, so Gianni Giannacaro will just have to be aware of the fact that Blunden's McLaren might just give him a run in the closing stages. They're fighting for different classes, of course, between those two cars, so they don't really have to fight each other, and of course being teammates, I don't think they will. If we go to how the classes stand at this point, I'll pull that up quickly. Charles Rangi's Ricky Giannacaro, who's not on track, of course, so Rangi's will be the only car scoring in Class A. Neveling, White and Natlaka are A+. Blunden ahead of Mark Toy for Class B. And it's C for Giannacaro, Gigi that is, and Jonathan DeToy also hanging on to, no, sorry, it's Class GD3 for Jonathan DeToy and Gianni Giannacaro 1 and 2. Might help him out a little bit as Arnie Neveling got held up slightly there by Ant Blunden. Blunden's actually used that to his advantage to close the gap down between himself and Gianni Giannacaro. Stuart White might get hindered down into turn 1, and he's going to be. So into turn 1, Gianni Giannacaro ahead of Blunden. White had to roll out of that. He'll probably dive through on Blunden into the first part of the S's, but he'll have to wait until the exit of the S's to try and find a way through there on Gianni. It's not quite what he wanted there, and it's definitely given a bigger margin to try and close things down in these last 2.5 laps. To go. Let's see whether or not Stuart White can do anything. I don't think he can. It'll have to be something dramatically going wrong with that Bobcat Gosco and Stradale Motorsport Audi R8. And the way Arnie Neveling treats his cars, highly unlikely. Stuart White has tried hard, but looks like he's been found wanting again here with the lack of pace available on his car. His teammate, Zalila Latlaka, still going to hang on for a potential 3rd place in the A+ category. Nice little fight here between the two G&H boys. I'm sure this is just a bit of fun they're having. I think maybe Gigi dropping back slightly there to have some fun with Ant. It was nice to have a bit of a dice on track as opposed to being all on your own sim and trying to concentrate with no one else around you. Makes it a bit more difficult for the drivers. So I'm sure both Ant and Gigi will revel in this little last bit of track action in the closing stages of race 2. Gap between 1 and 2 as they're about to come through to start their final lap. So 1 to go for Arnie Neveling. Gosco, Bobcat and Stradale Motorsport Audi R8. Africa Mining Lamborghini Hurricane in 2nd place with Stuart White at the wheel. Lap times of Stuart White. 57.9 was his best, the 57.7 was Arnie's best, and both of them currently in the 58 6s and 4s respectively, so slightly quicker there from Stuart White, but not enough to do anything about the gap that's opened up. That's almost 3 seconds between himself and this car in shot. Up towards Dunlop for the last time in race 2. It's a double win on the cards here for Arnie Neveling. And there it is. Signed, sealed and delivered. What can Stuart White do potentially in race 3 later on this afternoon? And will he have a chance to maybe outgun the all-conquering Audi R8 this weekend here in Aldo Scribante? Up to the line. Looks like the McLaren has got through there on GG. He has. Gianni Giannacaro going to be lapped here by his GT3 compatriot and rival, Jonathan du Toit. But of course he's not in his normal car, so du Toit not quite getting there to lap him. But he will take the victory nonetheless in the GT3 class ahead of Gianni Giannacaro. Charles Orangis will hang on for the win in Class A ahead of Ricky if he'd been out there for the second heat. He might still get second overall, having started race number 1, but of course not finishing race 1 might get him out of the classification. A plus on Neverland, Stuart White and Zolile. Class B and London over Mark du Toit. And GT3 is Jonathan du Toit over Gianni Giannacaro for race 2 of Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Up next, it's the South African touring cars on their own. 12 laps of them, then 12 laps of Super Cup on their own. And to finish the day will be the third and final heat of the cars we've just seen on track. We'll be back shortly with action here from round 4 of the Extreme Festival. version of touring cars this time out. They decided to split the classes here at Aldo Scribante for the first time ever, giving SA touring cars a chance to do 12 laps on their own, and then Super Cup to do 12 laps on their own just after this. So bit of a change in the format, bit of a change in the way they do things, but trying something different here for round 4 of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Remember, we go to round 5 at the end of July. We head down to the East London Grand Prix circuit, just down the road actually from Aldo Scribante here in Gqeberha. Make sure you've got those dates in your diaries. Get down to the East London Grand Prix circuit, because these cars and all of these classes at that track is absolutely mind-blowing to see, and definitely something you don't want to miss out on. We will be there, of course, if you can't make it, so you can pick up on our live stream, courtesy of all the pages that it's out on. Yours truly's Voice of Choice page. It's on Two Wheels TV on YouTube. We have got it going out on the Volkswagen Motorsport page, Extreme Festival page, and a whole bunch of shared pages as well, showing all the action from round 4 here at Aldo. Looks like Ant Pretorius' off-track excursion there, courtesy of Natyam Samanga, and his little slide out of turn 1 has kind of benefited him, because he's on pole position. So what I thought might happen, because if he could just complete the race, he would then be classified and given a chance to start on pole. Great job there from Lee Thompson Racing to get the car sorted out and ready to go for race 2. And then, of course, alongside him will be the Fly Saf Air BMW of Andrew Schofield. Now, Andrew Schofield started from pole only about 2 races ago, and with that first pole position was able to hold off the pack for a couple of laps. So if he slots up into 2nd place, he might be able to keep his teammate Robert Volk, who starts in 3rd, and Sawad Variawa, who starts in 4th, at bay for a while. If he does that, Anthony Pretorius will be loving life and might be able to open up a bit of a margin there in the Corolla. Safety car rolls. 30-second board goes up. Changes to 5, and off we go with green flags. So Pretorius, Schofield, Volk, Variawa, Van Rooyen, and that's Knighty at the back, so they fixed Knighty's car as well. Julian van der Vat, race 1 winner, starts from the back of the pack. Only 1 car behind him would be Natyam Samanga, because he was classified as a DNF. So that means it's a full inversion of the 6 cars, with the 7th car there of Natyam Samanga. And taking up the tail end roll, trying to come through the pack rapidly. He got through rapidly. Remember, in race number 1, got up into basically 2nd place on the road when it all went wrong. Come out of the car, go to track bed, and back to the Zoo Racing to get it sorted by Fast Developments. Top job there from Fast Fred and his team, and getting that car back into full flight. Too difficult to pick up in the rubber here. Dunlop tyres required on the start. It's quite an abrasive circuit and surface that they play on here at Aldo Scribante. Pace car goes into the pit lane. Pretorius will now set the pace. And he will now try and keep out the hard charge coming out of the 2 BMs on his tail. 1 alongside him, 1 right behind him, then 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing Corolla hatches. The Volkswagen GTI 8 of Van der Vat. As the lights go out, we go racing for 12 laps. And this time, it's touring cars all on their own. We can concentrate all of our efforts on the efforts that are being put in by these 7 drivers at the front end. As they peel into turn number 1, it's Volk who's made the jump. He slots up big time, and Paul Schofield getting it all wrong out of turn 1. Runs wide and drops right to the back of the pack. So Pretorius hangs on ahead of Robert Volk. Volk in 2nd place at the moment, pushing it to the limit to try and find a way through early on Anthony Pretorius, because he knows he's got 3 very quick Toyotas on his tail. Led out by Michael van Rooyen, the birthday boy. Saad Variawa behind his teammate. And in fact, Variawa behind both of his teammates, because he's dropped behind Natyam Samanga as well. Samanga comes from the back of the pack up into 4th place by turn 4. Hangs on as they slide through turn number 5. Chevy sweep up towards 6 and 7. And what amazing ride here for these two as they close onto the back end of Robert Volk. Volk trying to find a way through on Pretorius. Anthony Pretorius has got his work cut out if he wants to try and keep this pack out for 12 laps, 11 more to go. And he heads down into turn 1 still with a little bit of advantage. Maybe just use the run out of Dunlop corner to hang on to that lead ahead of Robert Volk. Volk closing him down again in that Chemical Logistics WCT Racing BMW. Gqeberha Racing Corollas 3, 4 and 5. Van Rooyen from Msimanga from Variawa. Volk late on the brakes, has a look on the inside of Pretorius. Oh, he squeezed Ant out into the hairpin. A little bit of room, a little touch between the two of them as they go through Chevy. Will he hang on to the inside line? Pretorius hangs onto that inside line through Chevy sweep. As Gqeberha Racing entered, and Michael Van Rooyen gets into it as well. Van Rooyen dives up the inside, up into second place. So Pretorius hangs on, and Volk ran wide, which allowed, oh, what a move there from Michael Van Rooyen to get up the inside and go side by side with Volk down the main straightaway. Natim Simanga around the outside of Robert Volk, trying to find a way past as well there on the second of the Toyotas. As they come down and braking, will he be able to go around the outside? You know he can't. Volk hangs onto the inside line for turn 1. Forces Nati wide. He's already been wide there once. Here comes Variawa on his inside. Sawad Variawa dives on the inside of Nati. Nati tucks in behind him and slots in just ahead of Julian van der Walt. So, wow, what a change around there. Michael Van Rooyen is up into second place on his birthday. He's got one more car he needs to try and get ahead of if he wants to give himself a great birthday gift and another victory in race 2 like he did at Swartkops. Variawa keeping out Nati. Nati keeping out Van der Walt. Those three very evenly matched as they head through Chevy. Robert Volk now putting pressure onto Michael Van Rooyen under the brakes into Dunlop corner. Runs Michael slightly high and long into that corner. Didn't quite clip the apex he wanted, but he gets the drive nevertheless onto the main straightaway. Tries to come across and close the door on Robert Volk. But it looks like that Toyota's just got the straight line speed over the BM. As they come through now, awesome stuff here from Volk. He is putting the pressure onto Michael Van Rooyen in a big way. Van Rooyen soaking it up for now. As I said, that Toyota just seems to have that straight line speed compared to Volk's BMW. The fight for second though is costing them. Here comes a dive on the inside of Nati from Julian van der Walt, race 1 winner in the Volkswagen GTI 8. Can he get through? So Variawa up into the 4 spot. Nati down to 5. He's got pressure coming though from Van der Walt for 6th. 5th and 6th place battle starting to heat up here between Variawa. Big one between Simanga and Van der Walt. Fastest man on track on that pass was Anthony Pretorius. He's now starting to open up a nice margin over this pack. Michael Van Rooyen in second place, keeping out that Chemical Logistics car. The BMW 120 of Robert Volk. Can't find a way through, that is for sure, but he's pushing it to the limit. That is exactly what he needs to try and do to keep the pressure on. Don't let any pressure come off at all in terms of what's available to him there and what Robert Volk can do. Volk certainly has had a lot of experience around this track, as has Michael Van Rooyen. They're pretty evenly matched in terms of their abilities and their experience at Aldo Scribante. The man out front, maybe not as much, but at this stage, Pretorius continues to lap in the fast lap times. 103 dead from Anthony Pretorius, a 103.1 from Sawad Variawa, down in 4th place, trying to close the gap and bring Natim Simanga and Julian van der Walt along for the ride. Here they come into the S's one more time. Michael Van Rooyen still able to soak up the pressure being applied by Robert Volk, and is not going to give this a second place up. Volk is going to have to try something pretty spectacular if he wants to get through there on Michael Van Rooyen on his birthday. Van Rooyen would love to make it a victory, but of course he's got to try and get to Pretorius up the road, and Pretorius is almost a second, in fact just over a second now up the road from Michael Van Rooyen for second. They head up towards Dunlop now. Going to complete the halfway stage of this race. Across the line and 6 done and 6 to go. Van Rooyen, Volk, Variawa, Msamanga, Van der Walt and Schofield. But it's Pretorius who continues to dominate. And he's moved up to 1.2 seconds up the road now. So he's inching away at about 0.2 of a second a lap. He's feeling the pressure big time. Nati's back in it. And Nati wants by. I think what Msamanga can see is that those cars are getting away out front, and he thinks he's got pace to run with them. If he's got that pace, he certainly will give them a run for their money. And hopefully be involved in the final part of the race action there, potentially between Robert Volk and his teammate, Saad Variawa and Michael Van Rooyen. Whether or not he gets there, we'll have to wait and see, but he's certainly putting everything he can at this stage to bridge that gap and get a little bit higher up than what he is. Here comes Volk. Volk this time inside line on Michael Van Rooyen. Will Michael Van Rooyen be able to outbrake him down towards turn 1? Once again, he doesn't have to worry. Van Rooyen's straight line speed on the Toyota keeps him ahead of the BMW. Amazing stuff here between these cars, and it's also quite nice to sort of concentrate all our efforts in terms of our camera crew on the fights that are raging here. Here's a dive. Van Rooyen makes a small mistake, opens up the door, and Volk will make you pay every day of the week if you open up that door like that, Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen now drops down to 3rd place into the clutches of Nachi Msamanga. Msamanga pushing hard. And that repaired car has only got a couple of seconds to make up on the back end. In fact, it might even be less than a second now as they cross the line onto the back end of Michael Van Rooyen after that little mistake he made. Yeah, it's less than half a second between Van Rooyen and Msamanga as they cross the line that time. But Van Rooyen is trying to find a way back at Robert Volk. Pretorius is just loving life here in race 2. Anthony Pretorius in the lead of this race to the tune of 1.7 seconds up the road. Touring cars, that's like a country mile. It's a huge, huge advantage that we're seeing here from Pretorius over Robert Volk. Volk now in second. Has he got enough time to maybe get onto the back end of Pretorius now that he's got some clean air? We'll wait and see. There are 3.5 laps to go. 3 laps and 1 corner to be precise. Msamanga trying to drive around the outside of Michael Van Rooyen. 2 of them giving enough room just to play around the outside of Dunlop. Wheel on the dirt there for Msamanga might just cost him a little bit of drive. Similar there for Variawa with Van der Walt looking to pounce. Van Rooyen hangs on. Certainly looks like he might be the fastest straight line speed Toyota Corolla there. Saw him keep the BMW out for a long time until eventually Volk dives up the inside into the hairpin. Michael Van Rooyen feeling the pressure from Msamanga now. Nati looking for a way through. Realizing that he might be able to go slightly quicker if he can just get ahead of Michael Van Rooyen. Van der Walt continues to put the pressure onto Variawa. Saud not able to give himself a bit of breathing room between the GTI and himself. To fight hard here into the closing stages. Coming to lap number 10. 2 more laps to go for race 2. And Michael hangs on. Variawa hangs on over Van der Walt. Michael over Msamanga. Birthday boy in second. Sorry, big one. Birthday boy in third. place there for Michael van Rooyen, and big threat coming from Natim Samanga into the S's. Showed a wheel into the S's there, did not. It's ahead now, up towards Hanger one more time. Natim gets good drive, it's close enough to have a go on the braking, no, not yet. Julian got good drive, but the door was shut on him firmly there by Saad Variawa. Fighting for 5th place on the road there with Julian van der Walt. Hard charge here from van der Walt and from Michael van Rooyen. Van Rooyen charging hard to try and stay ahead of Natim Samanga, who's putting huge pressure onto his teammate. Anthony Pretorius with a lap to go, looking for his first victory of 2024 there for Lee Thompson Racing. This is going to be a valiant effort here from this young man, turning his luck around after race 1's incident through that complex right there, where he was tagged by the spinning Natim Samanga. Nothing that Natim Samanga can do to try and avoid. And Pretorius tried to avoid and just got clipped coming out of the second S, spinning him round and slamming him into the back wall. They fixed the car, put the bumper back on, and sent him out. He was on pole position, and he has not been bettered. I mentioned it in race number 1, in lap one of race 2. Let me get my English right there. That he would have to fight hard to stay ahead of this big pack of very experienced drivers, and he's done just that. What a valiant effort here from this young man. Take your hat off, Anthony Pretorius. What a drive. Beating out Robert Volk, multiple champion in this class. Michael van Rooyen comes through to keep out Natim Samanga for 3 and 4. And Variawa hangs on ahead of Van der Walt. It's Schofield who makes up the top 7 overall. But wow, got to say, Anthony Pretorius, top gun today here in race 2 for Lee Thompson Racing and OMP. Winning the race over Robert Volk and the birthday boy, Michael van Rooyen. 3rd place and on the podium for his birthday. He'll be happy with that. Let's see what he can do now, heading into the next round at East London Grand Prix circuit, a circuit that has always been kind to Michael van Rooyen in the past. And of course, Anthony Pretorius, after this victory, will be on an absolute high and looking forward to the next round of South African touring cars at East London Grand Prix circuit at the end of July. So we wrap things up from the touring cars. Up next, it's Super Cup. And the Super Cup race, of course, is also a standalone, not with the touring cars again, giving a chance for them to have their own little battle and us to concentrate just purely on that battle between our Super Cup competitors. Race 1 going to Tate Bishop in the Angry car. Can he do it again now in race 2 with the inverted grid? Stay tuned for all that action. So as they roll to the line, you can see it is Tate Bishop who's going to take up his position on pole. And he'll be alongside the Astron Energy car. I think that's Charles Visser. That will be on the front row there with him. Jonathan Machotsi and Keegan Campos make up the second row. Behind them will be Jason Campos, by the looks of it. Second last race of the day here, and a standalone for Super Cup for the first time. Super Cup going to get that 30-second or 3-minute board as the pace car rolls away. Just waiting to clear the grid. And once we've done that, we'll then allow all our competitors to roll off for the rolling start. Tate was able to do everything from pole position in the first race. And as I said, he's definitely looking for a chance now to make it a double on the day. I chatted to him yesterday. He was saying that the overheating issues they had have all been sorted out now. They seem to have found whatever the problem is. And with that, of course, gave him the opportunity for the first victory. But he's got his fellow Cape Townian alongside him there in Charles Visser in that Astron Energy Volkswagen Motorsport Polo GTI Super Cup. Jonathan Machotsi, Keegan Campos, Jason Campos, JP van der Walt, Brad Liebenberg ahead there of a hard-charging pack of GTI Super Cup competitors, and of course our two Toyota starlets in there as well, of Brad Liebenberg and Saad Variawa. So a big welcome to Saad to Super Cup racing, and a bit of a baptism of fire there in the first one. Let's see what he can do now for race 2. Get up with the development that was done on that car by Brad. He's built the second car now, and we heard from Brad Liebenberg in the interview just before race 1 that they're now going to have to play around with kind of a balance of performance in terms of the two competitive manufacturers that are involved in motorsport in a big way here at Extreme Festival. Volkswagen, of course, supporting Rookie Cup, Polo Cup. There's a Golf GTI 8 in touring cars, and of course here a full pack of Super Cup Polo GTIs. Toyota Gazoo doing the same thing with a huge pack of Gazoo Racing Cup SA machines, touring cars we've just seen in battle, and now 2 starlets in the pack of Super Cup as well. Astron Energy Polo GTI pulls into pit lane. It is now Tate Bishop who will dictate the pace there. Running out of Angry Racing. Supported, of course, by a huge contingent of Cape Town sponsors, including Tiny's Pitbox, who's watching on our live stream. I'm sure he's loving life so far with the performances of his Cape Town boys here this weekend. Lights about to go out for 12 laps of Super Cup race action. Tate holding them up. And he held them up very nicely. Can he keep it all together now? Will Charles Visser try and come around his outside? Find a way through into turn 1. Visser side by side with him as they head down towards turn 1. And Machotsi's coming along for the ride on the inside. Visser late on the brakes. Too late. Has he gone high and wide? No, he's been able to hang on to it. How did he get through there for that overtaking maneuver around the outside of turn 1? And he hangs on to the lead. So he holds shots into turn 1. It's Charles Visser out front. Tate Bishop into second. Sadvaria runs wide out of the second part of the S's, now through the King Cats back onto the circuit behind Cara Hill. So as they head up towards turn number 4, they come up towards 5, 6 and 7 now, and this is turn 5, the hairpin. Cara on the inside of Dean Fenton trying to find a way through there on that VDN GTI. Calix Polo having a much better run here in race 2. We're watching as they come through there as well. Progress of all of those. Nicky Vastonis, much better drive from him. He's certainly found some good pace. He's ahead of JP van der Walt on track at the moment. Van der Walt dropped back slightly on race 2 start, but Charles Visser sets the pace right from the word go. and leads over the line into lap number 2. Tate Bishop, his fellow Capetonian, right on his tail. 2 championship rivals, Mahotsi and Campos, there in 3 and 4. Pretty close between the two of them coming into this round. With Keegan Campos now looking to just try and maintain good pace here in race 2, give himself some championship points, and hopefully hang on to the lead of the championship as he exits Port Elizabeth, makes his way home, and sets his sights on the East London Grand Prix circuit in a month's time. His brother Jason Campos has been slightly better there by Brad Liebenberg, who puts the wheel on the dirt coming out of the hairpin. So the Sparco and Toyota Gazoo Racing Starlet now up into 5th place. Brad at the wheel of that first Starlet. Saad at the wheel of the second one. As they head into the closing stages of the second lap. Still 10 laps to go. Keegan Campos is fastest on track. Gets down into the 106.2s. We've got 106.4s out of everybody else there, and 106.5 out of Tate Bishop, so certainly the fastest man on track is the calf in 4th place. Campos pushing hard to try and close the gap down on Mahotsi, find a way through there on his arch rival, and then maybe set his sights on Bishop and Visser. Have a look into the hairpin. Mahotsi closes the door on Campos, but closes the gap on Tate Bishop. Campos remains quickest once again with a 106.239. Incredible lap time coming out of that car for 4th place on the road, and fastest car in 4th shows you he means business. Watching Nicky Vistanis as well under a bit of pressure now from that Siemens Flay and Platinum Wheels Polo GTI Super Cup. JP van der Walt. Dean Fenter behind that uses the push to pass. You can see the lights flashing as he goes to push to pass, and starts to pull away now from Cora Hill and Saad Variawa. As I said, this is the first outing for Saad in Super Cup, so a bit of a big learning curve for him. Much faster cars, new machinery in terms of the Starlet as opposed to what he drove last year in the Yaris. And of course, in amongst some of South Africa's finest drivers as well. So it's a good run here from Keegan Campos on the tailpiece there of Mahotsi. Mahotsi is soaking the pressure up. He's not too concerned about Campos, although he's right there on his bumper. What Mahotsi is concentrating on is closing the gap down on Tate Bishop. And in doing so, he will have to try and fend off the attack coming from Campos at the same time. Oh, big dive on the inside from JP. Forces Nicky wide and dives up the inside. Perfectly done actually there by JP. Textbook overtaking maneuver there from JP van der Merwe as he came through there, or Van der Walt I should say, coming into Dunlop corner. So JP van der Walt just showing Nicky Vistanis the line to get through. Maybe Vistanis can return the favour later on in the race. We'll keep an eye on that. First 4 still pulling away there from Brad Liebenberg, sitting in the 5 spot ahead of Jason Campos. It's a good run here from Jay. Slightly better drive out of Chevy as well, heading towards Dunlop. Can he have a look? Maybe squeeze through there on Brad. Liebenberg very wary about where he's placed his car. Knows that Jay's coming. And, well, goes to push to pass. So does Mahotsi to keep Campos out. So Mahotsi realized that Keegan got a slightly better drive, and even with that push to pass, Keegan's still going to have a go into turn 1 around the outside of Mahotsi. Mahotsi and Keegan coming very close, almost touching into turn 1, possibly touching into turn 2. They're now into the S. Keegan's on the inside line. Oh! Keegan's across the grass, never mind the inside line. And with that, here comes, Brad Liebenberg. Brad dives through, capitalizing on the mistake there from Keegan Campos. Campos runs wide onto the grass. He attempted to drive around the outside of Mahotsi. There wasn't enough grip out there for those Dunlops. And he ran across the dirt into the second of the S's, allowing Brad Liebenberg through. Brad now goes defensive to keep Campos out. He's got both of the Campos brothers on his tail, and Mahotsi's got a bit of clean air. Let's see whether or not he can keep him out, though. Brad with defensive driving inside line forces Keegan high and wide, but Keegan slots around the outside and makes it stick. Crosses the line ahead of Brad Liebenberg, back into 4th place. Now going to try and catch Mahotsi again, with only 6 laps of the 12 left, so halfway stage reached. Campos was getting frustrated. Could not find a way past, had to try and attempt something there to get through on Mahotsi. Lead has changed. No, it hasn't. Fisser still hanging in there. I thought we might see Tate Bishop moving up, but Fisser maintains the front end of this battle. Some big maneuvering happening here in this one. That is for sure. It's not done yet. Jason Campos now finding a way past, putting Brad Liebenberg between himself and his brother. So some chopping and changing. And now that he's got through, he's put Brad Liebenberg behind him and starts to attack the line out front and the clean line that's been available to him to maybe close down on his brother. So across the line, it's Fisser. Side by side with him was Tate Bishop. They literally crossed the line at the same time. And then Mahotsi in 3rd. Mahotsi down into the 106.279. 3s out of the top 2. 2s out of Keegan Campos again. But incredible stuff now from these cars as they get into the late afternoon. The sun is starting to set here. The track is starting to cool down. But the action is still very hot up front in Super Cup. Here they come up towards the hairpin. Charles Fisser keeping it at bay for now, trying to hang on for the win. He's got 4.5 laps still to go. Here they come through Chevy sweep. Tate Bishop applying pressure onto Charles Fisser. Can he force a mistake out of the 2023 Polo Cup champion? He'll be used to this kind of pressure. He certainly will. Another lap completed and Fisser leads out over Bishop, Mahotsi, Campos and Campos. Now down towards turn 1 again. Oh, a big move here from Tate. Has a look. Can't quite make it stick though. Problem he's got is if he makes a mistake, Jonathan Mahotsi is going to slot through into 2nd and make it Volkswagen Motorsport 1 and 2. That's how close it is between these drivers. They are really giving it everything they can here in the closing stages here of this standalone Super Cup category race. Bishop has a look. Again, puts the pressure onto Fisser. Fisser soaks up that pressure. But with that, it's now Campos who's joined the party. 4-way fight for the lead heading towards Dunlop. And Campos looks the most dangerous. He's certainly the fastest out there of those 4 cars. Mahotsi goes defensive, keeps him out. So close between these first 4 cars as they come across the line. All go push to pass down the main straightaway. So they've got a couple of push to pass mechanisms left there in those cars. They've saved them for the last couple of laps. So as they cross the line, it's Fisser, Bishop, Mahotsi and Campos into turn number 1. Here they come up to the hairpin again. Fisser goes defensive. Mahotsi goes on an attack, goes on the inside of Tate Bishop. Forces Bishop wide. Mahotsi's through. Mahotsi has got up to 2nd place. Here comes Campos for 3rd. Campos is going to get through as well. No, he's not. Oh, Mahotsi was sideways out of Chevy. How did he hang on to that? Jono Mahotsi absolutely lit through Chevy and he hung on. You think he was in a rear-wheel drive the way he was driving through there. Caught that front-wheel drive perfectly. Powered through the corner. Lost him a little bit of drive, as you can see. But amazing stuff coming out of Jonathan Mokgotsi. Hanging on only just to keep Keegan Campos and Tate Bishop at bay. Campos now into third place, looking to pounce. Wants that second place from Jonathan Mokgotsi. Needs it for the championship. To maintain the lead of this championship, he's got to try and finish up as high as possible, and that's what he's doing. Along for the ride comes Jason Campos. We've almost got a 5-way fight here for the final part of this race. And we've got 1.5 laps to go. So Charles Fiss has done it all right, but can he hang on with the amount of pressure that's being applied from behind by his teammate, by both of the Camposes, and by Tate Bishop? What a run here from these two. Formation flying potentially here for Volkswagen Motorsport if they can stay where they are. It might be formation flying for both teams if Campos, Jason that is, can get through on Tate Bishop, race 1 winner. Absolutely nothing in it as they come to start the final lap. There they go, down towards the final lap and into turn 1. Campos around the outside of Mokgotsi. Little tap between the two of them. Can he hang on to that outside line? He tried it earlier on, it didn't work. He went across the grass. This time, he's just got the nose in. And Campos goes to second. Keegan Campos up in the second place now. Mokgotsi down to third. Tate Bishop now going to try and capitalize. Maybe catch Jonathan Mokgotsi while he's out of rhythm. Oh, Campos sliding out of hanger sweep. And followed by Mokgotsi. Mokgotsi opens up the door. Here comes Bishop. Bishop dives up the inside. He's through. Tate Bishop might have got through there on Jonathan Mokgotsi, and will he be able to make it stick down into Chevy? Yes, he can. No, he can't. Oh, Mokgotsi comes back at him. Can you believe the race action there behind? Here they come up towards the final corner. Fiss is going to hang on. He has soaked up the pressure. He's dealt with every attack that's come his way. But his teammate Mokgotsi is going to lose out here in the closing stages. Race 1 winner, Tate Bishop, up in. Oh, big moment! Big moment there! Oh, Mokgotsi out of shape. He got tapped by Jason Campos. He crosses the line on the dirt. Can you believe that? What a way to finish. Charles Fisser, Keegan Campos, Tate Bishop coming together right in the closing stages there. Jason Campos and Mokgotsi touching, and they cross the line with Campos on the road and Mokgotsi on the dirt. Michael Schumacher, eat your hat, bud. No one's gone across the finish line on the dirt before in a Super Cup class. That is for sure one of the best races we've seen ever out of Super Cup. Charles Fisser comes out victorious, but what a way to finish that up. Oh, Paulie, please tell me we've got a replay of that. Man, was that good. What a way to finish up the second race of Super Cup. Standalone this time shows you that maybe standalone might be the way to go. Wow, we had a great touring car race. We've had a phenomenal Super Cup race, which ends up with Charles Fisser beating out Keegan Campos, Tate Bishop, Jason Campos, Brad Limburg, and JP van der Walt actually squeezed through there on the tarmac to beat Jonathan Mokgotsi across the line, because Mokgotsi crossed the line on the dirt. How he was able to hang on to that. No problem at all. Paulie, if you pull it up, we'll have a look at it. Let's have a quick squiz if we can at that replay coming out of the final corner here at Dunlop. So much action to talk about into that final corner. Charles Fisser was hanging on. Campos was having a go, but he wasn't close enough. Tate Bishop definitely was close enough and wanted through on Keegan Campos. And as soon as we got it, we'll pull it up for you so you can have a look at the last bit of the phenomenal race action. There you go. There's a little touch as Mokgotsi comes across on Jason Campos. Campos catches it. Mokgotsi goes sliding. Campos hits the brakes, just avoids the sliding Mokgotsi, who runs high and wide over the grass. Watch as Brad Liebenberg and JP van der Walt come across the line to beat Mokgotsi, but I think that's only because they crossed the line and Mokgotsi missed the timing monitor. He was on the outside, so he didn't go through the beam, and that's why he's classified down in 7th place according to the timing monitor we got in front of us. It might change, of course. That's the unofficial results. But oh my goodness, what a way to finish the second race of Super Cup. Fisser takes it, Campos in second, Bishop in third, with Campos and Brad Liebenberg classified at the moment in the top 5, but that, as I said, might change. Mokgotsi certainly crossed the line before the Toyota Starlet and JP van der Walt's Platinum Wheels Polo, but he was outside of the timing beam. So they may have to readjust that and bring Mokgotsi back up into what would be 5th place overall for race 2. Our final race will be on track shortly. It comes from the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, and we'll be back shortly with commentary for that final race of the day. So as you can see, there are lights on. The light is fading fast here. We were due to I think it's an 18 minutes past 5 sunset. You can see the red ball in the sky just on the right-hand side above that Astron Energy Quartertech Polo GTI, our official safety car for this class. There it is. It's about to plop out the sky, and if it does, we may have to put the lights on here at Aldo Scribante. They do have floodlights. We have raced at night here with the Endurance Series, so they can put the lights on if we need to, but hopefully the next 12 laps will go. It's about 15 minutes, so we might just make it. We're going to be like a minute after the sun disappears, the flag will come out. That's my prediction anyway. More importantly is, has anybody found something special over the last half an hour or so to get ahead of the hard-charging the hard-charging Charles teammate, Arnie Evelyn. The Audi R8 out front has been unmatched all day long. We saw Stewie have a few goes, but unfortunately on the straight, he just seems to have that straight line speed that keeps him out front. As they head up towards the hairpin, Van London and Gianni Giannicaro continuing their battle. I don't think Marcus made it out in the Ferrari for race 3. So it looks like that F430 has gone and parked for the day for Trans-Africa Racing. His brother Jonathan, though, still in with a battle between the two Lamborghinis he's involved with. He doesn't have the pace to stay with Stewie, but he did have a nice little fight there with Zolile initially until Zolile went off at Dunlop again. Here we go. Line them up, slot them into their positions, and let's go for 12 more laps of race action here at round 4 of the Extreme Festival. Lights out. And on towards turn 1 they go. It's once again the Audi out front. Watch for Stuart White to slot into second place just ahead of Jonathan DeToy. See the lights on there. The nice thing about this late stage, and the lights are on. So we got lights on just in case we get dark here. Good idea. Get those lights on early, so if it does get dark, at least they are burning and we get a little bit of light on the surface that they can go and race at. So Lila Tlaka and Charles Orangis, Arnie Neveling, and of course Stuart White will all have the ability to run under floodlights. They've done it before here at the Endurance Championship. It's not not as easy to run under the Endurance Championship lights as it is to run during the daytime. There we go. Live timing pops up. Let's see what Ollie Newland's first lap from a rolling start to the line is. We saw a 1 minute 5:53 from him in the first race. It came down slightly in race 2, and as he crosses the line, a 1:01.158. Kind of expected that. Cooler conditions, the track has cooled down a lot. There might not be as much traction available as what we've seen from the rest of the racing in the day, when the sun has been high in the sky and the track has been pretty warm. Now in the cooler conditions, lap times might drop slightly. We'll probably see these first 3 cars, or maybe even the first 4 cars, still getting under the 59-second bracket, but that'll be interesting enough to see whether or not they get under the minute bracket here in the closing stages. Remember, this is a 12-lapper. They're on to the second of 12. At this point in time, everybody just continuing to race like they did in the second one and find their rhythm and maintain that rhythm to ensure that they can stay at the front end and hopefully hang on for some championship points in this category, because with a couple of cars not here this weekend, we saw the likes of Franco, Aldo and Silvio not in the race here this weekend from the Scribante stable. It's given opportunities to drivers that are here today to score some very valuable championship points and maybe move themselves up ahead of those 3 drivers. They'll be back by the sounds of things for the East London round and round 5 of the Extreme Festival that takes place at the end of July. Don't forget, we've got big action at Swartkops next weekend, so if you're up on the Highveld or heading towards Gauteng, it's top of the hill for the classics and vintage cars on next Saturday, the 6th of July. So we're into lap number 4 now. And it's Arnie Neveland controlling things from the front, as he has all day long. This is Stuart White. He's kind of matched him, but to get past him, he can't do that because that straight line speed of the Audi is about 5 to 10 k's an hour quicker than the Lamborghini in second. So it looks like it's going to be a similar finish here to race number 2 and race number 1 for Arnie Neveland and for Stuart White. They're going to have to just settle for first and second. I'm not that Arnie Neveland's worried about settling for first. He'll love that. Stuart White, unfortunately, will have to settle for second because he doesn't have an answer to the pace of that Goscor Bobcat and Stradale Motorsports Audi R8. The Inter Africa Mining Lamborghini. Jonathan du Toit starting to feel the effects there of 3 races and possibly on the same tyres. You can see him starting to slip and slide a little bit coming out of the hairpin. Those Dunlops might be taking a bit of strain now. It is a very abrasive circuit and surface that they race on here. So those Dunlops will certainly start to feel the effects of, 12, 24, 36 laps of racing. If he makes it pretty hardcore. Got Monkey Moo sitting alongside me here. She joined me, of course, for the action in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and she's getting some shots of her favorite cars. Hopefully by a couple of months' time we can get her involved in maybe some of the extreme supercar race action that's out there at the moment. What do you think about that?
I think that would be super duper awesome, and I'm super excited if that would happen.
Well, we'll see what happens. So far everybody seems to be pretty happy with your performance, as his dad, a very proud man alongside his baby daughter here. Jumping onto a national championship class for the very first time is always a daunting factor. I can tell you right now, I didn't do it at 13 years of age. I did it 27 years ago, so that was, 23 when I climbed onto a microphone for the very first time. But take nothing away. We'll see what Monkey Moo's career is behind the microphone at some point. She's already got an invite, of course, to Simona Hill Climb. And maybe, if she does her job good enough, Tanya and the team from Top of the Hill might get her to do some stuff at the Top of the Hill event at Swartkops as well. That's going to be a huge event at the end of the year. A very similar styled event that the team that bring you Extreme Festival are planning at Swartkops. They're doing the test run, of course, next weekend with the classic and vintage cars. And then all of the top contenders in time attack and hill climb cars will be in action at Swartkops for Top of the Hill in October. More importantly though, right now, we've got 7 cars still to complete another 6 laps of action here at Aldo Scribante. So Lili Leclerc didn't have it quite go his own way in race number 1. He broke a shock into turn 1, which is the reason why he spun out at turn 1 in race 1. They fixed that shock, and then he ran off at Dunlop all on his own in race 2. The G&H boys, they've had a good day, other than Ricky, whose unfortunate demise of the brake caliper in race 1 didn't allow him to come back on track for race 2 and 3 in the second of the McLarens out of G&H Transport stable. But Gianni, his brother, and Blunden have had a bit of fun and games between the two of them there out on track. Porsche versus McLaren. Remember, there are separate classes that they're racing for as well. Blunden racing for Class B honours. Gianni racing for GT3 second place behind Jonathan Dutoy, who sits in third on the road at the moment. And then A+ will be Arnie Neveling, Stuart White and Zolile Leclerc. Charles Arangis is all on his own in the second of the Porsches. It's the leading Porsche out there at the moment, and he'll be fighting for Class A honours all by himself. So nice run here from these 7 cars. And as I said, in this championship, despite the fact that there's only 7 cars, there were 11 cars that started the race weekend. A couple of cars with some issues that had to be sorted and didn't quite make it back out for the second and third heat. But importantly is that if the competitors that you are fighting with in the championship are not here, you can certainly gain an advantage by finishing all 3 races and scoring points in a triple header like we've seen here today at Aldo Scribante. As I said, big absence there from the 3 Scribante cars, but expect them back by the time we get to the East London Grand Prix circuit. I know that Aldo and Silvio will definitely be back in their Lamborghinis at that track, and those cars in full flight out of the very treacherous corners that we all know at the famous East London Grand Prix circuit. Potters Pass, Rifle Range, and of course down to Gqeberha. These cars get over 300 kilometers an hour as they go through those 3 turns, so certainly definitely something that everybody should be seeing. If you can't make it there, of course, we will be there at the end of July, and we'll bring you all the race action on our live stream feed, courtesy of 2 Wheels and up to 60 seconds. Back markers, kind of on the same, almost exactly the same position that Arnie caught them the last time. This time though, Ant Blunden moves over, and he's ahead of Gianni Giannicara. The last time he was behind Gianni. This time Gigi going to try and come through on him and maybe use the back markers advantage that he gets as the faster car comes through. Does he use it? He goes on the back end of Stuart White as they come out of the hairpin, and let's see if he's able to use that to the advantage to get through on Ant Blunden, who got past on him only a couple of corners behind that. Jonathan Dutoy all on his own sim, but leading GT3, looking for that national championship title. Remember, that is the national class in this category. If you run in GT3, you stand a chance of winning a South African title for GT3 spec cars like that Lamborghini Hurricane out of Stradale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing with 2 to go. Change of surface flag came out there. I'm not quite sure why. Maybe a little bit of oil or something that's been dropped down at turn 1 that they'll just have to be aware of. I saw that across the start line. It's the yellow and red stripe flag. And I'm just saying that as well so that my young protege here in Padawan can hear what those different flags mean. She kind of knows them though from MotoGP, so don't have to worry too much about that, but it's always nice to hear it in race commentary as well, to learn how to bring it in. Stewie White, well, as I said, he has really tried hard. Unfortunately, with that lack of straight line speed, he's had to settle for second in all 3 races, and it looks like it's going to be another one here in race 2 with a lap to go. Race 3 about to be concluded here. Like I said, there is still that change of surface flag flying there, but I'm not quite sure why. Maybe just because of the debris that's down at turn 1. They just don't want the drivers to go offline. Highly unlikely that any of them will go offline at this point in time, because they know there are lots of marbles on the outside of the circuit, and Eddie can actually see them on the live stream. You can see them at the top of the corner there. If you go offline, those marbles are treacherous at this point in time and will make you slip and slide all over the place. So you hold the race line, you get your braking marker, you get your acceleration marker, and you put it through Chevy Sweep, just like Arnie Neveling is doing right now for Bobcat, Goscor and Stradale Motorsport. Audi R8, 1, 2 and 3. All 3 race victories headed towards Stradale Motorsport and Arnie Neveling. What a ride there, what a drive. Fantastic effort there from a man who should, in my opinion, be in F1 right now, because some of the drivers that are in Formula 1 in his racing career have been beaten dramatically by Arnie Neveling in his past couple of seasons, way back when. What were the chances? Well, had we had enough money, possibly Arnie Neveling in an F1 car was certainly on the cards in his career, his early career that is. So Arnie takes it in A+. It is Stuart White. Zolile Latlaka in 4th place will be 3rd overall in Class A+. Jonathan Dutoy, who's come across the line already, will win out the GT3 class ahead of Gigi. And Gianni Giannacara will finish up there in 2nd place, with the Ranjis taking Class A and Ant Blunden taking Class B. There comes Charles Ranjis for the win in Class A. Heading up towards Dunlop for the last time. It's the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. A triple header here this weekend at Aldo Scribante's racetrack. And what an incredible crowd we've had here today. Thank you so much to everybody that was out on the side of the track, and more importantly to everybody watching us on our live stream. We do appreciate all the support you give us, and please make sure you like and share this live stream post onto all your platforms so we can grow the footprint that Extreme Festival is bringing to motorsport in South Africa and all around the world. We have to give a big shout out, of course, to our marshals and medics out there as well. We've done an incredible job all race weekend. We can't go racing without the medics and without the marshals and without our race control. To Sparky and his team, the race team behind the Aldo Scribante circuit, thank you so much for the support. The sun has set, I told you, just in time, hey? 17, we got there. I thought it was going to be 17, 18, we got on time. According to my G-Shock right now, it's 17, 17 and 26 seconds. So we just beat the sun. And it dropped out the sky right on cue. So from Aldo Scribante circuit, on behalf of the Up to 62nd and Two Wheels team, big thanks to all of our cameramen out there, here and in pit lane as well. To Daryl, to Dave, Paul, and of course to Claudio for the editing and producing today. Joining me in studio, of course, today was Monkey Moo. Big shout out from your side. Final thoughts for the day?
It was a really, really great day. Awesome racing, and I absolutely loved today. It was awesome.
Massive thanks to Mike Rowe and his team for allowing Addison Maloney to jump in for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and of course to Tanya and her team, and Dunlop for the support of Monkey Moo in her debut at National Championship level commentary. And from my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, a massive thanks to everybody around the world, and we'll see you at East London Grand Prix Circuit for the next round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Take care then. Bye-bye now.